We have to. There we go. Hi everyone. We're starting with the Youth Bantam today. We've got quite a bit of birds to go through. Quick announcements before we start. We've got 382 bantams. That was before I went through all of the paid entries, the late entries. So I think we're sitting a little over 400 right now from 84 different exhibitors. So quite a lot of birds, which is awesome to see. We also have our showmanship going on at the same time right now. So if you had signed up for showmanship, double check your schedule, make sure you've got your time slot and everything signed up for. It might get a little hectic and a little chaotic. I'll be jumping back and forth between the two. So if you see me disappear for a little bit, that's probably what I'll be doing. But we've got Hannah Thomas here to judge all of our youth bantam. She's going to do a fantastic job. And yeah, really quick before we start, awards and sponsors. I want to give a shout out to everyone that sponsored awards. These are all of the different shows. And specifically for our show, we had a lot for Youth Bantam, which is awesome to see. So Champions Blend sponsored additional awards. They're giving out feed to the champion and reserve of each show, which is awesome. They will be in contact with you if you win the youth with both our champion and reserve Youth Bantam. We have our Best Feather Leg Premium Awards are sponsored by C&B Coop. The Best Game is sponsored by Nation Bantams. Our Best in Show overall will also be getting plaques, certificates, and rosettes thanks to Glacier Ridge Farm. Our Best RCCL is sponsored by BZ Quail Farm. Best SCCL will be sponsored by Misfit Homestead, Michigan. And then we have some additional add-on awards. So our Best Ohiki, we do have an Ohiki in the show, is sponsored by the American Ohiki Association. Our Best of Breed Americana is sponsored by Indigo Chicks. They also sponsored our Best D'Anvers. Our Coshamos, all other cone clean legged class, is sponsored by Buttercup Meadow. They also sponsored Polish. Indigo Chicks sponsored Watermull, and Glacier Ridge Farm sponsored our Best of Breed Wyandotte. We also had 3F Farms sponsor our Reserve of Show Premium Award. So aside from the breeds mentioned, I know we had some questions yesterday with our Youth Large Fowl Show on what all places will get awards. We'll have ribbons for the breeds mentioned that are sponsored, and then all of our class champions will be getting rosettes and certificates. And then obviously we've got plaques, rosettes, and certificates for our overall, along with feed. So that's, for the most part, what I've got. Fowl Creations is doing an awesome job with their apparel and merchandise. So if you're interested in getting shirts, sweatshirts, things like that for the show, go ahead and I think I put the link in the comments for both of them. If not, let me know and I'll send you the link for it. It's on the Facebook and the website. They did a fantastic job. There is shipping orders out now, so if you did order them, they had a little bit of setback with the hurricane, but they should be good to go now. Our other really, really big news, we've got our open large fowl show. That is scheduled. We found our judge, Mr. Bart Pals, will be judging. If you've been in the Midwest at all, he's judged several shows around here. He's a great APA judge. He's going to be judging August 14th. We're likely going to start around 10:30 in the morning, same with the rest of these. And the live stream link will be posted soon. So yeah, that's my super exciting news for today. With that, I will go ahead and let Hannah introduce herself.
All right, so my name's Hannah Thomas, of course. So I got into the poultry industry, I don't know, it's been a while total, but I didn't start showing till about 3 years ago. So I really just dived into it once I got started. Nowadays, I hold like a showmanship workshop. That's something new I'm starting. I try to give back to the youth and just really help them out where I can, because I know I wouldn't be here today if it weren't for some of those mentors that helped me. So I'm really excited to start judging.
Absolutely. And we're going to get started right away with our Wyandottes in the Rose Comb Clean Light class. Quick reminder, as we go, because we've got the showmanship going on a little bit long, it may take a little bit longer. If you've got questions at all, so questions about placing, questions about judging, chicken questions in general, why are we raising birds like this, what's the standard, things like that. If she says anything that you're not sure about or you want more clarification, throw it in the comments and then we can see it and address it. So if you'd like more feedback on a bird or more information, go ahead, throw it in the comments or send me a quick message. Comments, I'll see it a little bit faster. And if you think there's an issue with it, I know we've had problems with the open bantam about some pictures not uploading. Go ahead, send me a message as soon as you can with your name and exhibitor so that we can make sure that everything is accurate. We have a quick question out of the bat. Are we going by APA or ABA? And I will let Hannah answer that one.
So with me today, I have both my standards. So it's going to be kind of a mix. I like going APA just because that's what I'm used to, but I also have the ABA. So especially for like the Suremas, I'm definitely going to be tying more in the ABA there. So I'm going to kind of go for a mix of both, just so that way we're incorporating all those standards that are out there.
Yeah, and the way we run it, we are not APA or ABA sanctioned because we are virtual. You can't touch a bird when in a virtual setting. So because of that, we let our judges choose how they choose to judge. So things like the Surama, which varieties are recognized, and all of that is completely up to the judge. So if you've got questions as we go, about what is accepted, what is not. If they're placing an unrecognized variety, we completely allow judges to place unrecognized over recognized if they'd like. Some judges prefer to stick with APA, and that's completely okay. Yeah, so if you got questions as we go, feel free to ask. We'll answer them. And let's start with our black male Wyandottes.
Okay.
If you want to see the list and the order, the link should be posted in both of them, so you can follow along both with placings and exhibitors that are placing.
Okay, so to start off, I'm kind of just looking overall general body type here. So, looking at these birds, I do see some general good factors along with that body type, especially. But I can kind of see that there are some tail feathers that are a little bit not into the right place where I'd like them to be. So, like this one, for example, I don't know if I can bring it to the front there, but you can kind of see a couple of those tail feathers sticking out there. I'd really like to see those just cleaned up a little bit better. A great front, but because those tail feathers, that kind of just factors into today. So looking at these, I really like the overall body on this one here. You can see it's got a nice front, that back end ties in nicely. You've got that nice swoop of the back. I would almost venture to say that the back's a little bit on the higher side, but that overall cleanliness and just overall body condition really ties that in nicely. These are all phenomenal birds, I should add too. That you can tell these are well taken care of, well conditioned as well. So looking into, I'm going to start at the top and work my way down, I believe, is how I'm going to go, at least for these Wyandottes here. Kind of look at all of them. Same with this one, just those couple tail feathers down there. I'd like to see those a little bit more into place. It looks like, just something that could be improved on. And especially with the lighting, it's almost a little hard to tell that shank coloring through there. I think it's just a shadow. I think that's still that yellow, but I know with Wyandottes, you really want that nice orangey yellowish as well. This bird right here, I'm assuming it's got a nice body, but like just that little angle, it's kind of hard to tell just because that angle as well. This one, same thing with this, just those couple tail feathers sticking out. I'd like those a little bit nicer into place here today. This one overall, great bird, but I do feel like that angle is a little bit high. I know you want that nice angle on those Wyandottes, and I feel like that's just a little bit too high. I think it might just be how it's posing, but that's my personal opinion. And again, this is just one person's opinion here today. So it's going to be kind of interesting to see how I, go along through this because I know opinions are different, and these are just kind of how my opinions are going to be here today. This one, same sort of thing as the one earlier, just a little bit of the lighting issues. It's kind of hard for me to see here, just the coloration. I can see obviously it's, a black Wyandotte, but I'd like to see some of those details a little bit better on that one as well. This one here looks like a overall nice bird. I do see some of those feathers there. Just want to see those a little bit nicer and overall in that better shape, not necessarily sticking out like that. But overall, it has a great body type. I do think the shanks through here look a little bit dark. It might just be a little bit of dirt. I'm not sure, or it could just be lighting. But I would like to see that a little bit more cleaned up on this bird as well. And then this bird right here, overall looks fairly good. I would like to see the head up a little bit higher. It almost looks like it's not posed as nicely as I'd like it because it does look like that front end doesn't have quite that balance that I'm looking for, but overall that tail shape is phenomenal on this bird, I'd say. I do really like the overall idea of this Wyandotte. I just think, you pose it a little bit higher, get those feet a little bit more even, you're going to have that nice front shape as well. And because they're photos, it's hard for me to tell. So I do think this bird right here has potential to do a little bit better today, but because of that pose, it's going to make it hard for that to be my top one. And then this one here as well, just that tail. I think it's just lighting, but almost looks more like it has a chocolatey under hue to it just because of that lighting, I'm assuming. So I would like to see a little bit more crisp on that black color with this one, and same with that tail, just a little bit more crisp throughout that tail. It kind of looks like it goes in a little bit. And I don't really want to be seeing that here today. I almost suspect that maybe this one especially has kind of gone through a molt recently, or is starting to, because it does look like there's that little gap in the feathers there that I don't really want to be seeing here today. But overall, all these birds are phenomenal. But I think how I'm going to go ahead and place, I do really like this bird right here. I think it just has overall a great body. This one is another close one just because of that coloring, that lighting there. I can't tell how dark those feet are, those shanks throughout that. And I would like to see that just a little bit clearer, and overall, just a little bit of better lighting on that bird. So that's what makes it kind of hard here today, because I can tell that some of these birds are exceptional, and really all of them. But just some of those little things like lighting kind of make a tiebreaker and kind of show where my placings are going to lie. So I do think what I'm going to go ahead and do is overall, personally, just partially because of lighting and the posing, just because it's hard for me to tell a little bit of those colorations throughout those shanks as well, and just getting a little bit of a better pose, I am going to go ahead and place this male right here first today. I think overall a great shape. Just has that right pose that I'm looking for. It's easy to see the coloration on this bird, and that's something I really do like. And I like just being able to kind of see those sorts of things. And these could easily be flip-flopped once you go and judge them in person, but because of that photo aspect, I do really like that bird here today. So then I believe I have a close pair for my second, and it's really for me between this bird here and this bird here. I really like the shape. I do feel like some of these feathers could be a little bit more in place, but overall has a great shape. But I do really just wish those couple feathers right there could be a little bit more set. Um, but overall, it looks like a great bird. But I think because of those feathers not being quite where I want them, I do really like the overall bird on this. It's just really posing for this one. That is why this one is going to be second, because I really do like the shape on this bird. I like that tail. It's got that nice look that I'm looking for. You look at your ABA and you see they have a photo in there, and that really just ties into that representation. I do really like this bird as well. So today, this one is going to be my second. overall great bird for these top two, especially. And throughout this class, once again, these are all phenomenal birds, and I really do like them all. And so, based on that, I'm going to go ahead and move this one into my third here. I really do like that look of this bird. I just wish those two tail feathers right there could be tucked up just a little bit more. They overall are great birds in this class today, and I just think the quality here is absolutely wonderful. So continuing onward, this bird here, I'm going to have to take a closer look because it's getting a little tighter as I go because they are all so similar and where they could improve almost. So they are all phenomenal birds, but of course there's always room for perfection and just kind of improving along these lines as well. So this one, I do see some of those feathers. It does look like maybe this one also was coming in or out of a molt because it does look like some of these do stick out a little bit more, but this one does have a great quality to it as well. And so this one here, I do really like this bird, but that tail feather almost just looks, that tail posture almost looks a little bit too high. But overall, this does look like a really nice bird. And this one I was looking at earlier, it's kind of hard to tell here, but the shape isn't just quite where I want to see it. It's almost too, I'm going to quote unquote say, not short, but like too shoved together for me. I was looking at it and it looks like it's just not quite where I want it to be. I almost feel like maybe this one needs to mature out a little bit. Not necessarily mature out, but like really just emphasize getting some of those nicer tail feathers in. So for me today, I believe what I'm going to go ahead and do is I'm going to place, just because those tail feathers are really sticking out on this one's going to be my fourth bird today. See if I can kind of move that one down a little bit. And this one's going to be fifth here, just because of those tail feathers sticking out. You get those fixed, and this bird can easily, foreseeably be jumping up there in placings. Because of just the color, I think that what I'm going to go ahead and do is place this bird here, 6. I don't know if I'm supposed to place them all continuing through.
We'll
But
just
I
take
can just
top
do.
5 for those. You don't need to worry about,
Okay.
especially some of the larger classes.
Okay.
It'd be a lot to place the top 20 or so.
Yeah. Okay.
But
Yeah. So those will be the top 5 then. So I do really
awesome
think these
sauce.
are wonderful birds. Just really seeing that body on this one, especially, just that correct pose. I do really like that first place bird. And then second, I mean, you get into an open show, you kind of flip flop, you get to kind of see them and feel them. And I could easily say that, some of these birds could be switched in their placings depending on the judge. But for me today, this is how I feel that they should be placed.
Absolutely. Some quick questions. What awards can you get if you enter a bird? I went through some of those earlier. You can see all of the awards on our website. So go ahead on pipsandchicks.wixsite.com/poultry. If you go to the virtual show, we show all of the awards for, in general. Some of the breeds will have best of breed ribbons with a little rosette. The class champions will all get rosettes and certificates, and then our champion and reserve overall will get rosettes, certificates, plaques, and feed. A bag of the Show Pro feed from Champions Blend. We also have some additional awards in some of our shows, so some sponsors have given cash prizes to different placings, different awards. We call those add-on awards. So if you feel like there's a breed that you would really like to see have an award that doesn't, or a placing, something like that, feel free to reach out about sponsorship for next year. Sponsors will probably open in early January or so, depending on what's all going on for me around that time. But yeah. And then the other thing, really quick, screenshots are completely allowed. So I'll give everyone a quick chance in between slides to take a picture, to claim your bird. Go ahead, if you're really happy about how a bird is placed below, put it in the comments. I probably won't say it on the live stream until after where the judging is completely done. Once the judging is completely done, we'll go through each slide and announce the winners on each one. But if you're happy that you took second or third or fourth or fifth, or some comments or feedback on it, go ahead and claim that bird. We're more than happy to let you do that. We just want to keep it unbiased for the judge. Yeah, going into black females.
Okay. So for me today, once again, I'm really for the Wyandottes, especially going for that ABA standard. So there is a wonderful photo in here that I do really like, and I do want to kind of see that continued throughout these bodies as well. So that's kind of what I'm judging for today. Just overall wanting to see that overall nice balance as well. So especially once they, if like say you have a bird that's not necessarily as mature, you aren't going to see necessarily that balance. So I'm looking a lot for that here today, especially in some of these tougher classes. Like the Wyandottes are always going to be a great class. There's always going to be lots of competition as well. So really just looking for some of those things in these classes today. And once again, it's my opinion, and of course, it changes as it goes for depending on who the judge is. So I just want to say that as well. This looks like another really nice class of Wyandottes, so I'm excited to go ahead and get into that here. So looking at these birds, I'll just kind of go in a row this time. I really like the shape on her. I wish those feathers were a little bit more cleaner throughout. I do feel like, once again, she's just got like a little bit of the tail feathers that could be a little bit not necessarily tighter, but like a little bit more uniform in shape or size. I do see a couple gaps that I wish weren't there, but she does have a really nice body. And once again, a little bit of that darker coloration on those feet. I would like to see a little bit of that gone. Now, I know hens, especially, you get into those genetic things, they are going to have two genetic codes for that pigmentation versus the cockbirds or the roosters who are only going to have one. So, you have to acknowledge they're going to be a little bit darker, but I do really wish we could kind of clean that up here today. This bird here as well looks very nice. She does look a little bit more darker in that face. That could just be the lighting once again. And once again, a little bit of that gap in the feather. I'd like to see that just a little bit more cleaner. I can't really see the feet, so I don't know. But I do feel like she definitely is a darker bird overall, just because of what I can tell from her face. So I do really think that, there are places that, it does look like I can see a little bit of that shank actually. And that does look pretty yellow. But I do really think, overall, she is a good bird. All these are great birds here. But I do wish I could see a little bit of that cleanliness throughout that tail, just like saying not cleanliness, but shape, and just kind of perfecting that shape a little bit more as well. Moving into this bird here, this one looks almost as if, once again, almost a little bit more not chocolatey in color, but I do think the lighting is playing a little bit of effect on this coloration here. I do feel like the tail just doesn't look quite as full. It kind of looks a little bit more just overall like there's a little bit of ruffling through it, especially through the end here, as you can kind of see, and down here as well. Same with a little bit of that fluff showing through, almost as if, she isn't fully, not necessarily mature, but almost questionable, wondering if is she fully mature. She might be a younger one, or she might have been, just coming out of a molt. I do feel like there are some things we could just really nicen up throughout her, and really just kind of finish out that body a little bit more is what I'd like to see personally in this hen here today. Moving on over to this one. This overall looks like a very nice body. I do feel like, this has a pretty good tail. I do overall like the idea of this bird here. So I do kind of wish though that we were seeing her a little bit more upright through that head. Um so I do overall kind of like it. I do think there are a little bit of room for improvement throughout that tail as well. But overall, that's kind of the main gist of my feelings on this bird. I do kind of like that angle a little bit better than this one. This one feels a little bit too high for my personal preference on how I see the Wyandottes. Let me see if I can actually just pull up the angle here. So 40 degrees, looking at that 40 degrees, I do feel like those ones are a little bit high. And if you're getting closer to that 40, you're going to want that. I'm a Dominique. I raised Dominique, so that's kind of my thing. So we're at a 45. So you go 45, that's going to be around that angle there. So this is much closer to that 40 degree that you're seeing as well in that. So I do think you could come up a little bit right through that rise, but overall that is a nice shape of that tail as well. So this bird here, let me just kind of move that over so I can see it. Kind of looks like she was, just getting ready for her bath. It almost looks like there. But I do think that the tail could just be a little bit more shapely. It might be because she's kind of sitting on that edge there. So I would like to see her little bit better pose, more so like on a flat surface, because I do feel like that kind of takes away from the body just a little bit there. But overall, a nice bird from what I can see here. I do like that angle. A little bit better than some of the other ones here today, because I am looking for things like the angle, because these are kind of tougher classes, especially once, like I said, you get into those Wyandottes. They are a very competitive class, so I do like that angle, but I do wish she were posed on a flat surface rather than perched on this tote thing here, because I do feel like that kind of does determine how they're standing and what position. So like just throughout her front here, I do feel like that feels a little bit low, and I think that could just be because of how she's positioned here today. Um, and she almost looks, like maybe perhaps a full crop or something as well. And I think that is just some of that angle. So I'd like to see that shapened out just a little bit better here today. Going through, this bird here looks like a very overall well-rounded and nice hen as I'm looking. I'm not seeing really any signs of that darker color on those feet, because I can kind of see a little bit. It almost looks dark. It might just be staining. I'm not sure. Like I said, it's not where I can go in and handle them and see them up close. So that does look a little bit darker than I'd like here. This looks like she's, looks like she's in production, got a nice well bleached feet as well, if we're going into those aspects as well. I do overall like this body. I really like this tail here. You can tell, it doesn't necessarily look like there's those like gaps or whatever. If this is a full tail, you can kind of see that here. You can see there are little spots here, but overall that tail shape is very nice. And I'd call that a good, decent, maybe a touch high, but at the same time, overall a great shape to that tail, I would say. Just looking at this bird here, maybe could be a little bit high through that chest here. Maybe seeing that come down a little bit would be nice overall. But overall, just a great bird as well here. So I'm making my way through here. These larger classes do take a bit longer, because I do like to look at them all, kind of talk about what I'm saying, especially for a junior show, because then they can kind of look at what they can improve whenever they breed as well. So this bird here looks like an overall nice bird. I'm not saying, make this one a little bigger, because it's a little harder to see here. I can't tell if that's just like the lighting there, or if that is a little bit of a tail thing. See if I can make that any bigger. It looks like that might just be the lighting there. Overall, I do like that shape to the body a little bit better. I do kind of like the tail on this one tiny bit better, just because it's got that fuller shape to it, but at the same time, it does kind of have a little bit of those ridges there that I'd like to see maybe cleaned up a tiny bit. Overall, this one does have the overall better shape compared to that bird there, but this is another great bird here today in this class as well. Moving on to this female here. To me, she looks like she is fairly full through that front. I'd like to see that head up just a little bit higher so I can kind of see that body just a tiny bit better. The tail looks decently full. I almost question if she is, I'd say just from the tail. The front end looks pretty mature, but the tail end looks a little bit younger, but I would like to see just a little bit of that fuller tail, not necessarily those little bumps along there as well. Just kind of seeing that tied in a little bit better would be nice in that bird, but overall great birds here today. Moving into this one here, what I can see is I can see a little bit of that distinct, not quite full tail that I'd like to see her today. The front may be a little bit too almost full. I'd like to see that balanced out just a little bit. I would say it kind of comes down too far at an angle there for my personal preference. But overall, still a great bird. I would like to see that tail a little bit fuller, a little bit just more put together is what I'm looking for here today. But overall, these are all nice birds. Moving into this Wyandotte here. Overall, that is a great tail shape. I do like that angle on that tail. I would like to see those feet just a little bit lighter, not having those black specks. I can see there, I just want to see that a little bit more clear. I do like the overall shape of this bird very nicely as well. This bird is really phenomenal. I really feel like this tail angle right here is right what you're looking for. It's got the nice shape that I'm looking for how I judge my Wyandottes here today. And overall, minus that coloration on those feet, this is a great bird, and I do really like this bird. Moving into this Wyandotte here. I do feel like this tail might just be, let me move it up here just so I can kind of see. There we go. Maybe. I do feel like this tail just isn't quite as full as I'd like. It does look like maybe she isn't quite mature through that tail feather area yet. She does have a great body front half, but I would like to see improvement on that latter half as well. Overall, great bird, but just like to see a little bit of that improvement there as well. Moving forward into this bird here, what I'm seeing, I do overall like the shape of this bird. I do feel like the tail looks like it's either belighting or it is kind of possibly needing just a little bit fuller. There is a little bit of a gap there and a couple spots there as well. The feet are nice coloration. I would like to see that head up a little bit more just so I could kind of get a better idea of that shape. Has a nice angle of that tail. That's that nice 40-degree that we're looking for here today. And overall, this is another good example of the Wyandotte. There are little bits of room for improvement. It might be things as small as molt or just, not quite where we want to see in that feather conditioning. I do like the bird, but I do feel like there are room for improvement there as well. Moving into this Wyandotte, you can see it's got that a pretty nice tail angle. I do wish it kind of looks like it's more in between a front facing and a side profile there. I do wish we could see that tail a little bit better because of that angle. But overall, it does look like it does have a little bit of a feather sticking up, but overall, looks like a fairly decent bird and looks like it's been well conditioned. So I do like that bird as well. These are once again a great set of classes. I do wish we just got a little bit of a better angle in that bird and seeing that tail as well. I don't want to see that little feather sticking up. I would have, it's considered good showmanship if you just kind of, if you have a feather that's, just not quite in place to just, you can pluck that. That is allowed. That is something that the APA does permit. And just seeing a little bit better of that condition in that tail as well. This Wyandotte here, I do like the general idea of it. I do feel like that head is a little bit low on that body there. Um, Overall, a good shape. It could be a little bit more, almost quote unquote, I want to say longer or something. I'm just not quite seeing that angle that I want. It looks like the tail starts too far up for me. Personally, overall, it looks like a wonderful bird, but there are just little things that I'd like to see improved, especially through that back half as well. I know with Wyandottes, from what I've gathered from other judges as well, you get a good front half and then you have issues on the back half, and then you get a good back half and you have issues on the front half. So really just kind of seeing these birds, find a good breeder program, just kind of being able to improve some of those things as well is something I'd really like to see in some of these birds here today. Overall, like I said, the quality here is amazing. So I am really happy about that, getting to judge some of these really nice quality birds, but there are always room for improvement. Now this bird here just doesn't look mature enough for me here today. That tail is just looks like there is a little bit of that feather coming down. I would like to see just a little bit better feathering throughout that, and throughout that just kind of fluff area and thigh as well. It does look a little like the feathers are a little bit ruffled, and I would like to see a little bit of improvement through that as well, and maybe some darkness on the feet. It looks like for that one, there is just a maturity thing. I would like to see that bird sing as it kind of matures a little bit. Going into this one here, I can see this one's kind of got just an overall nice body. That tail is a little bit cut off, so I'd really like to see that tail a little bit better. It does look like it did get cut off a little bit. I almost feel like the tail angle goes up and then it kind of cuts down a little bit too fast or too much. So I do think that could be improved. I do really like the front half, but I do feel like that latter half there could be improved there on this bird today. Moving into this one right here, before we start placing, just getting my final view here on this one. I do like the overall idea of that tail. It does look like there is a little bit of area where it's cut maybe a tiny bit short. Just maybe some feathering that I want to see a little bit nicer. Overall, this has a wonderful body and overall a great type. I do really like that angle. This bird right here is a really nice one as well, and there are tons of nice ones, but today we're going to go ahead and place top 5 here. So for me, I really do like the overall idea here on a few of these birds. Let me pull this one back up a little bit. I do like the tail on this one and the overall body. I do wish it were a little bit more put together there. Looking into some of these other ones here, for me, my top two pair is in between this bird here and this bird here. I do really like that tail. I do think that is just wonderful. But just kind of determining the factor overall today, I would say just because I do see some of those tail feathers that are a little bit out of place, I would like to see those in place a little bit better. And these birds do it nicely. I would say, because I'd consider that a little bit more of the fluff there, I would say this one right here overall has a very nice body and a very nice tail, if I can get a drag there. Maybe. There we go. This one is going to be my first place hen here today. This one will be my second place here. I do overall really like that body. I just wish, I feel like it's a little bit too far out. That's why I didn't place it first. But I do really like the tail on this bird here as well. Maybe just kind of seeing her, maybe get that head up a little bit higher to pose it just a little bit nicer. I do overall really like both of those birds there in first and second here today. Continuing onward. I do like the tail on that one. This one, I really like the tail, but I just feel like it's so high up there. That's more, you're getting 45, 50-degree angle there. And I just feel like, maybe it's posing. You just got to get that tail down a little bit. It just feels too high for me and too straight up. This one, at least, like, this one is a little bit of a higher angle, but it does round out very nicely. And I do like how that one does manages to do that with that. So continuing onward here, let me check this one again. I do feel like that tail just isn't quite what I'm looking for, but it has a great body on it. So for me, I believe that looking at these birds here, let me just check this one. I just want to see that head up on this bird because that makes it harder for me to see that full body shape. So I want to say this one will be my third here. And of course, once again, this is just my opinion on, whatever, Saturday. So, of course, the opinions will change as different judges judge. So, just kind of seeing that idea here. And then I think for my fourth place bird, that tail angle is just a little high. Otherwise, that bird is phenomenal. But there are also other really phenomenal birds here all throughout this class. And so for that, my next place bird, it's just a little bit dark on those feet there. But I do really like that overall shape. So my fourth place is going to be this bird here. Just a little dark on those feet. I'd like to see that fixed. I know, once again, hens will have that 2 code for that pigmentation. I really love biology, so I can kind of look in that biology side of it. And I'd really just like to see that lightened up throughout the line with genetics. Maybe pairing it with a nicer, really light colored and feet cockbird there. And I really think you pair something like that and you're going to get a phenomenal bird there as well. And then for my fifth place bird, this tail feather just sticking up too much for my preference. So I wish I could see those feet a little bit better, but I can tell that they're, the right color there. I would say that my next placing bird here, let me just double check on this one here. A nice bird is just, like, I think that one was possibly the one that just feels a little bit too short throughout, possibly. I do really like, there's really great birds here, so coming up with these placings here today is quite difficult because you guys have set a really nice class here, and that shape of that tail is just a little off for what I'm looking for. This bird has a great body to it, but that tail's just not quite where I want it to be as well. And so let me just check this one. This one was another one that felt a little bit too short throughout that balance. Yeah. So overall, I believe my next one is going to be, just because that one feels a little bit too far out as well. I do really like the 2 on the left end here as well. And so I believe that this bird right here, you get that head up, and this bird is going to look really nice throughout that body as well. Maybe a little bit more balanced throughout that, but that's how I'm going to go ahead and place those top 5 Wyandottes here today. Okay, so
All right, going into, here's our little toggle. There we go. Our best of variety black Wyandotte. So we'll
okay.
take top 5 here. I've got top 3 from the males and top 3 from the females right in order. So that first one here is male, second one is second place, third one's third place. If you'd like fourth or fifth from either one, just let me know.
Okay, I think this is such a tight class that I'm just going to do top 3 here for each uh, male and female. Um, these classes are, once again, really good. I do really, really just appreciate all the qualities throughout these. You breed some of these together, and you're going to have such a great, just overall breed throughout your lines as well. So looking at this cockbird here, I do see a little bit of that tail. I do really like the overall shape of it and just the general idea of this one here. And looking down at this female here, I do really just like that overall shape of that tail. I feel like it is just a really good Wyandotte that you're going to see here today. So looking through, I do really like this one as well. I believe how I would place, I like this hen above that cockbird here, so I do really like that. Then I'd put this cockbird here next. Then following through, just looking at some of these tails here, I do really like the idea of this one here. It's just a little bit dark, and I just want to see that head up a little bit nicer. The same kind of issues kind of here, that body. It looks like this bird isn't necessarily posed the best it could be, and same here, just seeing that really roundness out front. Maybe they have a full crop or something this day, but I do see that same kind of prominent issue there. I just want to see them posed a little bit better. And so overall, based on that tail as well, I do really like the both of them. This tail right here is what I want to see in my Wyandottes whenever I'm looking at them. And this tail right here is what I want to see. It's just that posing thing. So I believe this guy right here is going to take third for me today. Move this one over here just a little bit more. This hen right here will take fourth for me today. And now for that fifth place. Just kind of looking at those tails again, getting that idea here as I make both these bigger. I do see those two little tail feathers that are kind of just a little bit lower than I'd like, but overall just has such a great body. But this hen right here has, just a couple little gaps that I'd like to see filled in. Overall, a nice body as well, but just because those feathers are a little bit lower, you get those feathers up, maybe it's molt or something, I'm not sure on this bird, and that easily could be swapped, but I'm going to go ahead and put her for fifth here today.
All right, I will make these all the same height and pretty for the people that want to grab screenshots.
Yeah, I know. I just kind of.
No, you're good.
Yeah.
There's some fancy chips and
Yeah.
tricks and stuff that Myro has that take a bit to figure out.
Yeah.
But
Yeah, I've never used it before, so I'm just kind of, just adjusting the little slider thing.
oh yeah, no, you've got some people on here saying they love how in depth this is, and it's a really great learning opportunity. So
Yeah.
thanks for it. We'll go to white Wyandottes.
White Wyandottes, of course. These right here, just about every bird besides me is a white Wyandotte in my county fair, so I see a lot of them.
Wyandottes and D'Anvers over
Oh,
here
yeah.
they
Yeah,
take over.
really good. I know we need more Dominiques where I'm from, but they're so hard to get them just where you want them to be. So, but looking at
Yeah.
these white Wyandottes, I see that nice tail feather angle. I do feel like there might be a tiny bit of a gap there, and that angle is just maybe a tad high for my liking there. It might also be because where that head's facing front versus side. And I've tried to take photos of my birds. They can be so finicky. So I really understand for everyone taking their birds too, going back to all the previous classes as well. I do really like that tail, just that overall shape, but that angle is a tad bit high. But overall, still a really nice bird. I like that wing carriage. Just everything about that is pretty nice, I'd say, throughout. Moving into this next bird here. Looking at that tail, You can see it's very rounded. I know some judges like the rounded shape. I'm going more for the shape that I see here today in the ABA. It kind of just depends on who you ask. Same with that judging thing. So I'm going more on the shape that I see. Same with Dominique's. I've had tail shape differences as well. So I'm going more the standard shape that I see in the ABA and that I see with that right angle as well. So really, that's just another judging preference as well. So I'm going my preference and how I like to see them bred as well. So here today, I do feel like there is a very roundness to it. I almost feel like that angle cuts off a little bit too soon. So that's one thing I'd like to see. Overall, that front body though is just really nice as well. So these are some great birds once again here today. These Wyandottes, I mean, you look at these are things you're going to see showing at the junior open shows as well. So these are all really great birds. So I do really just wish that angle was a little bit just not so cut off. I do feel like it is a little bit cut off there. This cockbird here, you can see that tail, he's got a very nice angle. I do feel like that angle is a little abrupt throughout that back. There's kind of just, you can see that little V there. I'd rather it be closer to a U shape in my preference and how I'm seeing it is interpreting from that ABA there. So I do wish that there was just a little bit more of that U shaped as well. And I can see this tail feather almost looks like it's just either a little too high or a little broken throughout there. I can't really tell for sure, but I would like to see that just a little bit smoother. It does have an overall great shape through him, but I do just wish could see that a little bit smoother here today. But overall, he is a great bird. Looking onward to this one here, this hen, overall this is closer to the shape that I'm looking for here today. You can see kind of that angle here. I do wish it didn't cut off there. There's a little bit of a cut off. I do wish we could see that tucked up a little bit smoother through that as well. But overall, it does look like a very nice body shape as well. It's closer to, it's probably the closest out of the ones I've judged so far to that angle, that nice 40-degree angle that I'm looking for here today. I do really like the overall shape of the body. I do feel like maybe it comes out a little bit too far here, but overall maybe a little bit higher than I'd like. But I do really like this bird. This is a great bird here as well today. So just kind of looking at comparing that standard here, just saying there's a little bit of that tail. I would like to see that tail a little bit nicer, and I would also like to see that front. But overall, it does come to that angle that I really like, and it does have a very nice tail as well. So moving on to this one, this looks like a pullet here. She doesn't look quite mature. I would like to see a little bit. She does have a very nice body. This is comparing her body type to the standard here. You can see this does look like a very good front here. This is the really ideal front in my opinion. You might be able to see a little bit more out through the front, but overall that just follows that shape nicely. You can tell she definitely isn't quite mature, as mature as I'd like to see her here today. The feathers just feel a little bit smaller than they could be. It could be a little bit fuller through that end. I do see kind of a feather. It looks like it's sticking out there. I don't like that. And the wing also looks like it could be a little droopy. I would like to see that wing tucked up a little bit nicer and higher there. So closer to a wing carriage like this one over here has a very nice wing carriage. It's kind of almost a horizontal with that body and with that fluff there. You can see throughout that thigh and that fluff, that horizontal. I do really like how that wing's carried. I do wish this wing was a bit higher and that tail was a bit fuller as well here today. But I bet she's going to mature out lovely. I do really like that front half and that tail feather there. I believe she is a very young pullet, or not even that, not young, but fairly young pullet. So I do think that she does have that chance to mature out and really get that body type that I'm looking for here today. Moving into this bird here, once again, it's got that more round and it does have that kind of crack in the tail feather. I'm going to call it that. It's just a little bit not full enough for my liking. Overall, it does have a very good, the wing carriage almost is tucked more upward. I would like to see, maybe a little bit smoother transition throughout that wing carriage. That front half does look very nice, maybe a little bit high on that front half, but possibly full crop sort of thing going on. But overall, this does have a very nice posture to this bird. I do really like it, but I would like to see that tail just a little bit nicer here today. But overall, these once again are phenomenal birds. These are stuff you're going to see, whenever you're showing at those open shows. So this one as well does feel like that tail carriage is just a little bit high, that posture, that swoop of the back. It does have the U that I'm looking for, but maybe not quite as, it's closer to that V than the U. I do like overall the shape It's got a nice shape. It could almost maybe go extend out a tiny bit more throughout that tail there, or just kind of be more distinct throughout that fluff. Maybe the fluff's a little bit too out or not distinct enough in that shape, the turn between the fluff. That wing carriage as well, you can kind of see nice wing carriage. Just overall a great body. I do really like the front. I do feel that maybe there are some things that could be improved. Maybe that head, you tilt that head back a little bit, and maybe you're going to get a better posture, but then you also have to worry about that V shape being more V. But overall, a great bird. You continue breeding with something that maybe is a little bit more squared throughout that back end there, and you're really going to see some nice improvements as well throughout that line. So moving into this guy here, he does have a little bit of a better U to his body. I feel like he does carry that nicely. Um, I do kind of wish maybe it wasn't so flat right in this point here, but I do really like that overall body posture on this bird. I do feel like he fits the standard phenomenally, and I do really like that in him as well here today. I feel like maybe he is maybe I'm not gonna say younger because I can't really tell on this photo for sure, but I do feel like maybe that tail feather can kind of grow out and extend down just a little tiny bit more. Seeing a little bit more evenness throughout that tail, but I do really like that shape overall, and I really like how he fits that standard in that swoop of the tail, the sweep of the tail there. Maybe just seeing that extend a tiny bit more, but I feel like he grows that tail feather out. Maybe he molted those and they just aren't quite full enough yet for what I like, but I do overall really like that posture and that angle on this bird as well. So continuing onward here to this cockbird as well. I'm seeing, I just see that really high angle, and I do see some feathers that are a little bit not quite where I want them to be here today. I do wish, as you can kind of see, these guys are kind of a more triangular. If you kind of look at that triangle shape on both of these guys, you can kind of see it, or maybe even a square, whatever shape you want to say. Whereas this one's more a cone shape. It's kind of longer and just extends outward a little bit higher than I'd like. I'd like to see just a little bit of that more squareness to that as well. Just to kind of encapture, I feel like this bottom half right here does it really nicely, but I do feel like this one has the better angle overall for that cockbird. So I just like to see a little bit of improvement there. I do really like it, but I feel like there is a little bit of a distinctness that I'm missing throughout that really prominent and sharp V. That does have a really sharp V there that I'd like to see fixed just a little bit better there today. Um, Overall, once again, these are all really great birds, and I'd really like to see, these as they kind of get older and mature out for some of them, or just as they continue on to see how a different judge might place them as well. This one, same sort of thing. I do really feel like she does have a really strong front end here. She really just fits what I'm looking for here today. And overall, I do feel like there is a little bit of a distinctness, more almost a sharp cut off throughout that hind quarter there throughout those feathers. I do wish I would see maybe just a little bit of a stronger end there, maybe a little bit more distinctness between that fluff versus that tail feather. But overall, these are all wonderful birds here today. But I think for me, my top bird here, just because of the angle, it does look like this is too high for me here today. I do really like this one, but overall, the hen that really just sells it for me in these White Wyandotte class here. Um, there are maybe little areas where you could improve, get that top tail feather down. But overall, with compared to the other ones here, I do feel like this one is going to be fitting the standard the best here today for how I like to judge here. So I do really like this hen. She right here is going to be first for me today. Continuing onward, let me just double check on this one to see if I missed anything here. I do really just wish that angle, she was a little bit more frontward, so I'm not gonna I like her, but at the same time, she got wonderful carriage and whatnot. But I do feel like the one that does fit the standard a little bit better is going to be this cockbird right here today, because he does have that wonderful shape that I'm looking for here. Going onward here, I'm going to go ahead and place her next. She does have room for improvement, I'd say, from how I'm judging. Of course, you talk to a different judge, they might interpret it a little bit different, but in my interpretation, I'm just not saying quite what I'm looking for, but overall she does have a really nice body there. This one here just feels a little too short, same here, too just kind of more rounded than the kind of angle that I'm looking for. I know you talk to a different judge, they might say something different, but in my how I'm interpreting, once again, that's just not quite what I'm looking for. I do really like the overall shape of this pullet, but I just want to see her matured out a tiny bit more. And I do overall like the shape of this cockbird here as well. I would say I'm going to go ahead and, from what I'm seeing, place this guy fourth. And now, honestly, because of just the potential that this one has, I really am seeing that shape that I really do like here today. I'm going to go ahead and place this one fifth, because this one, you just get her matured out a tiny bit more already. She has that body that I'm looking for. And as she grows, I really do think she's going to have the potential to really be right jumping up there. I do really love that shape on that bird.
All right. We'll finish up really quick and then we'll get a chance for anyone. Quick note. Our fun show judging is still live, still going on, so you've got until the 25th. I know there's a little bit of confusion in there. So go ahead, vote for your favorite birds, vote for the pretty birds or the ones that you've raised, whatever floats your boat, whichever birds you like the most. And then we will be announcing winners on the 25th. The same with the showmanship that's going on right now. You've got until the 25th before we will be announcing the results. So moving on to silver-laced males. I've got to go over to the showmanship for.
Okay. So looking at these guys here, these guys are gonna, I feel like they're carrying kind of that posture that I like a little bit better. Looking at this guy right here, I do feel like he needs cleaned up a little bit more. He's looking like he's almost bordering that bronzing color that I don't want to see. Same with this guy here. That might just be lighting on him, but this guy really looks like he is just a little bit more bronze than I'd like to see. Continuing onward here, I'm gonna go ahead and make these guys bigger. So I do like the angle on this guy. Like this little turn of the tail. I feel like that angle is a little sharp. I know I said angle a minute ago, but I like the top word of this, but it kind of just pokes out there a little bit more than I'd like to see. But just kind of continuing on, I do like that lacing on him. He's got nice lacing. I don't see any really bleeding of any colors throughout. He does have that nice overall aesthetic factor in that coloration, but I would like to see a little bit of improvement. This is more V than a U than I like to see, and this does kind of stick out a little bit, and that could also just be the angle that he's at. I would like him to see more of that profile rather than that kind of quarter view that I'm kind of seeing there. I do really like that bird as well, though. This one here, I am seeing a little bit more of that just overall, just kind of bronzed color. Also that angle, I'd like to see him more horizontal here, just rather than that kind of sideways view. He is kind of in between there. So I do really just want to see a little bit of improvement there. It looks like he might have a little bit of a hackle standing up here. Maybe he was like, really just getting his attention somewhere, but I would like to see that smooth down a little bit, I'd say as well. And then just kind of following that tail, I do feel like he follows that tail nicely, but it's so hard to tell because of that angle, and I do see this feather sticking out here. That wing carriage is nice, but that coloration is just, I don't know if it's from the lighting or if it's just bronzing, because it doesn't look quite as white and as clear as I'd like to see it. It does almost look like there is just a little bit of, I don't know, conflict in that coloration as well. See if I can drag that one back down. So this guy here, looking at that tail, let me move him so I can see him a little better. He does overall have a very nice just lacing pattern throughout that. I do really like that shape of the tail. He is a little bit harder to see because of that darkness, but I do overall really like that shape of that tail. It could be cleaned up, of course. You can clean about just anything up. Um, so just staying a little bit more even along that tail, but I do like that shape. Maybe even, you could probably extend that out just a tiny bit more. Maybe I feel like he might not be. Maybe he's not as mature, or maybe there was a recent molt, because I'd like to see some of those main sickles just kind of pop out here just a tiny bit more, but I do overall really like that shape and really like that coloration there on him today. Now this guy right here looks like a young cockerel to me. He does have a skinnier body that I would like to see just maybe a little bit fuller here. I do see, maybe a couple leakage on the color of the wings there. Just seeing him a little bit fuller. You can tell he's definitely young. I'd like to see just maybe a little bit more neater lacing as well. It looks like it kind of gets lost right in this area of the breast or the keel area as well. Just kind of seeing a little bit of a nicer pattern there would be nice as well. Overall, he does look like he has potential, but I'd like to see just that coloration a little bit neater, and I'd like to also see just a little bit fuller on that tail and fuller in the body. He just strikes me as very young and not quite mature enough to compete with some of these more mature birds as well. So moving onwards, we have this one here. I do think this one is a really nice bird as well. Um, so it is a little bit darker on that coloring, but you can see this, the tail follows through. I do really like that. I do feel like it kind of sticks up a tiny bit more than I'd like, but it does have that nice body shape. Just overall looking, I wish it were a little bit smoother, but like you can see it, the pattern kind of feels a little bit dark right here. Maybe it gets lost, maybe a little bit of bleeding throughout some of those main tail or main wing feathers. So like those throughout the primaries here, it looks like maybe it gets a tiny bit lost. That wing carriage is a bit low, I'd almost say. I'd like to see that just a tiny bit higher. Overall, that tail shape is very nice. I do like that as well, though. Um, I'd like to see kind of a combination of these two. I really like the pattern here. Maybe it does get a little bit lost, but I feel like this one, if anything, is going to be more on the harder side. The pattern just feels a little bit more irregular than I'd like here. But I do like that tail shape. I do feel like he's more full and more even throughout that tail. But this tail feather just kind of sticks up a tiny bit more than I'd like. So I'd like to see a combo on those tails there today. So moving into this last Wyandotte here, for the males, what I'm seeing is I do really like that patterning. That pattern is very nice. It's got a strong tail. I'd like to see maybe just a tiny bit fuller, but that pattern is very nice overall. The type on these birds are great. There's small things I'd like to see improved here. So I do really feel like, this guy's pattern's not quite where I want it to be today. This guy's just not mature enough to compete with the rest of these here. This guy I do like. Overall, this has got a great pattern. I do like this pattern a little bit well. It's a little bit cleaner throughout that lacing, and overall just a little bit tighter held upright bird. So I do overall like that body a little bit better. This one also has a very clean and tight lacing as well, but that tail feather just is what gets me here. So I believe that I'm going to go ahead and now, just because he does follow that tail fairly well, I do, and that coloration is really good. It looks like the comb as well. Let me just zoom in on that comb real quick. The comb looks a little bit not where I want to see it. So let me also zoom in this one here. Um, It does kind of look like it's almost telescoping, but I know you do want those to follow the head. It's almost following the head a little too closely there. But I do overall, it's hard to tell from that angle, so I can't really tell for sure what's going on with the comb. But I do overall like that body a little bit better, just because it does feel a little bit full and it feels a little bit tighter to me. I am going to go ahead and place this guy first. The comb might be a little bit questionable, but versus a couple points docked versus an entire, coloration docked, I am going to go ahead and place that guy first. And now for me, I do like the general idea on this guy, but that tail feather just almost sticks up too much almost now. So that's kind of the issue we're facing here. And then just a little, we see a loss of that coloration and that pigment there that I really am looking for here today. So I do believe what I'm going to go ahead and do, just because that angle on this one, I can't really tell. And it does look like he has some stuff sticking out here. And this guy, the angle and just that kind of look at the bronzing, I'm not going to place him any higher. today. So I'm going to go ahead and go, because of coloration and angle, I'm going to go ahead and place this guy second here. Then what I'm going to go ahead and do, just because that angle and those feathers look like they're really sticking out, I'm going to place this guy third. Um, Overall, nice birds. Just really seeing if I could combine some of the traits between these top three, I really would, because you would get a really nice bird. I really like the coloring on this guy, and I do like that tail shape. The only thing is, this guy, he follows through a little bit nicer through that tail. This guy kind of sticks up a tiny bit. This guy looks more like he just needs to fill out that tail just a tiny bit, and he can do that. This angle of that tail feather, I'm not sure if that's something that's going to be fixable. That's something more I would need to feel myself to be able to determine that. But just kind of seeing that as well. And then kind of looking down here, I'm going to go ahead and place this guy fourth. I'd really like to see that tail angle a little bit better. If he was just a little bit more front facing, he might have done better today. He's got great pattern. It's just that tail looks like it's sticking out, and it is kind of hard to see here. So then continuing onward here, this one's going to go ahead and be fifth. He does have a little bit of bronzing to his color, it does look like, but overall nice tail. And this guy we're going to go ahead and just keep down here. He just isn't mature enough. You let him fill out. He is a nice looking cockerel. He just needs to fill out a tiny bit more before I can go ahead and place him any higher.
All right. On to silver-laced females. If you want, I know we've got a lot of birds to get through, so you can kind of group birds together. It's nice to be thorough, but if you want to kind of group by characteristics, more than welcome to do that too. Let me double check comments. Vote Susie on here. You can vote. You can comment on things for the fun show if you want. More than welcome to. We aren't restricting anything much for the fun show. The fun show is meant to be fun. So yeah, that's the only comment I see so far.
All right. So looking at these birds here, this is a little bit of an easier class as well. So this one looks more, you're getting borderline, not mature enough. You're not seeing those tail feathers we want to see here today. Also, just throughout that body shape, just not as full as I'd like. This bird right here, she has the lacing, she has that tail shape that I'm looking for, that nice even squared tail shape. I really do like this bird. Maybe she does have a little bit more of that speckling or mossiness throughout those feathers there, but I do really overall like her. So I'm going to go ahead and place, she is going to definitely be my first place hen here. Then continuing onward, looking at that coloration, this one gets a little bit more tricky. This one almost looks borderline split wing here. I would like to see that wing a little bit higher. It looks, a little suspicious on that wing there. And that tail, just maybe finishing out that tail a little bit nicer. So this one's going to go ahead and be second. Overall, not much critique on this one. Just maybe finishing out that tail a little bit nicer, getting that head up, maybe a little too strong front in that chest, but overall, nice bird. Then I'm going to go ahead and just because it's a photo, I can't physically tell if that is. I do like that body a little bit better. This one's just not quite mature enough yet. And speaking more, almost just not quite full enough, more of a commercial type that I'm seeing in that one there. So even with that wing issue, I am going to go ahead and place this third because I can't tell 100% that is split wing technically. So and overall just a better body. So I'm going to go ahead and place her third, and then I'm going to go ahead and place this one fourth. Just not quite mature enough there as well.
All right, and I was pulling the silver laced, the males and females, all the way over to Best Wyandotte. I will go ahead and pull this third place, and then I'll pull that third place male on over for us over here too.
Okay.
Here we go. So you've got top three here for females. I will go ahead and pull really quick top, that third place one for the male. If you want fourth or fifth, just let me know.
Okay, yeah, I think we're good with these guys here. So looking at these ones, this male and this female here are going to be they're very prestigious in their type. Um, I really just looking at this female, this overall, there is a little bit of distinct color that I'd like to see fixed. But once again, like I've talked about, those hens do have that extra pigmentation. So that does kind of factor into how I kind of look at this as well. I would like to see it a little bit cleaner, but overall, the type is just phenomenal. The condition is phenomenal. It's just that little bit of color that I'd like to see a little bit better. This male here, that tail just could be a little bit better. Overall great coloring, but that comb is just a little suspicious as well. So I am gonna go ahead and place this hen first. Then moving onward, I'm gonna go ahead. Just there is a little bit of discontinuity throughout that tail there, so I'm gonna go this one second here. Looking at this guy, I do overall like him. I do think he's going to go ahead and be third here today. Um, Looking over here, I do like her better, so she's going to be fourth. Because of that wing issue, she is not going to place above this fifth place guy. I do wish that tail were a little bit better, but I do think that that wing is just a little bit of an issue. So I'm going to go ahead and place it like that. And just kind of looking through those as well. Um, just that tail, seeing that a little bit nicer. This one as well, seeing that a little bit more even through there. But I mean, overall, this hen, just a little bit of work on that coloring. I mean, you breed something like these two together, your first and second, and you aren't going to have any issues, I'd say, because they are overall very, very nice. Just like to see a little bit better, but yeah, that's overall how I'm going to go ahead and place those.
Looks like great timing. I just finished up with, we started the next showmanship person. So we are on to best partridge.
Okay, so looking here, this guy looks like he was mid-crow. Um, it kind of makes it a little bit harder to see that body type there. I'd like to see a little tiny bit better. This guy looks a little like he either just came out of a mole or he's just not very young. He's got a little bit of that fluff showing through there, or that undercolor. I'd like to see that a little bit nicer as well. This guy here looks fairly good body type. You can see a couple of fluff coming out, but undercolor, whatever you want to call it. Overall, a very nice looking bird. You can see his coloration's pretty even throughout. I do really like that shape. That shape is what I'm looking for here. So I do like him as well. So moving on to this one. I'd like to see maybe a little bit tighter through that tail. I can see a little gap. I don't like to see the gaps. He's got a great shape to him, but overall, just seeing those a little bit nicer. You can see his bows and his bars, or whatever you want to call it, are very even. Same here. Um, so I do really like the shape on this one. This hen here, I do like her tail a little bit better than this one. You can see that little bit of a gap in this one. You can also see a little bit of a darkness on their legs that, I'd like to see a little fixed up. Overall, I do like that other hen a little bit better because you are seeing less of a gap there. Maybe. Whoops, I might have done something to that photo. There we go. It's fine. um, so I do really like that hen over that one. Looking at this guy here, see if we can make him look. There we go. Overall, that shape, that glossiness of the photo makes it a little hard to see the coloring there, but his coloring looks fairly good. But if you look, there is like a black object there, it looks like, so that tail does kind of cut off a little bit sooner. Yeah, a little bit sooner than I'd like. Overall, nice body, but I'd like to see that tail just a little bit longer through that hind there. So I believe how I'm going to go ahead and place this class right here is I'm going to go ahead and place him first. I do really like that tail. I like the overall color, the body. This right here is a good bird that I like to see here today. Continuing onward, it's kind of between this hen and this cockbird here. So looking at the overall shapes, his tail just ends a little bit sooner than I'd like, and looking at her, she honestly fits the standard fairly decently. So I'm going to go ahead and place her second here today. I do really like that shape. Of course, there's always room for improvement. She does look a little bit young, but I do overall like the way she's looking. Let's make this guy smaller again. Maybe. There we go. This guy's going to go ahead and be my third. Looking more so on body types now. I do wish we could see a little bit of that filling in and that color there. But overall, nice bird. I think I'm going to place this guy fourth. And just because, that tail's there, it just needs to fill out just a tiny bit more. Whereas this guy, it's kind of hard to tell that body type because he is mid-crow. And then this hen is missing that little bit of feather. And this is just undercolor that you can see. So he's just a little bit younger. From what I can tell. I do overall like that shape, and this hen is missing that feather. But at the same time, that shape is also a little iffy. I know that's a little contradicting. It's a good shape, but at the same time, it's almost too shapely. Whereas this one is just missing a tiny feather. And granted, it is missing that feather. Overall, the shape is better. So because of that, I'm going to go ahead and place her fifth here today. So I'll go ahead and set those like that. Just looking at them, you can see the first one has a nice shape. Second hen has a nice shape. You breed those, you're in a pretty good spot. That third place bird, nice shape. Harder to see on that coloring there, but just not quite as full as I'd like to see as well. And then that fourth place bird, I'd like to see that tail a little bit fuller. Overall, great shape, but there's just little room. There's a little room for improving. And then that fifth place bird here today, she's just missing that tail feather. You get that together, and she is a nice bird as well.
Just grabbing that last one, and we'll move on. I know I had a couple messages on why there we go. That'd be why. We skipped partridge. We just had this out of order. That was a me thing, but everything is good to go. We've got partridge, and then we should be following the sheet just about right on there. So from best partridge onto any other variety. The other thing I've got, people were asking in messages if we had gone over anything already. You can see that on that sheet live. You can also replay this at any point. So I know Facebook gets a little finicky about being able to do replays while we're still live streaming. If you go over to YouTube, you can scroll back and rewatch things as you go. So, yeah.
Okay. I have a question for you. So this looks more like
absolutely.
than a Wyandotte. Like it's got a single comb and it's got the Delaware color.
Yep.
Is that supposed to be here?
In my opinion, it's likely a large fowl Delaware. That would be my guess. It was entered as a Bantam Wyandotte. So I put it in any other variety here. You don't have to place it.
Okay.
It can get disqualified if you'd like for not being in the right class, and possibly it looks like a large fowl just based on the size of the cabinet behind it.
That's
but
what I'm so wondering. So that is unfortunately going to be a DQ today, just because overall it looks like a decent bird. I'm not much of a large fowl person, but looks like you got your 5 points on there. And you got your coloring. Maybe you could use a little bit more bluing on that bird as well, whenever you bathe it. But unfortunately, that's not really a Wyandotte here today, so I can't really place it in the Wyandotte class. So looking at these birds here, this cockbird here, you look at that coloration. The colorations are fairly even in coloring there. I mean, not really much I can say to that. This one has a little bit of a closer to a 40-degree angle, but it's almost honestly just a tiny bit too maybe low. But those feathers are kind of just thrown out there, not necessarily what I'm looking for in that tail for shape. Whereas this guy, he does have a little bit, he does have a higher angle, that's for sure. But he does have a overall better shape to that tail and better overall shape to his body, I'm gonna call it. So for me, just because those main sickles are too long in my opinion, they need to be down a little bit more. I am gonna go ahead and place this guy here first. Coloring, you're really even in coloring there. Um, and then this guy will be second here. Um, that's they're really close. It's just, I'm seeing some of those feathers that aren't in place on that tail, and that's really what did it for me. Whereas this one may be higher, but overall the tail isn't quite where it needs to be on this side. So this one will just overall do better. And then of course we have, the uh, the wrong breed. So that's just the issue there.
Yeah, and if you are the Delaware exhibitor and you're watching, and you want to know what to do better for next year, the Delawares will be in most likely any other American next year. They'll for sure be in the American class. When you go and fill out the form, whether or not they're listed as a breed, probably not. We don't have a ton of Delaware entries. They'll likely be listed in any other American. On to our best Wyandotte, Epel Champion and Reserve. We only need our best of breed and reserve of breed here. So
yeah. So looking at these birds, I mean, you look at the tail feathers here, and neither of the, I'm going to call them blues, are really speaking um, that they're quite where they need to be. I mean, I'd say you get a good hen of this color. You breed those down, and you kind of interchange these cockbirds here, and you're going to get a good, representation over later on. But right now, they just aren't quite where I want them to be. Looking at the blacks and the whites and the silver laced, almost said golden laced. And then you look at that partridge as well. Um, the tail feathers on this silver here are just a little too tight for my liking, and she just doesn't feel quite mature enough for me here today. This guy, he's, getting pretty up there, but you look at some of the other hens here, and then you kind of get questioned for, just overall body. You're seeing it a little bit better in some of the other ones. So if I pull this hen up a little bit better here, you can kind of see that tail just goes down nicely. You can see where that fluff starts versus that tail, which is really nice. You can see she's got overall great lacing. It's just a little bit of that color aspect. So, I mean, you have to kind of value that too for the whites versus the colored, and same for the black as well, because you just kind of have to look at that and, add in those point values as well. So for me here today, looking at some of these hens, this hen's tail, I'd like to see just a little bit nicer, and same with this guy here. But I really like this white as well. Looking at the body here, this white is definitely going to be my um, best Wyandotte. And then looking onward, I feel like even with the coloration, this one's tail is a little bit nicer. And overall, just, this one's fuller, but that tail is really what gets me in that color. But because you have that color, then you have to add in a couple more points, and then you look over here and you see, this one has a pretty decent tail. But honestly, his tail, I'd like to see just a little bit longer. He's kind of, he's there, but he also needs to be a little bit more mature. So for my second place, just kind of looking, let me just kind of look at some of the ones I'm really eyeing here. You just have a little bit of that color, so you really just have to kind of decide, is it color that's gonna, or is it gonna be shape? Because this one's got a good shape, it just could be better as well. So just really kind of tying that in here, you know I mean, overall that shape's not, that one's fuller as well. Just kind of looking for me, it's a really close call between this silver and this black one here. But overall, judging based on, body color and condition, this silver is what's going to go ahead and be second, because that body on the silver is just wonderful, and that's kind of just what I'm looking for here today. Really looking at that body and that tail. Wyandottes, it's so hard to get the tail and the front, and that one is going to be the closest. You pose her head up a little bit and you've got it right there. So just working on that color a little bit, but overall that body is just phenomenal there as well. And that white, there's no really matching the white here today, if you ask me. That's a really good white as well. And then just kind of looking at the other ones while we're, you see some really good birds, but um, just looking at that quality up there is really the first and the second here at that silver.
All right, on to best quail d'Anvers.
All right.
Took my best guess with the hens up there to make sure they were quail and not blue quail, because we do have some blue quail over in the next slide.
Okay. So we'll start down here. Great body. That front end might be a little bit out there, a little higher than I'd like. I'll even pull it up in the book here. So just kind of looking, starting off, I do feel like that front end might be a little bit higher than I'd like. Kind of just seeing there, it's got a nice spread of that tail feather. Could be a little bit tighter throughout, but overall, good bird. Moving on to this guy here. Looking, it's a little bit more smoother transition there. I can see here, it's a good bird. Coloration, looks all right. Maybe a couple, let me just make that extra big there. Loose feathers that are maybe a little darker than I'd like, but that tail feather spread is a little bit more held together than the other one, whereas there's a little bit of a gap there in that other one. Moving on to this guy here, what I'm seeing is, I see that nice tail feather. He is a little bit darker than the other guy, so I'm going to check on that as well whenever I get that pulled up here. So just kind of seeing here, I can tell, these are good birds, but the one spread is a little bit nicer. Overall, this guy just feels like he's sticking out a little bit too far in that tail as well. Just kind of seeing that sort of thing, following along the pattern here as I'm kind of looking. I do really think that there are some room for improvement, but you kind of get him upright a little bit more on that front end, and then you kind of get a little bit closer to that standard as well. So that's kind of one of the little issues there. Looking overall, into some of these d'Anvers, I kind of see here,
Okay, so these are listed as blue. Sorry, jumping back and forth between an issue with showmanship and here. It looks like these are blue quail pullets, so I'm going to move them over to our any other variety.
That's what I started down here first. So
yeah, perfect.
So just kind of looking again at that tail, you see, you have a nice spread on it. But overall, I want to see that head up a little bit higher as well. This guy here, it's a little bit harder to see here. His coloration looks decent, but at the same time, he almost feels a little bit like he has a couple loose feathers through that wing there. I feel like that's almost too dark there and almost a little bit too, not quite what I'm looking for. I can see the beard and the muffs, they seem a little bit darker than they should be up through there as well. He's got a nice tail it looks like here, but I'd like to see just a little bit more improvement on that front half, on that bird, and just overall, just a little bit more improvement there. Looking into this bird next here, I do really feel like, it's got that correct coloring through there. Those tail feathers look a little bit raggedy. Like, maybe he's kind of, he's not got to his molt yet, but he will get there. So just kind of looking at some of those colorations as well, I'm seeing, maybe this feather, some of these are like almost, I'm going to call it a little bit of a smuttiness throughout those tail feathers, that I'm seeing. So I'd like to see those just a little bit cleaner as well, and see some of that little bit more conditioning throughout those tail feathers, maybe a little bit more cohesive as well in this bird here. And moving on to this guy, I'm seeing, I just want him to be posed a little bit better. It kind of makes it hard to see that full body, because like this one, you can see this one extends really far out, and it's not something I'm really looking for. And maybe even a little bit lighter than I'd like to see here today. But like I'd like to see him up a little bit more, but his tail feathers look pretty spread nicely. Maybe a little darker than I'd like as well up front here, but overall a good looking bird. Moving to kind of start placing these guys, I'm going to make this guy, he looks really nice, but to me, he doesn't have quite what I'm looking for in that body. And of course, once again, this is, my interpretation versus a lot of other people. So this guy really seems to have the body that I'm looking for, that nice tail angle, which are still full holding throughout that. And just kind of seeing, you can tell that those muffs are correctly colored as well. Which I really do like, because I feel like that can be kind of hard. This guy, he's just not quite at the angle I'd like to see here today, but overall coloring looks decent. This guy looks almost too dark, for my preference throughout those muffs. They did look, whenever I zoomed in, like there was a little bit more black up there than there should have been. This guy also looks really nice here today, but I do feel like, those wing feathers there could be a little bit nicer in that tail feather spread as well. So I'm going to go ahead, I believe, and then looking at this guy here, he looks very nice, but that tail just doesn't feel quite as mature as it could be. So maybe he is a younger or coming in after a molt. And just kind of looking at some of those things. So I'm going to go ahead and place, this guy's going to be my first here today. Then moving onward, I'm going to go ahead and place, looking at whole body positions, I do feel like this guy is going to go ahead and be my second. Maybe a little work on that tail, but and those wing feathers as well. But overall, I do really like the posture on this bird and how it's posed, so I can really kind of get the depth of this bird and its body type as well. So continuing onward, I like the tail on this guy, but he almost looks like his body is closer to a maybe an old English game bird then, so it kind of looks like he's just too full out front, and that tail's just a little bit too, I don't know, it's just not cohesive enough throughout that balance for me for that one. So I'm going to go ahead, and I do really feel like this guy, he is a darker version, but he is overall holding it together a little bit nicer for me. Seeing those muffs, I can tell, whereas I zoomed in and it felt like some of that beard on this one just felt a little darker than it should be, but overall a very nice bird. So I am going to go ahead and place this guy fourth here. And then coming into this, it's really coloration versus body type. And now for me, this body type, just it's too full out front. And so I'm going to go ahead and zoom in on this guy again. But for me, he just really feels like, that body, he maybe has just a really full crop, but it's not really speaking quail d'Anvers to me, just because of how full that is. And I'd really like to see that worked on, and, balancing it out a little bit, because that body just feels like it's not fitting the right type. Whereas this one's fitting the right type of body. So I am going to go ahead and place that guy fifth. And so once again, this is a photo, so that does make it a little bit harder. I feel like if I could have handled it, things might have been a little bit different, but I do overall feel like that's how it should be placed today.
All right. I will really quick make these all the same height, and we can move on to any other variety d'Anvers.
Okay.
So we've got blue quail on the top and then black on the bottoms.
Okay. So looking at these guys here today, kind of gonna zoom in. So at the blue here, so you can see they look like they've got a nice pattern. I like that tail shape. That's really following what I'm looking for here today. I do really like that body on this one as well. Um, just kind of seeing, you can kind of tell, just the coloration looks right to me. I'm not seeing too many um, obsolete feathers throughout. So I do like that tail. It's got kind of like that right angle that I'm looking for. It's got really honestly a perfect shape through that. And that color looks fairly nice as well there. So zooming in on this guy here, or girl, I should say. I'm just calling them all guys at this point. I do like that tail as well. Maybe it's a little bit, just kind of looking at that tail. I'm trying to decide if I want to call that too low to start fanning out or if I want to call that all right. Overall, I do feel like the wing posture is a little bit low on a lot of these guys, but I know a lot of times it can be hard to get some of that sort of thing in there. Overall, let me zoom in a little bit more here. I do like the general idea of this bird, and I do feel like that tail feather fan is pretty decent all right throughout that. I almost venture to say I like the general body of this one a tiny bit more than the last one, just because, it's fitting that standard. I really do like that fantail. You can tell it's upright, but you can also tell that you have a little bit of that fantail as well through that. So I do really like that bird. The lighting does make the coloring a little bit harder to see there, but overall a very nice job. Now this one almost appears to be, maybe the tail is a little bit too fanned at the bottom here too for me to hear today. Overall, a very good body. I do feel like the wings on most of these guys are a little bit too low. I do feel like maybe a little bit fuller through that beard as well here on this bird here today. But the coloring looks fairly decent as well. Now this bird right here looks to have a wonderful tail as well. I do really like this tail once again. I feel like that really just kind of encompasses what I'm looking for today. And I do feel like, once again, those wings feel a little bit low set. But overall, you can tell she is very full throughout, and she just looks like a very good bird here. Just kind of following that tail and just kind of looking here. I do really feel as though she does look a little bit more fuller and more set throughout that body. Um, Overall, I do feel like I really like that bird as well. So looking more into the blacks now, I feel like these guys are a little young, to be completely honest with you. I'll even look here. Yeah, I do feel like they look young. Now you can see that tail just not quite full yet. It looks like she's still going to have some more coming in, some more width of that body. Same with here. Um, this one you can tell is especially not quite full in that tail yet. So I really want to see some more fullness in some of these guys as well. Um, Moving into this one here, we've got, it looks to be a young cockerel, I'm gonna say, maybe. Just because I can see a little bit of that turn of the tail, so I don't know if that's just a pullet that's kind of filling out and just kind of in that awkward stage, or if that is a cockerel. It is speaking more cockerel to me, but still, once again, either way, not full enough to really have that right body. And same with this one here, just not quite full enough to have that nice body that we're looking for. So for me today, the top row here is going to go ahead and place in general above the bottom row, just because of that. You fill those things out and they are going to be very nice, I'm sure, but these guys are a little bit more mature here today, so that's really the only reason. Nothing with color, nothing with anything necessarily wrong. It's just that they aren't mature enough that I can tell. So I do really like the look of this bird right here, so she is going to go ahead and take first for me today. Overall, great body. I really love that spanna tail. It just feels like, that coloring is right where it needs to be. She's very full throughout her muffs and all that, so I don't have any issues there. Looking at some of these other birds, I do want to go ahead and move that out of the way here. So this one is going to be my second place hen here. I do really just, once again, that color. I feel like her tail is borderline too fanned out. That's why I did place this one above. And I do feel like this one's just a little bit fuller throughout that face as well. And so then what I'm going to go ahead and do is looking at these birds here, just kind of getting that idea. I'm going to go ahead and zoom on this one once more. You know, the color, the tail, just something doesn't feel quite right. It kind of looks like she has a little bit of bleeding of color up into that tail. And so for that, what I'm going to go ahead and do is I'm going to place this one third. This one's going to go ahead and be my fourth place bird here today. And then looking at these young ones, this one's just not quite full and kind of at an awkward angle. Otherwise, that one might be my fifth place bird here today. But this one looks like she is going to be the fullest here today. So I'm going to go ahead and place her fifth. Once again, not necessarily anything wrong with these birds down here, but just that they aren't quite mature enough here to compete today.
We will go ahead and judge the best of breed D'Amber, and then we'll take a quick 15-minute, 20-minute break for lunch.
Yeah.
Probably
How do
15
I just
minutes.
like, okay, there we go. Okay.
Give me 1 second. I gotta pull the next. Whoops. Too far back. Because say showmanship is also on a break right now, so works out pretty well. Okay. Same thing here. Just the top two are champion and reserve.
Yeah. So looking at these guys, what I'm really seeing here, I like that tail. I really like the shape of this one here. She looks really nice here today. I can see that tail there as well. I do think that this one, maybe that wing, you know, could be a little, not necessarily higher, but a little fit together. Maybe just look for, you know, the muffs, they're fairly full. Coloring looks fine. It's just not quite, there's stuff that could be fixed, and just like that wing color as well. And just kind of seeing, you know, a little bit more neatness to this bird. It's kind of a little bit hard to see that tail feather. It looks fine. But overall, what I'm going to go ahead and do is I do believe I really like this hen here. She overall just has that coloration that I'm looking for, that tail that I'm looking for. She might be a little bit full throughout the front, but I think that's just how she's moving here. I really like how full her face is, and sometimes that can be a little bit difficult to do. So I'm going to go ahead and place her first here today, and I'm going to go ahead and place this guy here second today. And that is for the best D'Anver.
You do have someone asking, have you ever seen or what's referred to as a cold eye?
A cold
I have not.
I haven't either. Like maybe I've like I don't know. I don't know what that is off the top of my head.
Yeah. I was gonna say if it's relating to actual like physical coldness, I'm up north. It gets pretty cold. It gets even colder up in Michigan where I stay over winter. And I've not had any issues with it in my birds. If it's more of like an infection type of cold or a virus type of cold, you can definitely start to see some of that spotting coming into like your mycoplasma. When you get some of that spread around, you can get some of the bubbles coming up through that eye, and overall health issues, but I've not heard to it ever referred to as a cold eye. So if you want to give a little bit more explanation or comment in there, I'd love to hear it.
Yeah.
For now, we'll take a 10-minute break and come back pretty soon.
Really, I mean, the only thing I can think of is, you know, something like that, or like a little tumor with like pus. I've had that before, but it was really just a drain it, and then it kind of went away on its own. So I'm not really sure.
They said a white or blue circle around the pupil. I have not heard of that before, so I'm guessing it makes it more look like a bluish kind of iris.
Yeah, yeah. Maybe just like, you know, maybe even something going into genetic mutations, or a recessive gene that popped up. I know that can happen in people. Something like that, possibly.
Yeah.
But yeah.
I'll go ahead and share the timer. I just put 15 minutes up, so yeah, we'll be back in 15 minutes.
Okay.
That was perfect timing. I just sat back down. All right. So we are on to Sea Brights. Let me make sure we're both in the right spot, and then I can share my screen here. Someone said, yes, it's a type of deformity. Oh, about the cold eyes.
Yeah.
It's good to know. I have not heard of it. It's
Me
possible
neither.
I've seen it and just not recognized it. Yeah. All right. I've got some messages to answer on the Facebook. I will let you go ahead and get started on the Sea Brights.
So looking at these guys here, I really like the span and tail. This one's got like a good posture, but a little bit of like leakage and just not great coloring that I can see here today. This one looks, all right as well. Maybe a little bit too light up front there. Let me just, yeah. It kind of looks like if you see here, there's just like those black tips on those feathers. I really would like to see that going away a little bit more. This one, looks all right, but I see a little bit of just not quite where I want to see, and that wing feather also looks a little just off as well on that one. This one looks like it's not quite full enough, not where I want it to be, possibly younger or coming out of a molt. This one definitely looks younger, coming out of a molt. This one just a little bit fuller in that tail. Seeing that would be nice here. Um, Same with these two here. They are younger, not quite mature, not where I want them to be today. So how I'm going to go ahead and place this class, looking at just overall quality of the birds here and the lacing as well. Looking at the lacing here, let me just pull up that overall lacing looks very nice on that guy. I don't see a whole lot, that could be worked on with that lacing. Looking at this hen here, not really seeing a whole lot with that lacing as well. If I look a little closer, just kind of seeing, you know, just looking for that lacing factor as well. I do like the spread of tail on that one, and same for this guy as well. So going into first, that golden color just is much more well achieved, I feel, through honestly the female here. So I'm going to go ahead and maybe move her into first. I do really like that color on her. I feel like, maybe she could have a little bit of better lacing, but overall she's got a great body. So I do really like that. I then am going to move this guy. Overall great color as well. Just maybe see a little bit more neatness on those wings. I can kind of see the other one sticking out there. So that kind of tells me the angle isn't quite where I want to see. So I do really like this guy though. As well. Looks great through that comb, through that lacing. Um, Moving onward, just want to see that a little bit better. These guys down here just aren't quite mature to where I want to see them today. So this guy also isn't quite as where I want to see that maturity as well, but I believe he has a little bit better coloring. Just a tiny bit than the guy down there. And looking at this hen, let me just check something really quick because I do feel like I see a little bit of black peeking out where it shouldn't, so I don't really like that. I wish that were to be a little bit neater, and same with those tail feathers, but at the same time, I'm not necessarily the um, biggest fan. He almost looks like a little bit of a split wing, not quite, but just a little bit more droopy than I'd like, so I am going to go ahead and place her third, and then looking at just overall body, this one doesn't quite seem as mature. I do like him, but now that I see that little bit of split wing, I'm not quite the biggest fan. Um, just like I'd like to see a little bit of a better posture on him, and her feathers are a little ruffled there. So I'm gonna go ahead and place this guy fourth. Continuing onward, I'm gonna also then be placing fifth. It's gonna be between really, let me just double check on this one because this one's all right as well. I just like to see a little bit more maturity there and a little bit nicer feathers there. But honestly, she might even be up there for he. Um, No, that lacing's just not quite where I want to see it today. I do feel like, a wider spread of that tail there, but there's almost a little bit of smuttiness throughout those wing feathers as well. Just not quite what I'm looking for. So what I'm going to go ahead and do, just because his coloring that wing there, I'm a little concerned about that for that one. I'm going to go ahead and place her fifth. So that's how I'm going to go ahead and place those sabrites here.
All right, we've got match the height. I did have one person ask about their Wyandottes that they had entered. I'll insert live if they're watching, and then I'll respond to their email. But if they're watching live, they'll get a little bit of a faster answer. They were actually entered in AOCCL, so if you're waiting, they'll come up a little bit later in there. So, on to silver males.
Okay. So looking at these guys here, I'm going to go ahead and zoom in a little bit more on that.
And if you
So
want
I'd
to
like to see just a little bit more cohesiveness throughout that color.
go ahead and double check that there might be two females in there now that I'm looking at it again. These two may be females. I'm happy to move them over to the female class if that's where they're at. They're supposed to be at. I was doing this.
Yeah, that one does look a little bit more female.
They're a little hard to tell because of the hen feathering.
And they weren't like I feel like they aren't quite mature enough either, so it's like extra hard. And this one, they're both so right on the edge of being, I think this one's a female. But that maturity thing's like kind of throwing me off because I don't see them day to day.
Yeah.
This one,
I'm gonna throw them both in the female class.
Because there's still that maturity factor either way. So,
okay, really quick, I will move that over. And we'll see if they fit in just a little bit better here. It's hard to tell between a mature seabright and when it's a breed you're not familiar with working with. And I'm up from Wisconsin and up north where it's too cold. We don't get them here because they're cold.
Yeah.
But yeah, so we'll throw that in there.
Yeah.
And then
I don't think they're gonna place either way wherever we put them. They aren't gonna be my top 5 just because of that maturity either way. So they might be males. Kind of looking at them, they do look a little bit more mature than those females. So, but either way, they aren't going to be able to. There's still some really good stuff here. So, just knowing that either way, whichever category they're in, they just don't have that really potential today, just because they need to mature out a little bit more.
Absolutely.
Getting to look into these guys. This guy, once again, just cleaning up that color would be great, and even a little bit more maturity on him, I feel. This one is laying down, it kind of looks like, a little bit, maybe. There we go. This one looks a little bit more fuller through that tail, but I'm having trouble, kind of seeing that coloring. It almost looks more like we're bordering like a, not quite silvery, as silvery as I like, but, it does seem to have a nicer pattern throughout, but I'd like to see just the body a little bit more. It's kind of hard to see in that carrier there. Moving forward onto this guy, what I'm seeing is, the tail. This one's standing, so that's a little bit better. Looks a little bit fuller than this one. It looks like this one's starting to come in a little bit nicer. I do feel like the lacing looks fairly decent. The coloring looks fine. So I do kind of like the tail on this one. Just overall general body. He looks a little bit younger, but he does look like it's coming in. Moving over to this guy. Let's see here. I like the lacing about the same as well. Maybe a little bit strong in that black on those tail lacings. Just wanting to see that a little bit fuller. He looks like he's not quite mature enough yet, or maybe he had a hard molt, one or the other. Moving over here, this one looks pretty decent. Maybe just a little bit more maturity throughout that tail as well. This guy looks more like a molt than maturity. So I'd like to see just a little bit better there. The lacing looks all right. Maybe a little lack of lacing right in through there, but overall, he's a decent bird as well. Moving into this guy, what I'm seeing is the same sort of issue with this one up here. Maybe just a little shorter, maybe a little less mature. Just a little bit of Inconsistency throughout that lacing on this tail feather here and throughout some of these as well, and maybe just a little issue right through these wing feathers, if you can see where I'm at there as well if you're looking. Just kind of want to see that cleaned up as well on this guy. And so this one right here, I do really like the look at this just from what I can see right now. I kind of threw that one on top. There we go. This one overall has the nice spread of tail. Overall, that lacing looks very nice. That coloration, I am seeing that all the way through. So I do really like this bird here today. So this guy is going to go ahead and go on first. So he has just overall the look that I'm looking for. The rest of these guys, they're great, but they seem like they are lacking a little bit of that maturity that I'm looking for. So my second place is going to go ahead and be this guy. I know he does have a little bit of that lacing I'd like to see fixed, but he is going to be the most mature after that today. This guy, I do like his lacing and I do like the tail. Once again, a little bit more maturity would be nice on these guys, but that's kind of just what we're given here today. Looking at this one, we see a little bit of that inconsistency in color. This one, just that little bit of molt, but I do like the color better. So because of that, I am going to go ahead and place him fourth. I do really just feel like, you're getting closer to that right type that we want. This guy, he's just not quite ready. And this one here, once again, just not quite full enough. He looks like he's coming into his feathers there. This one, it's really hard to see those tails, so and that coloration looks a little iffy. I think it's just the lighting, but once again, so I'm going to go ahead and place this guy fifth as well.
All right, on to silver females. We've got a comment. Oh, yeah, on the golden sea brights. And some of the placings there. Congratulations to everyone that placed. And
so moving into these guys, these ones honestly might be males, but either way, they wouldn't have made top 5 just because that maturity once again. So these guys still in the hens. What I'm seeing here, looking through, I like the idea of this hen here. I do wish I could see her tail a little bit better, but overall she does look like a very nice bird. Looking into this hen here, another really nice bird. I like the lacing. I don't see really any issues there. Looking onto these ones, I'm seeing, very nice, almost a questionable amount on the coloring. I think it's just the lighting, but once again, I'd like to see that lighting portray these birds a little bit nicer. This one, the tail feather is not as smooth as the one before it. Moving into this one here, this one already has an egg too. Look at that, isn't that fun? Anyway, back on topic. I get distracted very easy, so anyway, this tail feather looks fairly nice. I'd like to see just maybe a little bit more evenness throughout the balance of the bird. These birds all strike me as young. I could be wrong on that. I don't work with sabrites every day, but I do see them every now and then, and they are just striking me as young. So what I'm gonna go ahead and do, I do like the body on this one. I just wish the color was a little bit easier to see on that. Just because it does overall look like a nice body, but that coloring, I just can't tell for sure if that's a good white or if it's, something that's a little bit disguised by that coloring in the photo. So I'm going to go ahead, place this one first. Then this one's going to be my second. Let's see if I can, yeah. Anyway, those are, yeah. Then I'm going to go ahead, I'm going to move these guys here. Both of these guys just are really lacking that maturity for either class. This will be my third, my fourth, and then looking at this one versus that one. This one seems to have some feathers that are a little bit nicer. Those ones look a little bit rougher, so I am going to go ahead and place this one here with its fancy egg as fifth.
sorry, if you see those slides moving around, that's me accidentally dragging that instead of highlighting all of them. There we go. Go ahead and do that. And then we'll move the top 3 on over for best silver.
Okay, so looking at this, To start off, I really like the shape of this silver male. I think he does encompass that really well. But I also like the shape of this silver female here. So let me just zoom in a little bit more because I'm looking at this feather. I think that's just another feather sticking behind it. So it looks like she could use a little bit more maturity there. Overall, a very nice bird throughout. I do feel like additionally here, this guy, he's got that nice lacing throughout. I'm not seeing too many issues along there. Um, Overall, the shape of the female, I feel like, is going to be closer just because those feathers on him, I feel like, need to come in a little bit more. So I'm going to go ahead and place this female first. Then he's going to be a pretty easy second. Moving into these ones, I'm going to go ahead and place this hen third. She just has a nicer tail from what I can see here. This guy, he's a little harder to see. Just want to see that a little bit neater throughout that as well. Then I think what I'm going to go ahead and do is, I think the coloring is just the lighting. I think this is the correct coloring because all of them looked, and it does look like that's just the lighting. I do really like the tail on this one, so I think I'm going to go ahead and go fourth, and then I believe this one was the third place, so this one will be up here a little bit higher just because of that coloring as well. So that's going to go ahead and be the Sabrites.
Yep. And we'll move on to best Seabright. We had a question really quick about the Goldens. Will we be doing a best Golden? That actually was the best Golden. So we had both males and females in there. I'll go ahead and let everyone see the best Seabright slides here. But the way we run it is we usually split them up to 4 to 5. So if there's more than 4 or 5 in of a breed, it'll get its own best of breed slide. If there's multiple varieties and the varieties have more than 4 to 5 per variety, then each variety will be separated down. And if there's, like, say, the Goldens, they didn't quite have 4 or 5 males and females, so they were all on one slide, but the silvers did. We had quite a few more entries of silvers and golds than we did have of golds. So the way doing things like that allows us to keep things moving along while also so we don't have a slide full of 30 birds and a slide full of 0 birds. It kind of sits right in the middle there. Yep,
Right.
no problem.
Yeah. So looking at these guys, so for me, the golden hen is going to be my first. I really like that hen overall. And then for me, this guy's just not quite mature. These guys are kind of similar in maturity, honestly, but overall just a better. So for me, what I'm going to do is I do like the look of this golden. He just looks more full. This one looks like she just needs a little bit more time as well. So I'm going to go for both the goldens for best Sabrite.
And then on to any other. Oh, rose comb. Forgot about the rose combs in there. As we're in the rose comb class.
All right, so looking at these guys might be a little bit more difficult to see here because I do think the cages might be a little bit, in the way. But I see got the nice banded tail, all that. I noticed too on both these males, I wish those earlobes were a little bit more smooth. I just want to kind of point out that I wish they were. I do like them nonetheless. Not gonna let that be too big of a factor. I do feel like if I kind of zoom in here, you can see there's that little tail sticking up. So I would wish that were a little bit less out there. This female looks phenomenal. Um, Overall, great tail, smooth body. I really do like that female there. Moving into this female, looks a little uneven. Looks like she's a little bit younger, in my opinion, or coming out of a molt. Moving into this female, same sort of thing. Maybe a little bit uneven. Maybe she's a little bit younger looking. Overall, this one, same sort of thing. A little bit uneven, but a little bit better at the same time. So I do like her a little bit better. And then this guy here, I wish those earlobes were a little bit smoother, but overall, I do really like that tail. Maybe a little bit of improvement. It looks like at the top here, you can kind of see a little bit of a brokenness to that. So I would like to see that improved, but overall, a great job. on these. So I'm going to go ahead. This one will be my best one today. I really think she's just smooth throughout. She's got a nice body, you know, a nice spread of that tail. She really looks like what I want to see here and how I'm going to judge these birds. Then for me, I'm going to kind of look at this one and that male on the end there. So this one, you know, she's got a nice spread, but it looks like it could be a little fuller. Once again, a maturity thing. And this one here looks to be pretty full. Just, you know, I want to see a little bit cleaner throughout, but I do really like this one. So I am going to go ahead and place this guy second here. Moving into third, I like the look at this guy, but at the same time, I do think there are some places he can improve. But all these hens seem to be a little bit less mature than I'd like, or getting ready to molt, or having already molted. Just because you can see some of these tail feathers, you know, they're a little bit bumpy, more bumpy than I'd like. So for that, I'm going to go ahead and place him. I'm going to go third for him, maybe. There we go. Third for him. I'm going to go ahead and say, just because this one looks like there's a couple tail feathers, it still needs to get in there from what I can tell. The bars do get a little bit in the way there, so this is going to be fourth, and this one right here is going to go ahead and be fifth.
All right. Go ahead. Ooh, not quite what we wanted there. Come on. Make it look pretty. And then we've got next up for any other rose comb clean legged. We're getting through that one, and then we'll have the class champions.
Okay. Looking at these guys. These guys look a little less than mature than I'd like. I feel like that tail feather, they just look a little bit young to me. Same with this guy. He looks a little bit small in body. I feel like he could be just a little bit
Are you
bigger.
looking at the two in the middle?
Yeah, are those also rose combs?
Nope, those are actually Bantam Black Hamburgs.
Okay.
So
Okay.
slightly different body type
Is
and
this
shape.
okay? Is this a Leghorn Bantam rose
Yep,
combs? Okay.
rose comb Leghorn and then a Dominique.
Gotcha. Yeah. Okay. So just want to check on those. So the Hamburgs here, I do feel like they just aren't quite to where I want them to be. I like I like the front half on this hen, but that back half just isn't quite where I want it to be. I just feel like it could be, it looks a little rough on the edges of that tail feather there. And looking at conditioning as well, some of these other ones are a little bit nicer conditioned. Um, just wanted to zoom in to see there. Just kind of looking at this tail as well, a little bit of unevenness there. Overall, I just feel as if, it could be a little bit smoother throughout. Thinking about that type there for that breed, I just don't necessarily see um the fullness that I want yet. I really just think, those tail feathers are a little bit frayed towards that end there, and there are birds in this class that don't have that, so that's why I can't really place her any higher than what I'm going to today. Looking at this one, I'd like to see that tail just fill out a tiny bit more. It looks very, very just kind of not quite another one. He looks young to me. He looks like he's like I can see a little bit of that fuzz there too, that undercolor. So I really do question if he is a bit younger on that side. Maybe just see a little bit more. I can see one of his sickles, but it looks like the other one is kind of like up there, but not fully. I'd like to see that a little bit more mature personally. So I'd like to see just kind of him fully have those tail feathers, those saddles as well come out. Just like to see a little bit more of that body on him, because he does look a little bit younger to me. Um, that's kind of my view on those ones. Looking at this Leghorn here, now I know the ABA says you want that head to be right up there with that tail, and so her head is a little stout for me. It might just be the way she's like kind of, you can see she was kind of like moving in this photo, it looks like. So I'd really like to see that head up there. So I'm trying to decide here, is it the tail that's too high or is it the head? But something just doesn't have quite that balance that I'm looking for. The tail looks nice, but I'm just looking at that balance here. I'm not quite seeing where I want it to see. I do like it better than these two here just because they don't look quite as mature to me. But they do, all four of these look like really nice specimens. Going into the Dominique here, what I'm seeing is I do like the way that her body looks. I like the front end here. It follows the nice line that I look for. So that beak is nice and stout. I do like that. The rose comb looks correct there as well. Following that back shape, she's got that nice U. She follows around that shape. Maybe even seeing that come out a tiny bit more back here, but she's got a nice balance that I'm looking for here. You can see that wing is tucked nicely. Another thing with Dominique's is you want to kind of look for a V shape. So it's kind of hard to see. They are that cuckoo pattern or that irregular barring. But if you look at the edge of this tail here, so it's kind of harder to breed for, especially in Dominique's. You can see a little bit of that V shape kind of coming in, so that shows that she's got great potential as well. So I do really like that Dominique. Maybe just a little bit more spread, but overall she has got that balance. This Leghorn here just feels a little unbalanced throughout that head. That's kind of one thing I'm just kind of wanting to see a little bit better on. So for this class, what I'm going to place these guys as, just because of maturity, overall body shape. The Leghorn, I question that it's just because of the posture, but at the same time I can't like handle it myself and see it. So that's why I'm kind of torn here, because it looks like a wonderful Leghorn, but it just doesn't have that height on that head. I want to see that up a little bit more, and so I can't really see that in the photo. And since I can't handle it, I'm gonna go ahead and place I want to say the Dominique. To me, that Dominique just encompasses what to look for in a Dominique. I really like it. That Leghorn, I just want to see a little bit more height on its head. I feel like it just could be posed a little bit better, and then you could easily flip flop. But just wanted to see that pose a tiny bit better. And then I'm going to go ahead and place him third. Once again, just they don't quite speak to me as full or just as where I want them to be. And I'm going to go ahead and place her fourth. She's just not quite giving me that look that I want to see here today. So that's going to be how I go ahead and place those guys here.
I'm here, I promise. Just setting up things for showmanship again, and be on our way. We've got 2 more showmanship slots, so everyone that's interested in showmanship, keep an eye on that. If we have any no-shows, we may have some additional spots available. And then I will pull this one into our champion rose comb clean light.
Okay. So looking at these birds here, we have first and second here. Looking the Sabrite, there's always room for improvement just in that lacing. I wish that we're a little bit cleaner through there. So that's going to be kind of a main factor that kind of just makes that a little bit of an issue. Looking at this rose comb, I really like the shape. I really like a lot about this bird here. Looking at this D'Amber here, I really like the overall shape of it too. Maybe a little bit too far out in the front there, which is kind of my only concern with this bird. This white Wyandottes are so, just great shape, great front, overall great bird. So for me here today, just kind of looking into it, I'm actually going to pull up the standard here because I want to make sure I'm fully going to be judging these correctly, because I do want to double check one quick thing here. So looking at them, I do believe that how I'm going to go ahead and do this here. Looking at that rose comb versus that Wyandotte, I do believe I'm actually going to go ahead and go white Wyandotte first. I do like that overall shape. Great body. Overall, just wonderful bird. Didn't mean to make that one bigger. That's okay. Just move that. And then this quail d'Anvers, I do really like the overall shape, overall coloring. Not quail, the blue, whatever. The d'Anvers is going to go ahead and be my second there as well.
All right. Jumping in here, we will move on, I believe, next to single comb clean legged. So a little bit smaller of a class, so hopefully it'll go a bit faster. Let's make sure these stay. There we go. A nice height. And then there is our, if it'll load, single comb clean legged. All right, starting with Plymouth Rocks.
All right. So looking at these guys here, this one just not quite as full as I'd like throughout that back end. It looks a little bit lacking in maturity once again. This guy here looks fairly nice. Maybe get that front end up a little tiny bit higher, but overall a great body. I'd like to see it maybe a little bit more white. I can't tell if that's coloring or if that's staining. Like coloring from the lighting, I should say. But I do really like that body on this guy here. Moving over to this one, once again, it looks like it's just that maturity factor. I want to see that a little bit more mature, maybe a little bit better on that coloring as well. It looks like there's some like just a little bit of just inconsistency through that coloring, maybe a couple speckling, maybe a little bit of a darker undercolor is almost kind of what it's making me question. And honestly, you can kind of see the same here. That undercolor, I wonder if that's a little bit too dark. So I'd really like to see that a little bit better there. Moving into this one here, I do overall like that body, that front. I'd like to see that tail just a little bit nicer. Overall, this is a great bird, but I feel like she just needs time to come into that tail just a tiny bit more. Looking here, this guy looks really nice. I do like that body there. I wish that tail would be angled just a little bit higher. I do think that overall he does look like a great bird. Let's see if I can make it any bigger. That patterning is wonderful there. I do really like that shape on him, but I do just wish that, there was just a little bit more overall just coloration, just shape to him that I'm kind of seeing more so in the white, just because of that angle. Almost looks like that tail's kind of facing away, and I'd like to see him facing a little bit more towards me so I could kind of see him just a little bit better, because he does look like a very nice bird overall. So moving over, make this smaller. Moving into this one here. See if I can put him in front. I do really like the shape of this one. This one's kind of follows through. Overall, looks like a great bird as well. I feel like this is going to be a really looking in between those three cockbirds there. That's really where it's kind of at with these guys. I do think that they do really just pull off their shape very nicely. Just kind of understanding the characteristics is kind of important, so I'm actually going to pull that up as well, just so that way I can get a double take as well on that, because I do believe that these guys are really close in their coloration. For the whites, I do think that, I'd like to see a little bit closer of the coloration for the just our white on the left over there, because I do feel like he could be a tiny bit more yellowed than I'd like. Looking at this body shape here, I feel like we just need that tail to be up a little bit higher. It looks like he's kind of, not quite holding his tail up, but he does have a very nice body. Going by coloration here, I do really just wish, that white one would just kind of get that tail, I really like that tail. I really like this one, but the coloration just doesn't look quite right. It looks more yellow to me. And it looks like, it's just not quite that right color, but then again, that could also just be the lighting. So I'm going to really make it big and see if I can determine on that lighting factor here. So to me, I can see it's really white up there, but I notice there's kind of that echo of coloration there and here. So I almost wonder if that is just the lighting. And looking at that tail shape, you can see they got that nice tail on it, but maybe even just a little bit nicer, needs to come into shape just a tiny bit better almost for that one. And so I'm going to go ahead and move him back here. I'm going to pull this guy up again. Looking at that shape again, he looks very nice. He's got that nice tail that I'm wanting to see here today. That barring on him is very phenomenal. It looks very even, regular. He is a nice Plymouth Rock. And this guy here, I really like his shape, but that tail just isn't quite speaking Plymouth Rock to me. It's just kind of a little bit too squared. I wanted that, I've seen some Wyandottes that have like a little more of an angle that come up to that point, and I want a little bit more of that in him. So actually what I'm going to go ahead and do here today, this guy, I can tell that he has that tail, and this guy's just got a little bit more of that white. This is the shape I want to see. And so what I'm going to go ahead and do is, I believe this guy is white. I think that's just the coloration of the photo here. So I know it's kind of hard to tell, but he has that phenomenal body type. So that's kind of really what's just drawing this out a little bit longer, because it's so hard to tell if it's just the color of the photo or if it's just that. And then this guy, I like the tail, I like the body. It's just that at the same time, that tail seems a little bit too horizontal along there. So I think I'm going to go ahead, um, color aside. I know I'm getting up close to my computer there. I really just love the shape of this bird right here, but that color is just throwing me off because it almost looks, dirty. But I don't think it is. I really do think it's just the lighting on that. It looks like there's a light coming in from the back, and so that's reflecting. So I do believe this is a really white bird, and so I can kind of tell by that reflection. You can see that it's reflecting off those tail feathers. So I am going to go ahead and move this guy into first here. Then my second place is going to be this barred Plymouth Rock, and then my third is going to be this guy here. Um, Really great shape. I just really want to see a little bit more there. Then this one, just want to see it a little bit fuller once again. Then I'm going to go ahead and go with this female because she is a little bit fuller than the other counterpart down there. But overall, that's how I'm going to go ahead and place that Plymouth Rock class here.
All right, we got some just general comments. Someone said it's crazy how different judges judge. Some birds that have placed higher and open didn't place here or didn't place as high here, and that is completely true no matter where you go. It's kind of neat to see different judges having worked with different breeds, different experience levels, and different birds in the class, because there's not all the same birds here that there's going to be in the open. So pull the name really quick for this one, and we should be good to go. On to the New Hampshires.
All right, so looking at these guys here, what I'm seeing is I'm seeing a little lack of maturity in that end there. Moving into this guy, same sort of thing. I'm making it a little bigger. You can kind of see there's a feather sticking up, a couple irregularities there. Just want to see those a little bit neater throughout that one. This one here, I do really like that tail end. I like that front end as well. It's really just kind of seeing how nicely that can kind of tie in. So I do really like this one. This hen here, I'm seeing just a little bit too flat almost. She kind of looks like, she's just kind of squatting down. I'd really like to see her less long, see that tail just a little higher. Overall, just kind of want to see her posed a little bit differently is what I'm looking for there. This hen right here, I really like the shape on her. I really feel like she's got like a nice coloration. I do wish her coloring was a little bit more even through some of these feathers here. They look just a little off. And so I do wish, seeing a little bit of that coloration differences there. But overall, she is a nice bird as well. And then moving over to this one, what I'm seeing is I like the front half, but I do feel like there's just a little bit maturity. I want to see her a little bit more mature. I want to see those tail feathers a little bit more even out here. Maybe even a little bit fuller through that body there. It just feels a little bit young to me today. And once again, looking at photos is totally different than judging in person. So it's kind of another difference here too as well. So I only get one view instead of having the full bird in front of me. So for me today, I do feel like this guy is going to go ahead and be first. He overall has a great body throughout. Coloring looks nice as well. She is going to go ahead and take second. Overall, great coloring. Just want to see a little bit better throughout some of those just spots along the wing here and those tail feathers, even that coloring out there as well. Because there are little bits that you can fix. I do really like the body there. Looking next here, his tail feathers were a little bit awry, so I'd like to see that fixed up just a tiny bit. She looks like she's still a little bit young, but she's getting there. But I don't necessarily know how I feel about this little kind of gap there. I'd like to see that a little bit smoother in transition. Overall, she feels like she's just lacking in build there. So what I'm going to go ahead and do is I'm going to go ahead and place her third here today, just because I feel like she does have a little bit of that more stronger build to her that I'd like to see here. I want to see him like more of a strong, hardier build, and these ones seem a little bit young to have that yet today. So I'm going to go ahead and looking at these, she is just down too low for me to really be able to see that full body. So I'm going to go ahead and place her fourth. This guy, once again, he just has some of those tail feathers that are just kind of not right in order for me. And so because of that, I'm not sure, because there is one that is kind of just sticking up. I'm not sure how that's going to mature out. So I do feel like I can see enough of her body to see that she's going to go ahead and ride into fifth there.
All right. Moving on to Rhode Island red males.
Okay, so looking here. Looking at that body, got a nice sweep of the tail, sweep of the back. I really do like that overall shape on him. Just watching that comb a little bit, because it does look a little iffy at the front there. Just keep an eye on that as you breed them down. Overall, great shape to that one. Moving into this guy here. Overall, a great body. I can really see that depth of the sweep of the tail. I can see the depth to him. I like this photo a little bit better than this one here, just because I can really kind of see some of those traits. It's a little bit hard for me from that angle to see that full tail. It looks like it was taken a little bit up higher than I'd like, whereas this one is right in front of him, so that's a really nice photo for me to kind of judge there. So I can really see some of those characteristics that I like on that bird as well. Moving into this guy here, really watch the comb on this guy. You can see there's not really, you want like 5 points on that rose comb. This one looks a little bit closer to having been, either frostbite, maybe even like dubbing, not literally, but it does look a little bit more rounded than I'd like. Same with that tail. I want to see a little bit more fullness. He looks a little bit young. I'd really like to just see him mature out a little bit. But other than that, he's a decent bird. Moving onward here, this one looks to be an overall a good bird. It's a little bit dark, so it's a little bit hard for me to see here. I do like the tail. I do wish it were not necessarily as spread as it is. It looks like there's a little bit sticking out, so like maybe he's just coming in the molt. Not quite as even as I'd like, not quite as just full as I'd like. So I do feel like that one's just kind of coming into molt a little bit there as well. And moving on to this bird here, it is a little bit harder to see this photo. It does appear to be a tiny bit more blurry than the rest. But looking overall at it, I do like that tail. I do wish he was just a little bit easier to see throughout that photo there. Overall, he is a nice bird. I do like that angle. But what I'm going to go ahead and do is I'm going to place this guy first. I'm going to go ahead and go for this guy second. And moving onward, I really like that tail on this one, so I would like a little bit of a better angle, but I'm going to go for this guy third, this guy fourth, and this guy fifth. And just kind of looking, you can kind of see where around the tail. I feel like the tail is the main contributor to a lot of this.
I'm jumping back in. We're just finishing up on showmanship. I've got a little swivel chair, so the computer for showmanship's on the other side of the room, and I just kind of swing on over for one and then swing on over for the next. But we are on to Rhode Island Red females.
All right. So already looking here, I can kind of see, zoom in a little bit. I would like a little bit of fullness. There we go. In the tail here. Just like to see a little bit better through that tail, but overall a very strong looking bird. Maybe a little bit more forward in the chest as well, a little bit more strength there. Moving over to this one. Um, Once again, it's stronger in that front half, but that tail just isn't quite where I want it to be. It kind of looks like maybe those feathers are coming in a little bit more. Just like to see that a little bit better here. This tail is very strong to a point, maybe almost too much to the point. The head looks very rounded and strong. Looks kind of a younger um, one here. I would like to see maybe a little less prominent head. I can't tell if that's just the photo, but the head just looks a little too around the eyes is what I'm sort of mentioning here. I think that might just be the photo, but overall a very strong bird. I do like that body on that bird. Moving into this one, I do wish the angle was a little bit better. So it's hard for me to see that tail there, but it does look like a very good bird from what I can see there. Moving more into this one. This one looks as if it is fairly young. Um, it does appear to just kind of have a little bit of tail that isn't quite full enough yet. It looks a little bit structurally like it's still coming in. It needs more time to mature as well here. Moving into this one. I do like the shape of this bird here. Overall, very nice, strong tail. It looks like the coloring's all good through that. Very strong bird. I do really like the shape on this bird as well. Moving into this one, what I can see here is a very strong tail, very abrupt tail. It looks a little bit young. I would maybe not even young, but it looks like it could be fuller, is what I mean by that. I'd like to see it a little bit fuller throughout the front half there. Moving into this one, I'd like to see just, that tail's just a little off for me, so that's kind of my opinion on that bird there. Moving into this one, that tail, I just like to see, it looks a little bit uneven. It looks like it has a little bit of stuff sticking out on that tail. So I'd like to just see that one a little bit more rounded, a little bit nicer through that as well. Moving into this one, maybe. I'll move it over here so I can see it a little better. See if that works. So this one, the tail looks very rounded. It looks more, I guess it does have that angle now that I see it a little bit better. It's really dark, so it's kind of hard for me to see that one as well. I'd really like to just see that finish out a little bit nicer, maybe a little bit too strong in that front there. Just doesn't have that balance that I'm really looking for, honestly, in this bird here. But overall, I think it just needs a little bit more work, and then you'll kind of be able to get there with that one. Moving into this one here. I like the overall shape, what I can tell here. I wish the head was a little bit more up. I do feel like that tail just needs to be a little bit fuller, a little bit more put together as well in that one. So looking at these birds here, what I can kind of see, I'm going to check something once again. I just want to make sure because I do feel like I'm seeing two different points for that tail. So I do want to kind of just double check really quick on that. I always like to bring my standards just in case, because there's so much I can memorize, but then to the same point, I want to really make sure, yeah. So I feel like that one that I really like, it has a really good body, but it is tapering a little bit too much. So I do really like the body, but that tail is just something that's kind of getting to me. This one seems to have a very nice angle to its tail, and I do really like that about this bird. And it has an overall great shape to it. So I'm going to go ahead and place this one first, just because I do feel like this one right here, I really like this one, but that tail just feels a little bit too sharp at that angle at that end there. But overall, this is a great bird as well. And so looking at these birds here, I do really feel as though this one has the next best balance throughout it. So I am going to go ahead and move this one into second here. Just kind of thinking, keeping some of those judgings in a factor, looking at that balance aspect. This tail, I wish we were a little bit more neat, but that front half is exceptional in that size and all that. But this one here also, it's kind of the same sort of thing, just maybe not quite as strong as that front, but it also has that more tapered tail that I also want to kind of keep in mind, that I don't necessarily want it to be not so tapered. I want it to be a little bit more full. So I am going to go ahead and place this one third, just because of how I'm interpreting the standard there. And of course, this is one person's opinion on whatever today is. So just kind of keep that in mind as well. I just wish this one were a little bit more full. This one is so hard to tell from that angle. But overall, I do think that looking at the body of this one here, let me just double check on it. I really wish it weren't so rounded in that tail. So I am going to go ahead and place this one right here fourth. And then for fifth place here, this one, I feel like this one is a really good bird. I just can't tell because of that angle there on it. And overall, there's so many birds here in this class that, it's just so kind of hard to see. But because this one is so round, I don't really think that it has the potential. It's kind of dark too, so it's hard for me to see that coloring. So I am going to go ahead and go with this one right here as my fifth place bird.
All right. Like I said, we'll go through names after. It's kind of neat. If you go on the sheet, you can see the names live of the different placings. At the very end, we'll go through and name everyone. But yeah, there's our females. And then we just need top 2 for Best Rhode Island Red. Just a little bit of explanation. I know some of the other breeds we were doing top 5. If there was a top 5 already, like a top 5 variety or a top 5 of sex, we usually just do top 2 best in reserve for breed. Only the best of breed has a chance at getting awards here. So, but if there's not as many in the class, or there's not as many in the breed, we like to give a top 5 just so that they've got a little bit more feedback and placing. So, yeah.
Right, so looking at these guys here, this male, I really like it. I really think that he just has such great potential. So I'm going to go ahead and call him first. And now this photo is really blurry, but I do like that tail. And this one as well, I do really like that tail. It's got a nice taper to it. So I think what I'm going to go ahead and do is this one, I just feel like could be a little bit more fuller, and throughout that body just have like a little bit nicer qualities to it. It's hard to tell because it is a little bit blurry on my end as well for this photo. So I'm gonna go ahead and call this hen here second. Of course, you get to open show, you handle these, that could easily be flipped. A lot of these placings could easily be flipped, but I do believe that I'm gonna go first and second here with these ones.
All right. On to Leghorns, or if you're not Mr. Bart's, Leghorns. I was told I have to call it Leghorns by Mr. Latch, and Mr. Bart's always says Leghorns. So, whatever you'd like to call them.
Yeah. I like to do like a little interchangeable, like it kind of goes back
Right?
on how many times in it. So yeah.
Two fantastic judges, 2 different pronunciations.
Yeah. Looking at these guys here, I really like the depth of body on this one. It's got that nice sweep of tail here. This hen looks phenomenal as well. You can see her head's kind of carrying up with this one as well here. So I do really like that tail, but maybe a little bit of a misplaced feather right there. So that's going to be a little bit more of a challenge there. This guy, I just want to see him a little bit fuller. He feels like he's kind of at an angle where he looks kind of tight throughout that body. So I just want to see that a little bit fuller. I'm looking at these males here as well. This one seems a little bit tight throughout that tail as well, but I do really like that overall body on him. I do really just feel like this bird right here has that overall body that I'm looking for here. Now, I just really like, I can see here his wing feathers aren't quite as tight as this one's as well. So this one almost looks, a little droopy, or maybe that's the other side's wings. But either way, you can see just a little bit of that difference there as well. But overall, both these birds have a nice body type. I just really think that this guy here is going to go ahead and go first, because I do feel like he does have that nice overall characteristics that I'm looking for. So I'm going to go ahead and move him second. He also is very nice in his type. I just wish he were maybe not quite against that wall as much, so I could maybe see if that kind of extends out any. I also feel like he just could, use just a little bit more body to him and just those wings as well. So I'm going to go ahead and move her third. She has great potential. Maybe I can't tell if that's a shadow or a feather, so that's kind of why I just want to see that a little neater. That head is up with that tail, so I do really like that. I know I had issues with that before, and the rose comb Leghorn, but I do really overall like this bird as well. And then this one right here, I just want to see him a little bit fuller through that tail. He just looks like there's something kind of not quite there yet. He's got quite, doesn't have that balance that I'm looking for.
All right, on to best phoenix.
All right, so looking at these phoenixes here, this hen right here looks like she's got a pretty good tail. I'd like to see maybe a little bit more consistent throughout that tail there. Overall, maybe a couple feathers that are a little. She kind of looks like, they just need to be smoothed down. Like that one kind of looks like it's having something stick up there. So I'd like to see maybe that just a little tiny bit better. Um, Looking into this guy here, let's see. I can see his tail. I think that's where it ends. I'd like to see that a little less cut off. Overall, looks like a good body. I just kind of feel like that tail looks a little where it could be just, I don't know, the photo is kind of making it a little harder for me to tell here. It looks like that ends just right there. I'd like to see that head up just a tiny bit more, see, overall he has a great body. I just like to see, he's just not quite full for me. I'd like to see, a little bit better representation of that tail on him. So I do feel like it cuts it off a tiny bit there, and I'd like to see, just a little bit of a better extent of that. This hen right here, she has a great tail. From what I can see, she has, in my opinion, the best tail here. Overall, I'd like to see it maybe a little more smooth, maybe a little more extended out through that top and tapering down. But overall, a great body, I'd say, for a phoenix. So I do really like her. Moving on to this one here. It looks like the tail might be a tiny bit cut off as well, which I would really like to see that full extent. It does come up to that point a little bit better than this one, but at the same time, I can't really see that little corner around there. Coloring wise, these all look correct coloring. I do feel like both of these two are like close in quality. I just wish I could see that tail a tiny bit more. Um, for me here today, what I'm seeing is this tail just doesn't feel quite where it needs to be. So I'm going to go ahead and place her first, this white one. Second place, I really wish I could see the tail a little bit better on him. So what I'm seeing is I just feel like that tail could be a little bit nicer in quality. I can't really, I just wish I could see him a little bit better, a better photo of him, because that tail just doesn't feel quite where it needs to be. It's a little pixelated up here too, so it's making it a little bit difficult as well. So I think what I'm going to go ahead and do is for her first. I do like the tail of this one as well. I just wish it were to be, it's not quite where I want it to be at the same time. I just want to see that a little bit better on her. So I'm going to go her second, this one third, and this one fourth.
All right, let's. There we go with the phoenix. On to best Sussex.
All right. So looking at these ones here, this one looks a little young per se. I feel like that tail could be a little bit more rounded through there. Just kind of looking for a little bit of a better body on her. I want to see that head up. I feel like if her head was a little bit higher up, it might be easier to tell. She might be a little bit better in quality, but I'm really just struggling to see that full extent of that body that I want to see with that head up there. This one here looks really nice throughout her front half here. That coloring as well, as I can see here. I know sometimes they'll tend to molt out, they'll kind of get more speckles throughout them. So especially on some of those younger birds, you kind of have to let them mature a little bit more before you go in to show her. And I can tell she looks like a more mature bird, and she looks very nice throughout her coloring, throughout that speckling. I don't really see any issues throughout. The shape looks very nice as well. She's also very full. Moving into this one here as I'm looking at her, that shape looks a little bit like about the same. Honestly, the shape maybe a little bit more white through here, so I'd like to see that a little bit more even out. It's probably just from a molt. If I can kind of scoot her over a little bit, maybe. Yeah. See, there's a little bit more white speckling throughout. It just feels like it's kind of congested right there with that white. So I'd like to see that a little bit more evened out. And those tail feathers, they look nice, but I feel like there's just something not quite right lined up with that tail. I'm going to see that a little bit neater throughout. And that's kind of my personal opinion there on that tail as well. Moving into this one is a very lighter bird. The tail just looks like it's not quite full yet. This looks like a much younger, pullet looking kind of bird to me. She doesn't look quite as mature, um, in my opinion, but she does have quite a bit of white on her. The speckling looks decent on her as well. I'd like to see that tail just a little bit fuller. It looks like she either had a mole or she is younger. So I'd like to see that a little bit nicer. So what I'm going to go ahead and do is I'm going to do first on this one, then I'm going to go ahead and do second on this one, just because I can see that body a little bit better on this one. Just I can see the fullness of her, and I can see that she looks that right size where she should be. This one could be like a switch pair between my second and third. It really just depends on how you're looking at that body as I kind of pull her through here. I do really like that body. I just really want to see that head up so I can get that full extent. And I feel like that's kind of what's lacking there, and that could just be the only issue there as well. And then this one just doesn't feel quite as full. She feels a little bit more young and less mature than the other ones that I've placed here today.
All right, on to, I believe we have Sarama next. And I'm going to give a full disclosure before we start the Saramas because those are where it gets a little funky. So, Exchequer is modeling. It's the modeling gene on a black base or like EB base. If you want to learn genetics, my website has a whole bunch of chicken genes on it. But Sarama get really funky because there's a lot of mixed genetics going. And I know you know this, Hannah. I'm saying this for all of the people watching. And so with a lot of breeds, there's a list of accepted varieties. And all of the birds shown, a majority of the birds shown are within the accepted varieties. So you can kind of tell what breeds and what colors are going to go where, and you can kind of tell your colors by looking at it because most of them are very well defined. With Sarama, there's two different kinds of shows. So you get your in-person shows like you've got here, or like you would see at an APA in a cage, judged. And then you've got tabletop shows. And in tabletop shows, the color of the bird plays zero role in how well the bird does. So you can get all sorts of fun colors going at tabletop shows because they're looking for temperament and flashiness and how much that bird can catch the eye and kind of play to the crowd, play to the people watching. Their points systems are based on like how many wing flaps and how many crows and things like that. So when you get that mixture and the tabletop people come to an in-person show and vice versa, you get a lot of mixed genetics coming out because you're breeding for fun, flashy colors versus an accepted, like breeding towards one specific variety. So we kind of took our best guess here. I had Ryan Crosswaite help me with some of it. He is not on today because he is at a pig show, but he was a huge help in setting all of this up together. And he's definitely going to be watching replays, I'm sure. So, but we ended up separating it into Exchequer and any other variety. So the any other variety class is going to be huge, but there wasn't enough of one variety to make it here. So Hannah, I'm going to leave it up to you.
Okay.
If you want to put unrecognized colors, you can certainly put them over a recognized color.
Yeah.
Whether or not these are all actually APA Exchequer, I don't know. They just look close. Is kind of the best that we said.
Okay. Yeah, so to start off, I'm definitely gonna look at the body. I really want him to be upright. This one looks more like a frizzle, so I mean that's pretty cool. Frizzles are fun. I don't like to bathe them, but they're fun. Um, so I can see the tail looks very upright. I wish the head was a little bit more, I don't know, tucked down. Not quite. I mean, it's a good bird, but it's kind of hard to tell with that angle. I don't know if it's like sideways a little bit more. But I'd like to see just a little bit better on the angle. That's real tentative. You ask anyone else, you go to a tabletop show, and that could be completely backwards because these are literally just photos. So, Sarimas are where it's going to be really hard. And if I say any names of any birds weird, I do that. So just to clarify as well. I like to make up my own names. So there's that. So this tail feather is upright as well. I'd like to see it a little bit higher, honestly, maybe a little bit more fanned out. But overall, nice bird on both of those as well. Um, Moving into this one, I'd really like to see that tail up higher. I know it's a frizzle, but really just want to see that tail upright. I want to see, you get that tail upright, and it's honestly in the right body position. I just want to see it, just a little bit more upright there. Moving into this guy here, I really like how upwards that tail is. Maybe if he could be sitting back in his head a little bit more. I wish that wasn't cut off right at the end of that tail feather. But overall, he looks very nice. He looks like he's sitting up pretty nice. Um, Probably one of the best postures I've seen so far. Color wise, these all look like the color. Um, So, I mean, it's kind of hard, especially on those, and them being Surimas on top of that makes it a little bit more hard to do that coloration. This one looks very young. This one looks like it's a pullet and it's not quite mature, but it is upright, so I do appreciate that. I do appreciate the posture. I bet this bird will turn out nice, but right now it's still a little bit young. So for this class, I'm gonna just do a double take on this one here. I'd really like to be able to see. I feel like she's kind of angled a little bit more backward, not backwards, but like to the side a little bit more, not straight across. So it's kind of hard to see that tail there, but she does look pretty upright there. But what I'm going to go ahead and do is I'm going to go first with this guy. He seems to be the easiest to tell that he's posed. Coloring looks nice. He looks like a good bird. I'm going to go ahead and go second on this frizzle. Just because it looks like from that angle she is up, so she does look pretty good. Continuing, I'm gonna go ahead and go third on this one. She's more mature. I'm gonna go ahead and go fourth on this one. A nice bird. She's just really young. She needs time to mature out. And then this one, I feel like the angle of that tail just isn't quite high enough. But you really want that tail to be straight up there. So I just want to see a little bit more improvement on that posture there.
Did that move something weird? No, it did not. Okay. There we go. We've got our top 5. Grab the name from that one. And then any other males.
Any other males? All right. So looking at these guys here, I'm gonna zoom in. This guy, he looks pretty upright. I can see the tail there. Looks nice. Nothing too much to say. Maybe even could be a little higher in that posture, but he does overall look very set. He does look good. This guy right here looks exceptionally set. I do wish that I could see that little bit of the tail. I do really like how he's set, though. I will say that does look really nice. Maybe even keep that head down a tiny bit more. But overall, nice bird there. And for colors, I'm trying to go for more recognized, but at the same time, there's so many that we're gonna go by body type more so, I believe, is how I'm gonna go for it. Just because some of them I feel could be a little bit higher in the body, so I am gonna kind of factor in that as well. So this one could be set back a little bit more in that head, maybe a higher tail as well, but overall, nice bird. Continuing onward, I do really like how this one's set. This one has that nice tall body, that tail feather is straight up there. I do really like the setting on this one. Color wise, not sure if it's recognized, but I do really like the body. And for Surimas here, I'm going more body than color, at least for now. Looking at this guy, he is really upright. I'd like to see a little bit more of those tail feathers come in there. Maybe just a little bit nicer through that front, but he is set fairly nice. I'd just like to see a little bit more of those tail feathers. Continuing on to this one, once again, just like to see that a little bit higher through that tail. Overall, a nice bird. Just really want to see that a little tiny bit higher through there. So she does look pretty nice, but once again, just a little higher. Moving into this one. Once again, higher. Want that head to be back a little bit more. Just looking at that posture there for these Surimas is my kind of key thing that I'm looking for. So this one, I do feel like the feathers are a little bit ruffled through there. It could be a little higher, a little nicer. I do just want to see a little bit of that correction there. This guy, I really like how he is standing. He looks to be a black Surima. I like that tail. I like that body. I do really like how he is standing. So he is definitely looking nice today. This one here, I do like. I wish that tail were to be a little bit fuller. He does look like he's standing up. He looks like he's setting really nicely, but I do wish that tail were to be just a tiny bit fuller. Now this guy here looks like he is ready to go right to that tabletop show. His head is back. He's standing very nicely. I do wish that tail was just a little bit fuller. He looks a bit young. Going on to this one here. Let's just zoom in here. This one also is set very nicely. I do wish that maybe just a little bit better on the conditioning there of those feathers. And this one here, also set. I do wish that tail would just be a little bit higher on him. But I do feel like that is overall a very nice bird here today. So kind of looking, let me just see if I can pull up the colors here. I'm going to try to go more the colors that are recognized. I know it's going to be a little bit more difficult, but we'll see if we can just kind of pull those up. So, looking into these guys. Overall, kind of looking whatever. I do believe that I really like the looks. I'm going to kind of pull out the ones that I really like so I can kind of take a quick second to. I like that guy. I like how high he is. I do wish he had more tail. I do really like this guy right here. This guy, I want him to be a little bit more fuller. I do really like the white. So I'm going to take a quick second here to go into my standard. Just because the other one doesn't say the colors really, so just quickly. Okay, so how I'm going to go ahead and place this class is first, the white really looks nice to me, recognized color, so I do really like that guy. So maybe a little bit higher, but that posture overall, then this guy here, I do like that posture. Wish those tail feathers were a little bit more together. Also like this guy, wish it were a little bit. I do really like that overall because he is probably the highest and the highest tail feathers as well. So I'm going to go ahead and
just a note, top row, third from the left. Looks like this one is a hen.
Oh, yeah, that is a hen. I didn't even, yeah.
I was going to say, when I looked at it and pulled it up, because it was one of the ones I was questioning about, it looks like it might be starting to grow in some saddle feathers, but it also could just be mature, and that's a deeper coloring. So, third from right. I think it's this one.
Which one?
I think it's the one I've got pulled up right now, 265. Yeah, that one.
Yeah. I was going to zoom in.
let me double check and see if that's the exhibitor that messaged.
Okay.
And if
Yeah.
it's the exhibitor, we'll go with hen.
Okay.
Actually, we can move it to hen.
Yeah. Okay.
But nice catch there. Thank you.
So looking at these guys, I'm gonna go ahead and just do unrecognized varieties too, just because, I mean, yeah. So I'm gonna go ahead and I'm gonna call this one, maybe call this one first, if it'll get over there. Overall, good conditioning, maybe not. Maybe it'll eventually get over. There we go. That guy's gonna be first. By posture, then I'm gonna go ahead and call this guy. I'm gonna go ahead and call this one second, just purely maybe not. Maybe it'll work. There we go. This guy's gonna be second. Going in color and overall neatness, I'm gonna go ahead and call this one third. Once again, these are Sarimas. I'm having trouble telling, just the posture because I feel like their heads will go down. So I'm kind of also trying to factor that in. I feel like some of them will pose a little better too. So that's where I'm kind of throw that into. Like the way this guy's standing. But I wish he had a little bit nicer tail feathers. That's why I placed that one over. So I'm gonna go ahead and call this guy fourth, just because this guy kind of looks at an angle, so I'm having trouble seeing where he's standing at with that. So I'm gonna go ahead and then call this guy fifth. Once again, this is probably gonna be the toughest class here, just because I'm used to seeing them at tabletop, so it's a little bit more difficult to kind of place them whenever they are not necessarily pose the whole neck that. So
Oh, stop moving. There we go. There we go.
and then too, some of the colors kind of is why I flip flopped. Of course, some people might argue. Another thing I did condition as well. So looking at that, like that white one, might not have the highest tail, but it also is probably one of the better conditioned. So that's another reason why, and it is a recognized as well. So that's kind of why it got jumped up in there. So
Absolutely. Moving on to females. And again, if you want to group some of them together and judge the group or just make a comment on all of them, that's more than okay as well.
Yeah. So on female, looking at that hen, I like how high that tail is there. I wish it were a little bit neater. Moving into this one, nice body. Wish that were a little more spread on that. This one right here, I'm gonna pull this one up because I really like the head shape and the overall shape on this one. I wish that tail were a little bit higher, but overall that one's imposed very nicely. This one just missing that tail shape that got moved over here. I wish it were to be just a little bit more full. This one here, it's up a little bit higher on that tail. Once again, this one kind of goes and just not quite as high on that tail. This one, same thing, not quite as high on that tail as I'd like it to be. Would like a little bit fuller, not quite as high. Another one that's, just not quite as high as I'd like, but still pretty decent. This one is a little bit higher, I'd say, maybe not. Probably not. It's just got like a deeper set to it, so I do like that. And my cat's coming to say hi, I guess. So, if you hear any meowing, that's why. That one also set nicely. So what I'm going to go ahead and do, I really just wish that hen had her head set back, but overall, she probably is one of the highest held tails today. So I do really like that on her. So I'm going to go ahead and place her first, just for that tail, how high that tail is. I wish that head would stay down, but other than that, that tail is really what kind of gets me there. This one, overall, the front is really nicely set, so that's kind of why I'm throwing it there. I'm really just going for mainly posture on these once again. Looking at the colors here, I do like the set on this one, and I also really just think this one is probably getting up there for close. So this one's going to go ahead and be third today. I'm going to go ahead and make this one fourth, because I do feel like that one is held fairly high as well. Then I'm also going to then go ahead Let me just do a quick check here. That one almost looks like borderline. The tail's kind of angled funny. I would almost question if that may be a little bit of rye tail, but once again, could just be the photo. Then I'm gonna go ahead and call this one right here fifth.
Congratulations, everyone, with a really nice full class of Saramas in there. We'll go ahead and... Oh, which one did you have as fifth? Did I
It was
move
whatever.
something?
Yeah, it seems to have disappeared.
Let me undo some stuff. We'll see if it... Okay, which one was it on here that...
I think it's gone. Let me hit Control Z and see if that.
Okay,
No.
that moved there.
It was like the one speckled looking one. You know what I'm talking about? Maybe.
Yeah. Making sure it's not hidden. Let me go ahead and pull up the drive and we can find it. This is what things look like on the back end. For anyone that's curious. I don't think I got the exhibitor number on there, so we can go through by hand. Okay. Not quite this one.
I think it was, that one
Yep.
there.
Cuckoo 99. So then what we do, and how we start with all of them, and how we make all of these is we upload the pictures from the Google Drive. Oh, it's going to be fun. Finicky, isn't it? Does that sometimes. So we can do it this way too. We can download it and upload by hand as well. There we go.
All right.
And then I can make it look pretty. We have a question on the black Sarama male. Seem to have a nice posture, nice conditioning, and is a recognized color. Why is that one only placed fifth when the others are placed higher?
Because for me, the posture wasn't quite as high as I'd like it to. So, like, if I pull up my ABI, I can kind of show it here as well. I'd like it to be just a tiny bit higher on its posture. So if you kind of look, I don't know if it's on. Let me just go to the other one.
Yeah, you're good to. You can hold it right up to the camera too.
There we go.
We're gonna.
You can kind of see that male there. It's right up there. I would like to see it a little bit higher. It felt like the tail wasn't being held as high as it could have. So I'd really like to see just that posture up there because some of the other ones might not have been better in condition, but they were higher in the tail. So that's kind of where I went. Sarimas are kind of difficult for me to throw out there because I can't physically see them move. But for me, that one just wasn't posed as nicely as it could have been.
All right, and then on to any other variety. And good question. Again, we welcome all questions. If you got questions on what we're judging, you want clarification, you want just general chicken advice. We had a little bit of that yesterday too. Go ahead, shoot comments down there below, and we'll try and answer them as we see them. Do have another one. Did the show just start, and have they judged youth feather legs? Show's been going for about 3.5 hours so far, so we're maybe halfway through. Actually, I can look on here. We are not quite halfway. We're 37 out of 91. We have not gotten to youth feather legs yet. If you scroll up on the very top, some of the first comments were the ones with the show order on there. If you click that link, it'll take you to the live list of all of the breeds and the order that it's going to be judged in, and you can see the current people that have placed as well. So, yeah.
All right, so I like the posture on this one. I feel like you pop that head down, you're gonna have it in that correct position that the ABA calls for. Once again, Rima, I'm not going for necessarily recognized just because there are so many, and because some of them have better postures, whether that be condition or not. Additionally, if you look, this one's fairly nice conditioned as well. It's just got like not recognized color, I believe. So I'm going to go ahead and call that one first. This one as well, also nice position. I feel like you just pop that head down. It's not quite as full in that head, and it's a little bit of just at an angle, so it makes it a little bit harder. That's why I did place that one first in the first place. But overall, I just want to see that head pop down. But I do believe that it is holding its posture better than the other hen down there. So I'm going to go ahead and make that second. Overall, I'm also going to go ahead and call this white male here third. I do wish that his posture were to be a little bit better. I'd like to see that tail up higher. Same with what the issue was with that black. The tail just wasn't quite as high. It needed to be up higher for me to place it. So if you see, this one is at horizontal. I believe Surima's, yeah, technically, some people debate it, but technically Surima's in the APA, I believe it says they are considered squirrel-tailed. So that wasn't going back far enough for me, so it just wasn't the right angle there. So then I'm
Depends
gonna
on
go.
which standard you read.
Yeah, it really just depends. It's like whoever, so that's why it's kind of hard for the Surimas as well. Like I've looked in all three of my standards here, and all three say just white. So
Hmm.
that's why I'm kind of really just going for whatever I see here, being posture wise. So I'm gonna go ahead and place her fourth. I do like that back. I just want to see, that tail is going up towards the head, so you pop that head down, and she could easily be moving her way up, but that head's not popped down enough. And then this one right here, I'm gonna go for fifth. Great head posture. I just that tail posture needs to be up a little bit higher for her to place higher today.
Yeah, and for everyone wondering, I'm just stalling while I grab birds and move them over. Surama are only accepted in white in the APA. If I remember from the Open Bantam, Exchequer, blue, ginger red, black are also recognized in the ABA, so you also see a little bit of discrepancy there. In general, it's easier to get recognized in the ABA than it is the APA, and then it's easier to do that and transition over. So there's more colors recognized in the ABA than the APA. The APA did not, the last standard, not the one that came out last fall with errors in it, the last standard didn't accept squirrel tail on Surama, only on Japanese.
Yeah, and then you
And
go.
then
Yeah,
all
I
the
think
judges
the
still
new
said
one
that
is
it needed squirrel
website.
tail.
Yeah. Because I
Yeah.
have both the new and the old, and I think the new one says it's okay, and then you go to the breeder
Yes.
website. So it's really just, you want to up high, not necessarily
Yes.
going towards the head. It really depends on who you ask there. So
And if you talk to all the judges will say they should have a squirrel tail.
yeah, so it
So,
really just so
yup.
Serenas are a really hard one, especially online. So looking at these guys here, I really think is the top row the first in the or whatever?
Correct. The top. So this will be your. This is your first any
Mm-hmm.
other standard. This is your
The first.
first
That's it.
exchequer, and this is reserve.
Okay, just checking. I wanted to make sure because I was like, that looks right, but I've seen so many at this point. I don't even. So I really like the way this one's going straight towards that head. Pop that head a tiny bit down. That's going to be right body. I really like that on that bird. And then I'm going to go this one for second. I really feel, it looks, it's up there. It's right where it needs to be. You pop that head. It's got that, its breast is kind of out further than this one. That's kind of one of the main reasons why they weren't flip flopped. Because I do feel like you just got to pop that head a tiny bit down and it's there. This one is a little bit different for the posture. So,
Okay. On to any other breeds. You've got quite a few of them here.
okay.
The one on the left is an Ohiki. And then you've got 4 Japanese in there,
Mhm.
2 Orpingtons, and 1 Bantam Spanish.
Okay. So, looking at these guys here. I'm just gonna pull out the standard for this right now, so that way I have it ready. So, looking at these guys, I do like the tails here. This buff or not buff, just ignore me. This Orpington is nice and full. I do like that. The Spanish, I'd like to see. I feel like the Spanish isn't quite mature. I will say that. This Orpington, I do feel looks a tiny bit better throughout that front half, but that tail is questionable, like debatable which one's which for that. I do really like the just general idea there. So just gonna pull up that one here. So give me a couple seconds here. I always like to just have this on hand so that way I can double check because, like I said, I study as much as I can, but then I like to have this as a backup. So looking at these guys, yeah, the Spanish I'd like to see just a bit fuller. Let me just pull up these guys now. Looking at that, I feel like the feathers are a bit more, I don't know, just not quite as, just looking for that generalized look, and it feels like the feathers could be a little bit just off for me today. Looking at this one, I just like to see a little bit more even, just overall feathering through that as well. For me, the Japanese, I feel like this one, the tail feathers just are a little awry, tiny bit, real tiny on that. That's just me getting nitpicky, because once you throw in like a bunch of breeds together, then it's even more difficult to like, you know, determine whatever. So I do really like the look on this guy. Same with this guy. I just feel like he could be a tiny bit fuller. I'd like to see him from the side almost a little bit better. Just watching that wing there. So for me, looking at this class here, let me just pull up another little quick thing to double check. Yeah, going to the Spanish, just really not quite as full as I'd like once again. Looking at the Japanese, I do really like this one on the end, though, black-tailed white. Then pulling in those Orpingtons, I do like the shape a little bit better on, just double checking, on this one here, I believe. It's a little bit more squared and overall better shape in the front, if you ask me. I feel like this one's a little bit too rounded, almost. But at the same time, you are seeing that angle, so that makes it a little bit more difficult there. So I'm going to go ahead and say this guy is going to be my first, maybe. There we go. My second place then is going to be my black Japanese. I'd like to see him a little bit fuller, but I think it's just the angle. I do really like the overall appeal of this one. Then, honestly, my Orpingtons. Let me just... I like the Orpingtons just a tiny bit better than the rest of them here because they are full. I'm going to go ahead and place third, then fourth. more so on the front half than the latter half. And this is really, just getting down to the most minuscule things because there are so many different breeds right here. So it's really just kind of, determining what's do I like versus don't like. And so let me just check one last little thing here because I want to make sure. So don't believe. Okay, so looking at them, that tail seems just almost too round. This one, not seeing those manes. Like to see this one just a bit smoother, but overall a great body. So I'm gonna go ahead and place this one next. So that'll be my top 5 for that class, or
Okay.
whatever.
And for those wondering how we do best of breed when they aren't a separate category, so it's just the top placed bird there. So in this case, the Ohiki. In 5th, we'll take best of breed Ohiki, even though it doesn't have a separate slide. And I think I just pulled top bird from each one. And we only need top 2 here. We don't need all top 5.
Okay.
I copied and pasted that slide over. So
Okay. So looking at these guys here. This leghorn here has just a stunning overall shape to him. Stunning color, stunning everything. This Rhode Island Red is also really just full throughout that shape. This Plymouth Rock, I'd really like to just see maybe a tiny bit of that coloration. I think it's just the lighting, but once again, I'm a little tentative about that because there are so many other good birds right in here. I'd like to see the angle just a little bit better on this one, but overall a stunning bird. And both of these Japanese bantams right here are, or the Surima and the Japanese. There we go. See if I can say the right name. It's Fair Week was last week, so I am just so tired. So
I feel that.
yeah.
We had our fair week we had our fair week the same week as entry closed, and I worked. So I went from working a 24-hour shift straight to entry day of the fair, and I had about 50 to 60 messages sitting in my Facebook of people saying my entry isn't there, and then straight to entry day where it's just chaos. It was a time, but it's fun.
I bet. Yeah. So looking at those birds here, I do like this Japanese right here. For me, this leghorn just really, really has that type, has everything. So it's gonna go ahead and be first today. And then for second, I really like that Japanese, but I also really like this Rhode Island Red. It's just really got that nice sweep at the back. It's overall just a really great body. So I really do like it as well. So for me, just because on the Japanese here, just almost possibly getting a little bit on the larger side, maybe not. Just for the photo's sake, I'm gonna go ahead and go for that Rhode Island for my second here today.
All right. On to our all other comb clean liked. So for those of you watching, we're right at about the halfway point, but the back half gets a little bit, well, some of them get a little bit sparser. There's not as many AOCCL. There's a ton of feather legs, so we've still got quite a bit left to go. And Hannah, if you want to break at any point, just let me know, and I'm happy to take 5-10 minute break. start with the dark males.
All right, so looking at the Cornish here, I'm really looking for that stout body. So I'll actually pull up some references as well here. So we're looking from like, we want that big sturdy build from the ground up, looking at those heads as well. I feel like this one's very strong throughout, but just making sure also the right combs as well. So you want that like pea comb, I believe. Checking all of that lacing. I really wish this photo would be the right angle, so that one's going to be really hard to tell. So I'm not really going to be able to place it very high today. Looking at the body types here, it's really between, for me right now, just looking at the stoutness and the strongness, how the wing carriage is held as well. Let me just zoom in on this guy. I feel like this guy has a very strong lower half. That tail feather, just want to wish it were a little bit more all together there, but overall. And this one feels like it's just a little lighter. So I'm going to go ahead and go with, this one's going to be my first. I'm going to go with this one my second, third, and my fourth here. And really, I'm just going by that strength of the body for these, because this was a very close class, I'd say, especially for my top two. And then my third place there, I just want to see that wing to be a little bit tucked up tighter. It looks like it's kind of falling out there, and then that fourth place bird there is just the wrong angle today.
All right, on to dark females.
All right. So these guys, I really want to make sure they've got good lacing on these ones. So looking at that, it looks like the lacing looks fairly good. Maybe a little bit strong in that lacing even. Maybe a little bit darker would be nice on that one. Let's do this one here. Looking in this one, the lacing looks decent as well. That tail's a little hard to see there, but it seems pretty straight across, fairly strong as well. Maybe you'd want to clean up those feet a tiny bit more from the photo. This one right here looks like a very strong bird. That lacing looks very nice. This looks like an ideal lacing right here. Very strong bird, very strong tail, very strong carriage. That head is round, it's strong. That was a very good bird right there. And of course, all these are really good birds that we have here today, but that one especially is really just showing that strength and that soundness that I'm looking for in these Cornishes. So this one as well looks very strong. Lacing looks very nice. I wish the photo would have been angled down a tiny bit more, but that's not really an issue here. Overall, looks very strong, good bird. Looking into this one here, wish that tail wasn't quite cut off. The lacing looks very good, but it's a little dark. It's kind of hard for me to tell. The lacing, I feel like, could be a little same for both these, for this one up here and this one down here. I wish the lacing were to be a little bit nicer, but overall, very strong birds. Moving into this one here, I do like the body. Same thing with that lacing. I wish it were to be a little bit stronger in that coloration there. Overall, very strong looking bird. Maybe a little bit of color issues on that shank there. I'd like that to be a little bit cleaned up just with what others are also here today. Looking into this one, that tail is a little funky looking. The lacing looks very strong though. A very strong looking bird. I do just want to clean up that tail a little bit is the only thing on that one. And then looking in this one real quick here. I'd like to see a little bit stronger lacing once again. It's kind of hard to see because it's a little bit of awkward lighting there. But overall, just like to see that bird a little bit stronger as well. So what I'm going to go ahead and do here today is this one is going to be my first place. Nice lacing, nice body. Same thing here, just not quite as strong as that first place bird. I'd just like to see it a little bit better there. Moving into third here, gets a little bit closer. Once again, like to see that lacing a little bit cleaned up. I do like the idea of this one here. So yeah, I'm going to go ahead and place, just because that angle's a little bit awkward too, this one right, oh, let me double check here. Yeah, this one's going to go ahead and be my third. And then for me, it's between, really not, I'd like to have that full tail there. That's my only thing. And I like the lacing to be a little bit nicer on that as well. Same thing there. But this bird overall has a stronger appeal. But those feet are kind of an issue right there. This bird's lacing a little bit stronger, but also not quite where I want it. So I think I'm going to go ahead and go for this one fourth. And then, let's see. The lacing's just not quite right on this one. The tail, I'm not a big fan of on that one there. So it's really between these two on the right here. So that one, you can see, fairly strong bird, but I just want to see it a little bit better on that color. And this one here, I feel like the color could also be a little bit better, maybe a little bit better on that comb. So I'm going to go ahead and go for this one for fifth.
All right. And then we are on to, I'll make this nice and pretty quick. But we are ready to go for dark Cornish overall.
Okay.
So we kind of skipped over best of variety dark Cornish because all we had was dark Cornish. So all we have are our best Cornish on this row.
So right off the bat, this hen right here just feels stronger throughout those legs, up through that thigh. It just feels like a stronger bird. That lacing is phenomenal on this one. So I'm going to go ahead and place her first. Then I'm going to place this cockbird here second. Moving into these guys, I feel like this guy just isn't quite as strong as this hen. So I'm going to go ahead and place her third. Moving here, I'm going to go ahead, move him into fourth here. And then once again, I'm going to go ahead and place this hen up here over this cockbird here. So that's how I'm going to go ahead and place those Cornish. Just really factoring in that strength and that soundness and that build, along with that squared and head body that I'm looking for as well.
Did get one comment on there, just making sure there's no concerns or anything we can address right away. We may come back to it if they do have a question or something like that. Otherwise, we will move into Americanas. Okay. Bantam Black Americanas.
So looking here, this one looks all right. Maybe not quite as mature as I'd like. This one here looks fairly strong throughout. Good body, maybe a little bit better tail could be worked on there. This one looks fairly strong as well. That tail, once again, maybe just a little bit stronger throughout that end there. And this one here. do like it. I feel like the photo is kind of hard to see any of the like little details, so that's kind of making it a little bit more difficult there. But I do feel like that tail also, once again, could just like there's a couple. I think that might just be the wing there, but it could just be a little bit more full or balanced out as well. Maybe a little bit more balance in that bird. So I'm gonna double check real quick just because I make sure I am going the right way. So looking in those Americanas, yeah, I do definitely want that spread of that tail. And for me, that spread of that tail, it's really hard to on this. That's my only issue here. I'd like to see a little bit better lighting, so that's that's where it's kind of drawing me at. So I'm gonna go for this one. Let me just double check. Yeah, I'm gonna go for this one first. I'll go ahead and go second on this one. Like I said, really, I just would like to be able to see that body a little bit better. It's just really dark, so I feel like just a little bit better lighting. Moving onward. For strength of body, I feel like this one is posed a tiny bit better. It feels a little bit stronger. It still feels young, but that tail definitely does feel just a tiny bit stronger. Once again, this is definitely the this one and the one I'm about to place next are definitely a pair you could flip flop depending on who you are. But I do feel like this one has a stronger body throughout, and this one's just not quite as strong as it could be. It's not quite mature enough yet to compete here today.
All right. Ooh, okay. Question on why the Sussex wasn't brought up for SCCL. So we can go back to that really quick, because the Sussex absolutely should have been brought up for SCCL. So that's a mistake on my part.
Okay.
Other breeds. So thanks for catching that really quick. Like I said, if there's errors on my part, I am always happy to go back and correct that. So we should have Sussex. Looks like we're also missing Phoenix on here.
Oh yeah.
So happy to bring that Phoenix back in. Make sure I'm not missing any other breeds. Looks like it was just those two in the middle.
I think.
Most of the time that was because I was running back and forth from showmanship. So it's nothing on the exhibitor's fault or the judge. It's just a lapse on my end. Double check that I've got all of my best of breeds here. Thank you for catching that, Emmy. Okay, so we've got Sarama, Sussex, Phoenix, Leghorn, Rhode Island, New Hampshire, and Plymouth Rock. Okay, so we should have all of our breeds. Do you want to double check, make sure that Sussex and that Phoenix, where they would fit in there?
Mm-hmm. Going into the Sussex, just that last tail feather is just a little short. It's a little. This one's almost a little long. It's a great body once again, but I do feel like it's a close one. But my first and second, let me just double check on this Phoenix here. Once again, that tail, it's very nice colored and all that. It's just they don't quite have that appeal that the other ones do. I feel like both of those are really nicely balanced. And now this hen right here, this Phoenix, I feel like could just mature out a tiny bit more, But this Sussex is another really close one. I just feel like there's tiny little things that are going to keep those top two where they are. Really just seeing that it's a great bird. Seeing here it's kind of doubled up on that lacing, or not lacing, but speckling too. Just kind of those little tiny things looking at it, whereas you can see, maybe I don't click on the wrong button, things like the Leghorn is just like following that standard to a T, and then this one right here as well just really has that nice body and that nice tail that I'm looking for.
All right, thanks for going back and looking at that, catching that for me. We will run back up to Winter Best Cornish, Best Blacks. And I believe these are all in order. I just have to make it look pretty. There we go. Okay, and then I will copy that down. We move on to any other variety Americana.
Okay. So looking here, let me just zoom in. I like overall the appeal of this guy. Maybe a couple feathers, maybe kind of get those blacks a little bit more closer to the black, have a little less bleeding. Overall, a very nice Americana there. I'd like that tail just to be a little bit better on this one. Overall, a very great job on it. This one as well, a very nice tail throughout. I do really like it. Maybe just a little tiny bit fuller on it. Same thing here, just a little tiny bit fuller. Maybe a little bit better in that coloring as well. I feel like there's a couple that have maybe a too dark of undercolor on it. This one has a very nice tail, as you can kind of see. I'm going to go ahead and zoom in on it. I do feel like maybe just a little bit of that coloring on those tail feathers could be worked on, but a very nice body overall. And then this one right here is a very nice coloration of that Americana. It's very nice, got those muffs, all that sort of thing. It follows that throughout nicely. I do really, in fact, like that one there as well. And so pulling that up here, um, yeah, so that is recognized too. So just want to double check there. I do really like this bird right here. So just kind of looking at them, getting that idea of them, kind of seeing that coloration. You can really just kind of see, that's a strong bird. And I just want to double check here. I do really like that angle. It's got a great angle. So I am going to go ahead looking. I just feel like that tail's a tiny bit pinched. It could be a little bit better on him. So I'm going to go ahead and place this one, the blue wheaten looking one, first. Then what I'm going to have is I'm going to have him be second. Then looking further on, I do feel like in that wheaten color, there's just a little bit of bleeding that I don't want to see, but overall, a great tail shape. So this is going to be my third. Then this one will be fourth, and this one will be fifth here today. And really just looking at the degree of the tail is really what's kind of selling me. And just maybe working on this one's color a little bit, but this one has a little bit of a better tail than this one here today.
All right, on to best overall Americana.
All right. Now, really just looking at these here, I really like this Blue Wheaton. She just has a great shape, a great body. Overall, that coloring is just near perfection, if you ask me. I really do like her. So she's going to be my first today. Looking at these hens versus him, I do wish these were maybe not quite as, just not quite this shape. I do feel like the body type on this one is significantly better. So I do feel like though his tail is a little bit pinched and she does come out full. So I am going to place, just because, I feel like his tail is just a tiny bit pinched, but so is hers, but she is solid through her color. And there could be a little bit of fixing of the color on him, maybe a tiny bit of bleeding on him. So I am going to go ahead and place this hen second.
Okay. On to our black-capped white Polish.
Okay. So on our Polish here looking, automatically this one right here grabs my attention. So on Polish, I used to raise them. So you want the least amount of black as possible. You want a little bit of black, but not a lot through here. You want to make sure it's not kind of like this one, how it's speckled throughout. You want to make sure there's none of that. It is allowed to pluck if they are. You don't want to take away from that shape though. It is technically considered good showmanship. Overall, the shape on this hen is phenomenal. That head shape as well. So she does have a very slight amount there. So I do really like that. This one has a very nice tail shape, but you can see there is a little bit of a stray black one. She might have a little bit of a bigger crest, but overall, conditioning wise, she does have more black in that front there. And that body just, those tail feathers seem a little bit more rugged to me. I just wish, maybe get that head up a little higher. I do like her, but I do see that black in there as well. This guy right here, I'd like to see his head a little bit cleaner, a little bit fuller. Those tail feathers as well. Just see that guy a little bit fuller. Same with this one. This head's very full, but those tail feathers, I just want to see those a little bit fuller, a little bit less black up front there. This guy here, he is much fuller through that head and has less black. You can see his tail feather is a little bit fuller, so I do like that on him as well. This one right here has a great body and a great tail, but she does have some black in her main white there for her white crested, or her white crest. So I do want to fix that up on her. This one's similar thing to this one up here. This is looks kind of frizzle, maybe. Yeah, that's a
Yep.
frizzle. Um,
Frizzle.
I just want to see there's those black, and I just really want to get those out of there. Also, maybe a little bit of yellowish on her. Maybe like we go to bathe her. Make sure you get a little bit of bluing in that water, a little bit more. I just see a little bit more yellowish. It might just be the color as well. And those tail feathers really just get those spread out as well. This one right here, I do appreciate it. Maybe a little less black on that front there as well, though. Then this one here, great and same as the last one pretty much, but there is a little black feather, maybe a little bit of a bigger crest would be nice as well. So I'm going to go ahead and place this one first. I really admire this hen. Maybe get a little bit of a better back end, but that crest is wonderful there. Then what I'm going to go ahead and do is place this hen second. She has a great crest there, very full, just a little bit more black than I want, and that tail is phenomenal though as well. Continuing onward, this guy right here, his tail is fairly full. I would like to see that head just a little bit more full and that tail a little bit more full. But for a cockbird, he is phenomenal as well. Continuing to fourth here, I'm going to go by basically what I can see here. There's a little bit of black there, but not a lot. And overall, great tail. That frizzle looks really cool, but there is just a little bit more black than I want to see there today. This one, I don't see any extras, but the tail's not as great as I'd like, but that crest is pretty good. And then this one does have a little bit of black that I can visibly see there. So I do want to see that fixed. I do really like this one right here. That tail is nice. That might just be, that feather sticking through. So I am going to go ahead and place this one fourth here. And then I am going to place this one for fifth. Maybe. There we go. Overall, a nice set of birds. All these birds have been very nice today.
Okay, moving on to any other Polish. We only have 3 any other variety, and then we'll place our best of breed Polish.
All right. So looking at these guys here. Now this one.
You have a question of why we're placing number 1 over number 2 Polish on the other slide. We just placed our very first Polish, so we haven't put anything in order yet. We didn't place a best of sex on this one, so we didn't have best male or best female here. We just had black cat Polish. So this pullet here, pullet or hen, is our best black capped white, and it'll be moved on to our overall best Polish slide later on. We didn't pick top Polish yet.
And the reason why for that one, it has the least amount of black along there. It's got a nice crest overall, that tail, just because it does have that least amount of black. That's why I felt it was a little bit better than that second. I can see people flip-flopping it, but in my opinion, I did like it better.
Okay, I get the question now. I thought it was asking why we put a second place bird over a first place bird, but it was asking for clarification. Yeah, that makes a lot more sense.
Yeah. No, I just felt because it had the least amount of black, like I said, I really don't. I want to see the least amount of black. It's still got a very nice full head there, and then the tail wasn't quite as spread, but amount of white compared to the black ratio on that cap there was the best in my opinion. And I can see why, other judges might flip flop it, but that was how I felt that should be placed today. And of course, photos are different than in person as well too. So moving
Absolutely.
into this class here, is this breed on the right? I don't. Is that?
My guess, the bird on the very far left is
Yeah.
gonna be some sort of exchequer, or it
Yeah.
could just
I
be
don't think it's recognized, but I could be
no.
wrong. Okay.
Exchequer is not, or paint,
Yeah.
depending on which breed you're going in.
Yeah. Okay. Um. So I know I did Sarima's a bit weird, but the angle on this bird too makes it so I can't really judge that back end. So how I'm gonna place this is I feel like this guy's the fullest, so I'm gonna go ahead and put him first. Same with that crest, the fullest. I know I did the Sarimas with unrecognized, but because of that angle, I can't really see that pull back half. So I am gonna go ahead and place this one second and this one third, just because I can't see. So that's kind of just how that's kind of tying out. Yeah.
Okay. On to, as soon as I do this, there we go. Our best of breed Polish. So there's just 4 on this slide. Go ahead and choose our best of breed.
All right. So for me, this one right here is best of breed. Overall, she has the least amount of black through there. She's got a very nice crest and nice swoop of the back to that tail. This one may have a little bit of a wider tail spread there, but she does have more black throughout that front, and I want to see the least amount that I can see there possible. Overall, this one just seems to hold itself better. This one's also a little bit at a kind of awkward angle, so it makes it a little bit harder for me to tell that tail fully too as well. So I'd like to see that angle more straight across as well there, but I will go ahead and place her second today. Both of these are very nice, and once again, just that least amount of black there, nice crest. Overall, that tail feathers will balance out with that crest.
All right. On to any other breed AOCCL.
All right. Are these just wine? Oh wait, you said there were.
Yep. So these the exhibitor had put as a pea comb and a walnut comb Wyandotte.
Okay.
And they both. I did mention in an email back to her this morning. They both look like they may be large fowl as well.
Yeah, that's what I was also.
That could be photo.
Yeah. So I'm just gonna go ahead. These guys, like she was saying, they do look pretty large fowl to me. So I'm just gonna kind of move these over here. Overall, you can see there's lacing on them. Maybe a little cleaner lacing on that. There, maybe being able to see the tail would also be nice. But just they're still pretty young, so just let those mature out, and maybe next year re-enter them in the large fowl for at least Wyandottes. Anyway, so looking at these guys here.
Possibly missing a male Koshamo. I will look really quick. You can go ahead and keep placing, and if we are, I'll throw it in there.
Sounds good. So this guy, I like that posture on him. Just move this so I can see it a little bit better. Overall, I do feel like that wing is a little bit spread out more than it should be there. So I do like this guy's overall body better. I'll even pull it up to double check.
Okay, so yep, I'm looking. So the exhibitor commenting now. I'm not going to say a name, just let judge stays completely unbiased. I'm looking in there. I do have 2 pictures of males and 1 female. I had assumed that second picture of the male was the same bird. They have the same band on for both feet. That second picture also has a light blue band on the right leg with the same number. And a dark blue band on the opposite foot. So if that is 2 separate birds, I can go ahead and pull that second photo in that didn't make it on the slide. If that is the same bird and just an accidental second picture entered in there, we'll keep the second one off.
Okay.
And yeah, it looks like that female Koshamo has a second split wing, or has a split wing.
Yeah, that's what I was saying too. So I'm just gonna kind of keep her over here.
Split wing is a Koshamo trait, so they're required to have split
Okay,
wing on there.
gotcha. So I'm not really seeing it on him, but looking at the standard here, looking at that photo, um, just kind of reading through because I don't see much of those around our area.
Yeah, we're lucky we have a few up by us. They're hard in the winters, but
Yeah,
they're pretty birds when
yeah.
they're done right. All right, so they said it could be a mistake there. I'm going to go ahead and keep that second male out.
Okay.
Again, they look pretty much identical, a slightly different pose, but again, that same leg band on both of them, same head shape, same eye shape, same general feather type. I'm not seeing a different feather that would suggest it's a different bird. So I'll go ahead and keep that second photo out then.
Okay.
They do love the Florida heat. There's a breeder down in Florida. I don't know if it's the same breeder, if it's a breeder you guys know, but that brought some chamois up to Wisconsin. Was it last week, 2 weeks ago, to a swap, and got to see some of them there. Some recognized and some unrecognized colors. He has really, really nice birds.
So I can see the split wing in this one, but I'm having trouble seeing it in this guy here. So that is one of the traits, maybe a little bit there, but also that coloring. I'd like to see some of his bows and his bars to be a little bit more cleaner. So some of that coloration I'd like to see a little bit better on him, and seeing a little bit more of that split wing there. Her I do feel like she is a little bit dark throughout those feathers there. Overall, great body, but I'd like to see just a little bit more of that coloring to be a little less kind of mossy and just kind of broken in that coloring. I'd like it to be a nice lighter color there. Um, just I'll even double check here.
I was going to say, they did say they double checked our pictures. The male should have that split wing. If you want, I can pull up that. Here we go. For everyone else watching, hopefully you can see it now.
Yeah.
But this is what, let me do stop screen. This is what that second male looks like for everyone looking. And this is what that first male looks like. So you can see same leg band in on there on both legs. Same tail coming in off of there. I'm not seeing too much different in there. So it's possible they're two different males. But really that leg band in there threw me for it originally, making me think it was the same bird, just one taken slightly later.
Yeah.
This is the one on the slide. This is the second picture entered. If you'd like, I can throw the second picture in on there. I'll leave it up to you, Hannah. Okay, they commented saying same guy, so we'll leave it off.
So same thing, just not seeing quite that right coloring. I want to see a little bit more up in here, that reddish color. And same with down through here. I feel like his coloring could be a tiny bit better, and hers I want to see a little less black on her as well. So that's kind of one thing I'm looking at right now. So the bodies are fine. The split wing's hard for me to see, but they said they had it, so I'll go with that there. Hers you can distinctly see here, but just a little off on that coloring, I'd say, from what I'm reading in the standard here. Looking at this guy, I do see a little bit of a broken tail feather. I wish that wouldn't be there because he does have an overall really nice body there. Just kind of looking at that, I'd like to, see a little bit cleaner, a little bit better condition there. And now this one right here, I do really like that tail, that swoop of the back. Overall, a great bird right there. Looking at that, obviously you're gonna have a little bit of easier with your solid colors there. I really just wish this guy had that full, not broken tail feather, but I do really love that body on her. It's a great body, honestly, throughout on that. So I do like that. I can't really tell a whole lot of like the extra spurs or anything, but that's not necessarily as important as some of that body type there. So then what we have here is we have our Araucana. I can't tell if it has that ear tuft on the other side, which is quite difficult to achieve in Araucanas, I will say, just because of some of the genetics that go into that. Overall, a very nice colored bird, I'd say. Just kind of has that a good body type. It's rumpless, which is great because you want to see that. That's one of the breed characteristics of the Araucana here. Um, and just kind of seeing that, you got that nice overall shape there. I'll flip to the front here. See if I can get that photo there. But overall, a nice bird. I do see some feathers that look a tiny bit darker than I'd like right along the back. So I would like to improve that, but overall, great shape of bird. So overall, I'm going to have my some mantra here first. Then I'm going to, just because the coloring, I wish the coloring would be a little bit better on both of these guys because they are great in body. I'd like to just clear up a little bit of that black and then have a little bit more red along that wing there is where it's supposed to be. I'm going to go ahead and say this Araucana is going to be second. This Samantra here, great tail, it's just a little bit broken there. So um, he does have a wonderful body. It's really just down to condition and coloring on these three here. And then these guys, I believe they aren't quite where they need to be. So I'm going to go ahead and leave those out today. So what I'm kind of looking at now is just kind of seeing here, looking at that body of this Samantra. I do wish it were to be a little bit fuller and that hackle to just be down a tiny bit and that tail feather there. And so because of that, I'm going to go ahead and place, I do feel like this female, both of these guys are really nice. Just once again, that coloring versus conditioning. So I am going to go ahead now and place. I do like this guy. I think, he has potential. So I'm going to go ahead and put him there. Just because her coloring is a little bit more noticeable and that mossiness and stuff, I am going to go ahead and place this Samantra here. And then her fifth, I think the bottom three here could be flip-flop depending on how you want to call it, depending also on how important you're going to go by color versus condition, because I do feel like his body type could be a little bit nicer as well, but I do feel that the color on her is very noticeably needing to be a little bit more worked on.
Okay, on to class champion AOCCL. I just brought champions up here. If you'd like reserves, let me know. I can go ahead and pull a reserve.
Yeah, I think the champion should be good. So I really love the body on this one right here. This really is great body. I really like the crest and overall body on this one as well. The Cornish as well, very strong. That lacing is just phenomenal. It's got that right pattern on it. Um, just a great bird all around. This is a very tough class to be in today. Which normally you're going to see that more on your rose comb clean legged, but I feel like some of these class winners are much tighter than some of those rose combs over there. But so great job for everyone that's participating, and no matter what class. I do really like that body on this one, but maybe just a little bit fuller. Maybe she's a tiny bit younger. So that's my only critique there. I do really like that Cornish as well. I do feel like she is very strong in her coloration and her body there. You can see, she's a very strong bird there. This Americana, though, that coloring is great. That tail shape is great. The body shape is great. So I'm going to go ahead and move that Americana for first here. And now this Polish is really nice as well. But just kind of looking at her, I see those very nice colored face here. I do really like her overall as well. And just kind of looking at her versus some of like the Cornish and that Phoenix there, I do see that this lacing is just so nice on this Cornish as well. And I do really like the overall body on this Cornish. So looking overall, I'm going to go ahead just because I feel like this one might be a little bit young. I think she might need a little bit more time to mature out, just a tiny, tiny touch. I'm going to go ahead and place this Cornish second.
All right. We'll take a quick 5-minute break into our feather leg class. Let me pull up the timer really quick. And yeah, our feather leg class is our biggest class. And then we'll get to games and then honorable mentions champion row. So go ahead really quick. Start the timer and switch it on over. Hopefully, let me make sure it does not want to share my window. There we go. All right, we'll be back in background down. There we go. I think I can do it so I can share the whole screen over here. There we go. Into our feather leg. So this one, again, very, very large class. If you want to go ahead, place birds, we can give a little bit less feedback here unless exhibitors specifically ask for it. So again, if you want feedback on your bird, go ahead, comment on there, ask for more specifics, more instructions. Otherwise, we're going to kind of skim through some of these bigger ones here just because there's so many birds to get through. And I've got somewhere I have to be at 5:30, so don't want to rush through it, and we still want to make good decisions and good placings, but at the same time, we won't go through every single bird for all of them. So, let's start with Duclays.
Yeah, so you're probably going to hear me call them Yuckles. I won't stop. So
Depends on the person.
The right thing. It's not gonna happen. So
question is, we had one question. We missed the Polish judging. Are we able to go back and replay? You can't replay while we're going live on Facebook because they're weird about it, I think. But you can on YouTube. So if you jump over to YouTube, you can just zoom back in and see that and then jump back live. Otherwise, on both of them, once we're completely done with the live stream, you should be able to watch it.
So this guy, not quite mature. So that's my thing there. This guy looks like a nice body, nice tail, overall nice bird. This one here, just want to see a little bit more cohesiveness through that tail. This guy looks a little bit of a, like he might have a, I think he was moving. I don't think it was rye tail, but just questionable on that tail there. Just watch that tail whenever you're taking that photo, especially. This guy's really dark, so it's kind of hard to tell. The coloring looks all right overall. Nice bird. Just needs to like maybe a little bit lighter area for the photo next time. This one right here, just want to see that tail a little bit more cohesive once again. And this one right here looks like a nice bird overall. I don't see many issues there. I wish that head was a little easier to see, but overall he's very nicely feathered out. So I'm going to go ahead and put him first here. So I'm going to have him first, then looking at those males, just following through with that fullness and pattern here. This guy's going to go ahead and go second. Once again, just a nice full bird. This one's just really dark, so that's my only concern there. It's really just the shadowing, and from what I can tell, he looks like a very good bird. His feet look fully feathered, but even though this one is missing a little bit of that cohesiveness, I can see his color a little bit better, so that's why he's going to go there. So this guy's going to go ahead and go fourth, and then this guy, it was just him moving. I can see a little bit of that blurredness to that thing. It's like, I don't know, the aperture or something, one of the f-stop, I don't know. It's been a while since I've done photography, so I'm pretty sure that was literally just him moving around. So I'm going to go ahead and call him fifth. Of course, if he were to have any issues with that crooked tail, that'd be something you could note in an in-person show. I'm just changing the size all up. Anywho, we'll get it there. There we go.
Yeah, no worries.
Overall, nice set of birds here. And this one, just want to see if it was a little bit lighter, he might have done better. And this one, just a little bit too lacking maturity.
All right, going into females. There's a lot of females in here.
There are. Okay. So looking at these guys here, looking for like that overall cohesiveness. Just gonna pull up a reference image just because there's so many different body types that I'm seeing, so I want to make sure I'm looking off the right one. Just to double check everything, I'd rather double check than not. So looking at that body type, yeah, I do want that little bit of a spread on that tail here. So just kind of looking around, what I'm seeing is I'm seeing a lot of tails that are a little bit too pinched for my liking. You don't want it to be overly, but at the same time you want it to not be pinched. And now just looking at these feathers, these legs of this bird, they are immaculate here. So I'm gonna go ahead and zoom her up or whatever you want to say. So I do really like this one. I wish she had a little bit more of that white tipping on her tail feathers there, but overall a wonderful bird. I do really like this one here. Um, Maybe a little more white than wanted on those feet, but I do really overall like her. You look at the standard here and you see a bird that looks like her. You really do. So I do really enjoy that specimen right there. So continuing onward here, I'm looking for a little bit of a spread, but not too much. So this is a pretty good representation. Like I'd really like it something more in between like that, but we're gonna go with what we have here. So this one just feels a little bit too pinched. Same with this one. This one here, I do really like that coloring. I like that tail. Maybe a little bit better on that tail shape, but I do really like that one. So I'm going to actually just bring up the ones that I like in no particular order, just so that way it's a little easier for me to see them as I go through here. I like that this one's just kind of on like a little, looks like a traffic cone maybe. That's pretty cool. Anyway, um, I do like the tail of this one. I just wish it was a little bit longer right in there. But overall, that is a very nice bird as well. So I'll keep her pulled up here too. This one I do like. I just feel like that tail spread is a little bit almost too big, and I feel like she's got a really white pattern. I'd like to see that a little bit. I would like to see it just a little bit more muted there. This one here I like, just doesn't feel mature enough yet. Same thing goes here. Um, this one, see if I can get it bigger. Another maturity thing. It's just not quite mature enough. She's getting there, just not quite. I do quite like this one as well. I like that coloring. I feel like she does have a lot of white on her, yeah, but she balances it out nicely through her body type, I feel. So I do really like that one. I just feel like this one's almost another too white one. I just feel like her body's not quite where I want it to be. Um, I just feel like that tail just comes up a little bit too strong through that, and that's why I'm not going to, with so many of these, and so many of them are really nice. So I'm going to go ahead and put this one in first while I'm up here. I really like it. You look in the standard perfection and you find this bird. It's a great bird. I really love that tail. I've always been big on the tails, and I really do like that one. Looking at these two here, this one's a little bit more cohesive than the other one. So this one's going to go ahead, and looking at the rest here today, she's going to go ahead and come second. Maybe. Yeah, there we go. Looking at these guys down here to kind of pull some up for comparison, this one there we go. I really like this one as well. It's just she's kind of at an awkward angle, but I am going to go ahead and pull her up because I do really like this one. Maybe. There we go. So I really like those two. I'm going to go ahead and pull up one more just so that way I can kind of get my placings here. Overall, this one has a really nice body as well. Just like to see maybe, you know, a little bit more coloration on that tail feather, but I mean, I'm going more body over color right now just because they are all so close. She is a little bit more white than I like, but I do really like that tail shape there. So I'm going to go ahead and pull her up. So what I'm going to go ahead and do is I do really like this one. So I'm going to go ahead and place this one third. This one right here, I do also really like here. Just kind of looking, it's just a little bit more white and not as like cohesive. So I'm going to go ahead, and I know this one is growing in that one tail feather, but it does have a little bit of going into color, better coloring, because they are so similar in body type. So I'm going to go ahead and place that class like that.
All right. Getting through there. Yeah, my thing is on. Okay. I will make sure match all of these, make it nice and pretty for people wanting to pull screenshots. Again, this is a really heavy class and deep class of millifleur. So getting into over here, our best millifleur overall, all 6 of these had a lot of competition to get here. So
That's for sure. Really looking at these guys, I really like this one, but the foot cuts off just a tiny bit there. I wish I could see him a little bit better here. I do like that overall body on him. I like the overall just is a very nice bird. I do like the feet. I can see him a little better now. Just looking at him, he's got a really good coloring. The thing that kind of gets me is he keeps that white tipped throughout that end there, which that other hen doesn't. And that's kind of my only critique on that one hen down there. So that's why I'm going to go ahead and just because of that tail, you know what? I'm just going to even pull up the standard again to see if there's any little tiny differences because they are just so close. I do really like both of them here. Going into them, yeah, no, I mean, overall, great posture on that tail, great everything. So I am going to go ahead, just because of that coloring, that's the only difference here. They both have phenomenal bodies. He's going to be my first. She's going to be my second. Pulling into these hens. That hen's tail is just a little bit more pinched than I'd like it to be. Let me pull out this here. I think he has the correct coloring there. Yeah. Great tail. So I'm going to go ahead and pull him into third here. So then she's going to be fourth. And then I'm also going to go ahead and pull up this hen for fifth here today.
does that first millifleur male have a white face, or is it just the photo?
I think it's just the speckling. From what I can see. I don't know. I'm having trouble telling.
I was gonna say there it is zoomed in. That's about as much as I can zoom in on it.
To me, it looks just like speckling, so that's why I've been going with.
Yeah, absolutely. And again, it's hard to judge on photos. I like to kind of give exhibitors and birds benefit of the doubt. So it'd be something a little bit easier to see and manage in person too. But on to any other variety.
All right. So looking at these guys here, these guys look like they're a little bit young. I'm going to pull up this guy first because he seems like he might be closer to being a little bit fuller. Maybe I will. Maybe I won't. See. There we go. See if I'll stop glitching here. I think my Chromebook will be a little bit frozen right now, so I'm going to have to...
Okay. Is there one you'd like me to move for you? Looks like, oh, it's moving a little bit.
Let me see here. I think I'm just slow right now. I might have to... Okay.
Yeah, that happens.
It's going to work. I know, it's been doing so good this whole time, and now it's just like...
I know. I'm surprised my internet hasn't gone out, so between the two of us, we're doing great.
What's mine doing? Okay. Let's see here. Maybe it's gonna hit return to you and see if that'll... maybe.
So sometimes if you refresh it, it'll kick back. Is your computer still freezing up quite a bit?
I don't even know if it's my computer. Let me refresh it.
Okay. It could be Myro. Sometimes it gets temperamental. It does. There's not a whole bunch we can do, but
yeah. Mhm. Yeah, I'm letting that refresh real quick, and then we'll see if it wants to work a little bit better.
Yeah.
My other tabs are working, just not it. So I don't know. I think it's getting
Interesting.
grumpy.
I was gonna say your video's coming
I know
through.
that's why I'm so
It is
confused. I'm
like
like, problem. It's like the clearest it's ever been.
yeah, sometimes it's just funky. And Myro can be temperamental.
yeah. I'll just let that load up. Looking on like under the recording platform, I can
Yeah.
see a lot of these just aren't quite mature yet. So that's kind of a big thing here. So like looking pretty much for me, um, maybe if it'll load someday. Um, I can see this one's a little bit more front facing, but it almost looks like she might be a little bit more mature, but I can't really tell there. Um, I think it's maybe getting there. Um, I do feel like our bottom right there looks the most mature out of this class. So that's going to be a great thing about him. Yeah. So he's the most mature. I think we're in the final stretch. I think it's going to load. Oh, it loaded.
There we go.
I don't know if it's going to work though. So. Yeah, overall, he is the most mature in this class here today. So I'm going to go ahead. Maybe. We're going to work. I think we're going to work. Kind of. Yeah, we're going to work now. All right, so I'm going to go ahead and move him first, just because maturity is a big thing with this class. And overall, he is just really seeming to be the most mature there. Looking onward here, these ones at the bottom are just really, really young, you can tell. And these ones as well are also really young, but this one right here is going to go ahead and come second, just because she seems to be the most filled out of them. She's going to go ahead and be third today. I can't really see that side view, so I'm not going to be able to place her. So going into our fourth place bird, I'm going to go ahead and go for this one. And then this is another kind of angle that's going to be hard, so I'm going to go ahead and just put him here as well. Really, these ones are all a little bit younger, so I'd really just want to see them mature out, so that's kind of where I'm at right now with this class.
All right. On to best Duclace overall.
All right. So overall, looking here, I really like this male. Once again, I'm gonna call it just speckling and say it's really hard speckling. I know that was kind of a question. It was kind of a question to me. I just didn't say anything about it. But so that's just what I'm calling it. I think it's fine. I think so. I'm gonna go ahead, just double check right here, and call these guys first here and second here. Overall, a very strong class.
Okay. On to the Buff Brahma males.
So looking in at these guys here, I like the look on him. This guy just feels a little bit light in color, but also dark at the same time. I feel like he's got a couple like just dark spots that shouldn't be quite there. So I'd really like to see that fixed on him. This guy overall nice. I'd like to see maybe a little bit more tucking of that color, a little less there. This guy, he's just not quite mature enough yet. This one, he's got some darker feathers that are okay, but I almost question if he's got like a little bit of split wing going on here. Not quite sure. Um, really just a photo. I'd like to just see him a little bit nicer um, overall because I feel like it looks a little droopy there, so I'm just kind of questioning that one there. This guy here, he looks overall he's a very strong held bird. There we go. See if I can talk. This guy looks very dark. He looks almost a little too dark in his coloring as well. And this one right here, very nice looking guy. Maybe a little bit light through his color, but overall very nice. And so I'm just gonna double check because I am seeing a little bit of a difference in my body types here. So I just want to make sure I'm gonna be talking about the right thing here. So real quick, just to get an idea about that body. So yeah, I do really want to see it round, but I also want to see it a little bit more squared than what this guy has here. So let me just zoom in on this guy. Overall, I do really wish this guy was a little bit taller in his rump area here. He's got a great build. I wish this guy was just a little bit longer and not so upright. But overall, I feel like he's going to curve out. So for me personally, it's really just a balance of who balances out better. And for me, for coloring, this guy, let me just double check something real quick. Has a better wing color there, and I feel like I can't tell if that's just black on him or if it's, or what. So let me just kind of zoom in a little tiny bit more. So I like this guy, but I do see a little bit more dark to where I shouldn't. But at the same time, I see a lot more dark where I shouldn't on this one. So, or whatever one. So I'm going to go ahead and just, I'm gonna, for wing tuck and whatever. This one is another one that's a toss up. Like if you ask someone else, they might go a totally different route, to be completely honest with you. But I really just like the overall quality of this guy. I feel like he just needs to push out a little further on that tail, but overall that nice wing. And I just really feel like, he's gonna be my first one up there today. Then I feel like, I'd really like to see a little less black right there, but I'm gonna go ahead and put him second, maybe. There we go. I put him second. I really feel like he's just a little bit too light throughout there. And he also has some dark spots that shouldn't really be there as well. They're just a little bit too low. So I'm going to go for third. Let's see here. I'm going to go this guy for third. Moving into fourth. His tail's just not quite mature. So for fourth, this guy right here, I'll kind of zoom him up a little bit bigger. You can see he's got pretty much correct coloring. That tail is just a little bit nicer on him, and he doesn't have these awkward spots of black like this one does. So that's kind of the thing right here. It's really just a balance of what you want to see. But I'd really like that buff color to be also a little bit darker. But because of the darker spots on the other one, I'm going to go ahead and place him fourth. And I'm going to go ahead and place this guy fifth. All right. And I did like this bird down here, but I felt like the wing just wasn't quite where I wanted it. So a little bit of questionable on the wing. So that's why that guy didn't place today.
Okay, into buff females.
All right. So right off the bat here, just kind of looking. I'm going to zoom in on this guy. I can kind of see most of them, but some of them I just got to do a little zoom in on. Looking at that body, I want to see that lacing just a little bit neater on that tail feather there. This one right here looks very nice overall. This one you can see a little bit more of that black on, for if you look at the standard here. Let me just move her around so I can see her a little better. It does look like she does have a little bit darker undercolor than I'd like, though. That's the only thing there. But overall, a great body and pretty good lacing as well along those tail feathers. Let me just make her a little bit smaller again. This one here, once again, just a little bit cleaner on that lacing would be nice. That tail feather just looks like it goes down rather than up. So just want to, I feel like you could pose it better and be great, but just kind of watching there. This one just feels rather dark. I can't see the feet all that well, but I can see kind of, just want to lighten her up a little bit more. This one's kind of hard to see those feet on. And that tail, not feet, the tail. There we go. I don't know what I'm talking about apparently. But yeah, I just want to kind of just see that tail a little bit more because I can't really tell what's going on there. This bird, I really do like the overall shape. Just want a little bit more balance on that, just that tail lacing there. But overall, a very good bird. Um, this one, we've got another bird that's on the bucket and a dog that's barking. That's okay. So I do really like this one. I just wish it was a little bit nicer on that lacing as well, but it does have a better angle on that, on just that body in general. So I do like that about it, and I do feel like it's just a little bit cleaner almost. So moving onward here, let me just throw this one right there. I know what I can see it still. So this one right here though, I do really like. It's got a nice angle of tail. Got that little bit. I feel like this one is gonna go ahead and honestly, this one just has that nice angle, nice shape, nice lacing. So that's gonna go ahead and be first for me here today. I do really like that angle there, and this angle is pretty close as well, along with this one. So I'm gonna go ahead, just looking here. I'm looking at that angle. I want it to be full though at the same time. That's the only thing I'm kind of coming across. So I'm going to go ahead and go first for that one. Let me just see if I can move this one so I can see the head a little bit better. And some of these are so close that it's so just hard to see the, where I want to go with them. I'm going to go ahead and call, in my opinion, I'm gonna call, these are like almost identical. It's just a tiny bit less of a full tail, but so I'm going to go ahead and call this one second. There's just a tiny bit more fullness to that tail. This one's going to go ahead and take third, and now I can see why someone would place this one, somewhere in between here as well, or somewhere around there. It's just not quite as full of a tail as what I'm kind of looking at here, and just that lacing as well. But overall, a very nice bird on all these top four here, and then going in for my fifth place position is going to be this bird right here. And see, this one right here is just a little too dark for my liking, a little harder to see that tail. So that's going to be my top 5 there.
All right, and then we should bring these top 3 over for best overall buff.
All right. So looking at these guys here, this hen is going to easily be my first here. I'll keep him at second here. I do feel like looking at the breed standard, I want that tail to be a little higher up on him. So I'm going to go ahead and pull this hen for third, him for fourth, and then I'm also going to go ahead and switch this hen for fifth here. So that'll be my top 5 for buff Brahmanas.
Okay. And then on to best whites.
All right. So looking here at these guys, let's see here. Once again, one of very similar body types. I'm going to go ahead and... This one just looks like she's not quite mature, and she looks really dark up front as well. This one looks like it's got a really good tail there. I do really like this one as well. This one really fits that standard that I'm looking for as well here today. So I do really like this one right there. This guy here, I feel like I just want his head up a little higher. I feel like he needs his head up, and then maybe he would do a little bit better. Maybe he's got a little bit of undercolor that I can tell is really dark. I'd like to see him just lighten up a little bit there. This hen, Another one, really dark undercolor. That's the only thing on her. I do really like that shape. Um, this one, just there's an extra black feather that may be part of the wing, so it may be okay, but it's kind of sticking up, so I really want to tuck that down. Really don't want to see that feather there. And then this one right here also has a really nice shape, maybe a little bit too dark of an other undercolor. I've been seeing that a lot lately, even in my own Brahma that I have. So I'm going to go ahead. This one right here is going to be my first. No evidence of that really dark undercolor. Um, See, this one right here is just so dark that she's just so dark. And I really wanted her to lighten up in that color. So that's going to be my first. Going into overall color and just breed kind of size standard. That one's just, these all are really, the undercolors are just really dark for my liking here. So I do really like that tail on this guy. So really, I'd like it, but I'd also like it a little bit fuller, that little tail feather that's sticking out. So what I'm going to do is I'm going to go ahead. I'm going to go ahead and call this one. This is such a close class. These three that I'm looking at right now are just so close and so different in their own ways that they just look so, I don't know. There's distinct things that are different, but there's also distinct things that are better about each and every one. So I think I'm gonna go this one second. This cockbird's gonna be third. This one's gonna be fourth. Um, then for my fifth place, I feel like that one you could call that a wing feather. So I'm gonna go ahead and call her fifth. I'm gonna call that a wing feather just because it's hard to tell, and this one is just so dark that it doesn't even look really like that lacing on her. So that's gonna be my top 5 for the Brahma.
All right. I will pull over top 2. One thing to note for our best Brahma, we had one dark Brahma in this class. Obviously, we didn't have enough to do a separate slide. It wouldn't have been fair to give it a separate slide when it's the only one on the slide. Yeah. So just brought it forth here for the best Brahma overall.
Looking at these birds, I'll even pull this one up. I just feel like that tail feather isn't quite as mature. She just needs to grow those out. Maybe she went through a molt. So that's where I'm kind of at with her. Looking at these birds right here, what I'm seeing is I really like this hen right here. That buff is super gorgeous. And I also really like this white one. So it's really, for me, in between these two. And so looking a little bit closer, I see the lacing is all right. I do see a little one that I'd like to fix just a tiny little bit on that white one. Now looking here, that lacing is just so tight, so nice. That feathering is just so good. So what I'm going to go ahead and do is I'm going to have this one first. This one's going to be my second here today. I'm going to go ahead and call, let's see if I can even that out a tiny bit. There we go. This one's going to be my third. This one will be my fourth. And then this one right here will be my fifth.
Okay. And if you want, I can bring a third place up bird too instead of that dark if you prefer. Otherwise, I can leave that dark in fifth.
I don't think it really matters too much, but
okay.
Yeah.
Moving on to Cochins, best blues.
So looking for those Cochins here. Got it right here. Just looking at that body, I want it to be really round. Let's see. I like the body. I feel like the feathers could be a little tighter through there. Just like really holding that position. Maybe a little bit higher on rounded throughout that tail feather there. This one overall looks very nice. I really like the roundness of this one. That wing's tucked nicely. I do really like that one. This one here, I really wish it was a different position. I wish they would have taken that side profile because that looks like a wonderful bird. Is not quite in the right position there. This one, once again, I wish it was just a little bit higher through that rump area there, maybe a little bit more smoother. It looks a little unsmooth there. This one, same sort of thing, not quite the right position I'm looking for here today, so it's hard to tell for sure how full that flank is there. This male looks wonderful here. I really like the roundness. I wish he were a little bit lighter in color actually throughout this. He does feel rather dark to me, so I do wish he were a little bit lighter, but overall a great male. This female as well, a great female. I do feel like she could just be maybe a little bit more round or even in that tail feather. I want it to be nice and even, so I wish that were to be a little bit nicer there. But overall, a great class of blue cochins. This male, I really do like this male. He's nice and even throughout. I do like his shape, maybe a little bit higher on that tail there, or even through that head. Getting that a little bit higher might help him hold his posture a little bit better, but overall, that tail is very nice and smooth and a nice color throughout. This one here, this hen, I do really like her. I wish, that that color was a little bit more even through there, but overall, a great hen. This hen right here is super nice. You can see that shape. I do maybe even a little bit higher on her, but I do really like that overall view. She does look very nice. And here we've got a little frizzle. The frizzle looks nice as well. I do wish we could see just a little bit better of a tail there. I know it's a frizzle, so it gets a little bit more tricky, a little bit harder for that. But I do really like it. I do just wish it was a little bit more fuller. So going in here, there are some hens that just really stand out. So I'm just going to go ahead and move those to the top. And the ones that I think are going to be the hardest competition here. Do you really like this one? Really like this one. Like this guy here. Let me just zoom in on him again. I wish we could see his bottom a little bit better, but I think his wings are just down there. So I think I can see his shape pretty well. So for me, just because the angle of this one, I do really like this one, but for me, my first place hen, or my blue, I guess, it's going to be a hen. I know that. I'm just really trying to look at that shape and get the best shape out here because these are so great here today. So for me, this one right here just really speaks to me. Really, you can see that shape. It's such a nice shape, and I do really appreciate that. I really just think that that's going to be my best blue here today. Moving over here, I really do like this hen here for second. See if I can get a little formatted a little better, maybe. There we go. Kind of. Moving into fourth. I just wish this camera angle was a little bit down further, so it's kind of creating a little bit of a distortion on that perspective. I do really like that hen though, but I also really like this cockbird here. So I'm gonna go ahead and move him into third. I'm gonna have her for fourth, and then looking at these other hens here, some of these are really nice. I just wish this one was a little bit more coherent in those feathers. So I do think what I'm going to go ahead and do is I'm going to pull him up for fifth. He is a little bit dark, but I do feel like he does overall have a very good body.
All right, I will. See, sometimes it likes to be funky. There we go. We'll match these all up and then move on to our best buff, which is up next.
All right.
Seeing some of the comments, a lot of first year showers, which is great. That's one of the biggest reasons for doing the virtual shows, to get you guys that have maybe never showed before, let you get your feet wet, let you get a little bit more feedback, talk with judges, things like that. So always very much appreciated, and we're very glad to have you on.
All right, so moving into the buff coachings here, I really feel like some of the hens are just so great. This hen right here looks wonderful. I wish she were a little bit more even in her roundness here. I wish this guy were angled just a little bit better because he does look so good. I wish he were a little bit angled, but I can see he really does have that nice shape to him that I really do like. This frizzle as well looks phenomenal. He is very full for a frizzle, so I do really like him as well. Moving into this one, I wish this one just were a little bit more cohesive throughout that tail, just a little bit more rounded. But overall, great birds. This one just is kind of a little bit lacking. Maybe it's a little young. It just needs a little bit more to its tail still. But overall, a wonderful bird just as well. And seeing this one here, just want to see it a little bit more cohesive throughout that body as well. It's just a little bit too far out there. So what I'm going to go ahead and do is just because that angle is really what's getting me on this one. I'm going to go ahead and place this one first, this one second. Overall, between these two males right here, I do like the shape of this one, but it's so hard to kind of see just like that full shape. I feel like it's kind of falling down a little short. So I am actually going to go ahead and place this frizzle third, and then I'm going to go ahead and place this male, and I'm going to place this female. So that'll be top 5.
All right. We match these, make it even. And then going on through white males.
All right, so looking at these males here, go ahead and pull these guys up so that I can just see them a little bit better. I do really like this male. I just wish that tail feather was a little bit more cohesive with that rest of the body. This guy here, I feel like he was a little bit blurry. I feel like he might have just, I don't know, it's just a little bit blurry. It's hard to kind of see some of those feathers. I do see some that are kind of sticking out that I'd also like to just see a little bit more cohesive, a little bit closer together there. Looking on to my next guy here, I do really like the look of this guy. He is very rounded. Maybe a couple tail feathers that are a little out there that I'd like to be a little bit closer, but he is overall a very nice coaching that I'm seeing here today. It's just kind of looking at that shape. I feel like he's a little bit more rounded and that even round shape than this guy, so that is one thing. But I feel like this guy's closer to that V shape also. But this guy has a little bit more sticking out that I don't like as well. But overall, these are all really nice birds. I'm looking at this frizzle. This is a very nice frizzle, very cohesive throughout. So I do really like that with him. I just wish this guy wasn't so blurry because then it'd be a little easier to see. I can see the shape there, but I just feel like there might be some feathers that are a little bit untucked on him. So I'm going to go ahead and for me, I'm going to go ahead and place this class looking at the standard here and just kind of getting my idea on it. I'm going to go ahead and place this guy first. Then what I'm going to do is I'm going to have him second. This frizzle is a really nice frizzle. You can tell that color. And I'm going to go ahead and have him third. Or fourth. There we go. So first, second, third, and fourth as lined up. All right, so moving into these females here. I can really see that these are very nice birds here. I do really, really like this hen right here. See, this one is very nice as well, but you can see it's just not quite as smooth around that circle there. Now this one, I'm just gonna make this one a little bit bigger so it's easier. I do feel like it's not as smooth throughout that end right in here, if you can kind of see where my mouse is there. And this one right here is very round, but I feel like she's lacking a tiny bit of balance compared to that white one up front there. And I feel like she's just not quite as balanced, but she is very round and very nice looking. Um, so I'm gonna go ahead and have this hen first. I really just overall, I really love that balance on her. So that's kind of another thing here. I'm just seeing a little bit of proportion. I would like to see that tail feather just to be a bit more round, a bit bigger as well. Looking at the coloring here, it's really hard for me to see here just that coloring on this bird. It looks pretty white, looks pretty clean. Um, and overall, this one's just really, the tail just doesn't feel like it fits. Like it's just too small to fit on this bird here today. So that's why I'm kind of looking around at these, because it does look like a very nice bird. It just doesn't look like it fits. And then these two, it's kind of between that tail shape for these two. I'm just trying to figure out here. I want it to be nice and round, but almost this one's almost at an angle here. So I do really think that what I'm going to place this one, I'm going to have this one second. I'm going to have this one third and this one fourth. And the fourth place one is a very nice, it's very rounded. It just doesn't look quite balanced to me, is the only issue there. So that's how I'm going to go ahead and place those white females here.
All right. On to our best overall white in just a second. Oh, I gotta pull top 3. We'll go ahead and make these just a touch smaller. And there we go.
All right. So, looking at this guy here, I do really like his shape. But I do wish he was a little bit more coherent. So I'm going to go ahead and place her first. Looking at him, he just seems a bit more rounded. So I'm going to place him second here. Looking at these hen versus him, I do just kind of like the feeling of this one. So I do like the overall shape on this one, is what I'm trying to say. Then I'm going to go ahead and place him. I do wish he just had that tail feather a little bit more tucked. And then this frizzle versus this other hen here, she is fairly round though. So I am, just because the frizzles are a little bit harder to compete with in these categories, it is a very nice frizzle. I just can't really see that shape as well. So I'm going to go ahead and place her fifth and have that frizzle down here.
All right. And then I believe up next we have the blacks.
All right.
Getting through these feather legs. Black males.
All right. So looking at these guys right off the bat, what I'm kind of seeing here, I'm seeing very round birds. I'm seeing very good birds here. So it's really going to come down to like all the things like condition, the roundness, all of that. So looking at them, I really like at face value this guy, but he almost isn't quite round enough for me there. This guy, I wish he were a little bit more balanced through that tail feather. He just feels like his front is too full for that end there. Whenever I pull him up a little bit bigger. This guy right here seems very balanced and very rounded, which I really do appreciate on this bird here. So I'm gonna go ahead and zoom on him. So I do really like this one right here. Continuing onward here, this one is also very round, but you see there's just that little feather that's kind of making it harder to see that end between that feather and that fluff, which I do wish were held up a little higher or not there right now. But overall, phenomenal birds. This one right here, see if I can move these guys so I can get a little bit of a better view here. Looking at that tail, it's just so nice. It's so round. I do wish it were a little bit fuller. It's hard to tell because of the coloring, but I feel like it could be a little bit of fuller. That's my only critique there. This one as well, he looks very full. He looks very round. I just feel like there's a little bit of incohesiveness throughout that tail feather. Moving into this guy. I really like, I just wish he was a little bit rounder on that end there. Moving into this one. This is a nice frizzle. I do feel like it could just be a little bit fuller throughout that frizzle pattern or coat feathers as well. Moving into this one. Just as I'm looking here, I see the only thing is I just see some of those feathers that are just a little teeny bit out of place for that bird as well. I think I made an arrow on it. I don't know why or how, but let us get rid of that. Don't know how I did that. But anyway, moving on to this one. It's very rounded. I do really like that in him. I do just wish it was a little bit more angled my way so I could see him a little bit better. But so what I'm going to go ahead and do is, I believe how I'm going to place this class, just really looking at it, is, so this guy's going to be my first. I do just really like that overall look. I feel like he fits it pretty close to well. So I do really like him overall. Moving onward, I really wish this one was a little bit more defined in that body. It's my only critique there. This one's very nice. It's just that dimension thing. It's so hard to see the dimension in that photo. I'm going to go ahead and place this one second. I do really like him. I like his shape. I wish it were a little bit fuller, but at the same time, I can see his body and I can see where it's at. I just really wish that was a little bit more rounded there. Moving onward, I'm going to go ahead and place him third. Then I'm going to go for him fourth. I do really just like this overall shape of this bird. I just wish he were a tiny bit more rounded. And then I'm going to go ahead and place... It's really just a dimension thing at this point. It's really between these two for me. They're really both nice. It's just trying to figure out the dimension on that tail and see how full that is. It just doesn't feel quite full enough for me. And this one almost feels too full. There's no defined edges on him, and that's kind of where I'm at, where I'm kind of torn. And so I'm gonna go for this one for 5th. So that'll be how I place those Cochin black males.
Didn't realize I wasn't in there. All right, on to black females. Lots of these too. Lots of Cochins overall.
All right. So looking here, I feel like this body is just a little flat, so I'm gonna go ahead and put her over here. Honestly, most of these guys are really good about their body dimensions. I wish this one is just angled a little bit better. I can kind of see some feathers sticking out there. So I'm going to kind of put her over here with this one. I just wish they were both a little bit nicer on that body condition that I can see kind of here. Zooming in on this one here. I really like this one. I just wish I was at that right angle. That angle that she's at, it's so hard to see. I feel like she's not quite as round as she could be. So I'm going to put her over here as well. This one here, just make it big. I wish those tail feathers were just a little bit more cohesive. It looks like there is a little bit of a backwards feather up front there, so I wish that was not in the way there. I do like it, but I just think it could also be a little tiny bit better. There are lots of good birds, so I'm really just having to be really nitpicky here. So continuing onward, I really like the look of this one. I just wish she was a little bit more round, but overall she has a really good body. This one here, I really like as well. This one's almost more round, so I do really like her. So I'm going to pull her up here. What I'm doing right now is there's just so many, so I'm kind of pulling them up, the ones that I do think have the potential to place. No particular order, so disregard any of that. This one is very round as well. I do really like the shape of her. I wish she were a little bit more balanced in how her feet were standing, but I do really like that roundness there as well. Maybe a little bit fuller would be nice as well. This one looks a little bit more balanced here and very round as well, so I'm going to go ahead and pull her up. I do wish her tail feather angle was just a little bit higher, but I'll go ahead and pull her up. No particular order, as I'm saying. I'm just doing my better ones up front. So it looks like she does have a little bit of a full crop right in there, or something. I wish that was a little bit less noticeable, but overall that tail feather shape is just so nice on this one as well. This one right here has definitely a really wonderful shape. So moving downward, I looked at all those in that corner. I really like the shape of this one as well. Very round, very nice. I do really like this bird, so I'm going to go ahead and move her kind of upwards as well. Looking at this one, I just wish there was a little bit more defined in that shape. Maybe the angle as well could be improved there. Looking at this one here, I really like it as well. I wish that tail shape, there's just a couple feathers out that I wish were a little bit nicer and neat. Moving over to this one, I do really like that tail. I like that overall body. I wish it were a little bit more rounded at the top, but overall a very nice bird there. Continuing to this one, I really like this one as well. There is just one feather that looks like it's not quite as tucked as it could be. Yeah, so I really just wish that one little feather right there was just a tiny bit more tucked, because that is a phenomenal bird. Looking at this one, I see a very nice bird here. Very nice shape. It looks all right throughout that. So I do really like this one as well. Do like that shape. It's just a little harder to see that bird here. I like it, but I wish it were standing up a little bit more so I could see that shape. I can't really see that good definite shape that I'm looking for in that one. Now this one right here looks very nice. It almost looks like the tail is a little bit too high for my liking. It's very round, but I just wish it weren't so high up right in that point. I feel like that point kind of is a little too high for my liking there. Now that I zoom in on it. Otherwise, it's a phenomenal bird. And this one right here, she looks very nice. She just doesn't feel quite full enough for me. So what I'm going to go ahead and do is I'm going to move these around a little bit. I like this one. I like the shape of this one a little bit better than this one, honestly. So I'm going to move this one back down here. So what I'm going to go ahead and do is I'm looking at these top placing birds for me here. And so just kind of picking out any smaller details that I want to see a little bit better on them. So what I'm going to go ahead and do is I'm going to place this one right here. Overall, she does, you can see her crop a little bit, it's pretty full, but this one's going to be my first place, and I really love that shape, that curve of the tail. She is overall a very nice bird, so I really do like her. Looking at this one here, I'm going to zoom in a little bit more. Overall, a great tail feather shape to her body. I really love that bird as well, so I'm going to go ahead and move, honestly, I'm going to go ahead and move her into second. She's got a great balance to her as well that I'm looking for here today. Moving on to some of these lower birds. Just kind of getting the idea for their body types. This one's just that little tail feathers out of place there. So I'm going to go ahead and go third, fourth, and fifth on these ones here. I know my photos got kind of jumbled there a little bit, but...
Yeah, no problem. And we can do this. Oh, this one in there. There we go. We'll match height and make them all slightly smaller. There we go. And there is your class of black Cochin females. So I'm going to get into our best black overall.
Alright. So looking at these guys here, I really just love the shape of this one right here. Just looking at her, she's got a good shape overall. I like his as well. But to me, he's just not quite as full or whatever through that tail. Just a couple tail feathers I'd like to see a little bit more into place. So I'm going to go ahead and place her at first, him at second. Moving down, I really like that hen, but I also really like this male here. I feel like she ties in that roundness a tiny bit better, but he's got a more balanced body overall. So I'm going to go ahead and put him third. I'm going to put her fourth. And then because of angles and such, I'm going to put her fifth as well.
Okay. Going into... Make sure, let me see what's coming up next. Any other variety Cochin?
Alright.
And I'm just pulling the top from each variety for best overall Cochin. Let me know if you'd like a second for any of them.
I think that should be good.
Okay.
We've got some pretty good first place here, so.
Yeah, and just a note for people breeding, or for people taking pictures next year, you may have noticed some of them have that little writing in the corner just saying like breed, sometimes sex, age, things like that. That is completely allowed. It is encouraged, especially if you have a lesser known breed or you're entering in any other. Absolutely go for it. Throw what the breed and variety is just to make it easier while sorting and things like that on us. It's not required by any means, but highly encouraged.
Alright, so looking here. This cochin is a very nice cochin overall. Looks like maybe a little rough on that comb up there, but overall a very nice rounded tail. I really just love the type on that one. So looking at all these, the modeled, could see a little bit more white in there just through that speckling, but you'll probably get to see that as it ages out. I know typically anything that's modeled is going to age out with a little bit more white. So I'm going to go ahead and move this one up into my first place spot. There's no arguing. I love the shape of that one. That is overall a great just cochin right there. So I do really like that one as well. So looking at these ones here, I'm gonna call that one maybe a splash. Hold on, let me just get a little idea of some colors here. So going into the rest of these here, this one is going to have the best type. So for these ones, I'm going to go ahead and place not based on recognized too. I'm going to just kind of go by body for these ones. Overall, color's great. The body is just phenomenal on this one as well. Not quite as what I'm looking for that other coaching there in first, but overall a great bird. Then in third, I'm going to go ahead and have this modeled one. I wish I could see a little bit more like white, like I said, but overall a great bird. Next, I'm going to have this other one that is the bard. And then I'm gonna, or cuckoo, I don't know what they consider it in the cochin, but either way, same sort of deal with the pattern, kind of real iffy on that. I know I'm a dog and an 8 person, I'll argue any day on that. So I just really, But anyway, moving on, and then this one will be fifth. I just really wish that tail feather wasn't sticking up like that. Otherwise, great birds here today.
There we go. I will grab a top from here. Woo. Let's do this instead. There we go. Match the heights, move over. People take pictures. And then on to best overall cochin.
All right. Now looking at these guys here, I really like the way this white looks here, first off. A great bird, nice round. It's very strong in its body, so I do really like that. This blue is also very nice as well, very strong. Maybe could have that tail pushing out a little bit more, but overall a very strong bird. This black right here, another strong one as well. I do really like that body. It's very round. I do feel like the tail feather there could be a little tighter in the back, and that crop could be a little bit nicer there as well. But overall, great bird. This buff right here is a good bird. I just wish it were a little bit more round throughout that tail, but overall a very nice bird. And then this one down here is just a phenomenal shape and all overall throughout its body. I do really like that shape on it. Looking at the standard here for it, I do feel it matches it almost perfectly, and I do really like that one as well. And then going into that white one, just kind of seeing, for me, I do really like the blue. I just wish it were a little bit more balanced in its body, like the white and the barred one is. So it is barred cochin. So I was right the first time. So I do really like that coloration as well. So overall, for me, looking at these guys, that blue is another really good one. I just wish maybe fuller throughout that roundness of that tail. So I'm going to go ahead and move her over here. So for me, it's between the white and the barred cochin here. These are both phenomenal bodies. I mean, these are just, you're going to see these at an open show easy. And so looking at these guys, going through to that white coloration and just looking at the body, really it's just down to who has the better body, who has that better rise of the tail. And looking at this, looking at that standard, I wish his head were just up a tiny bit more because he is just so phenomenal through that tail. Whereas she is up, she's holding that position. You look in the standard and you're going to see her. So today, I'm going to go ahead and place her first, and I'm going to have this barred cochin second.
Okay, going into, there's my mouse. Loving the comments from you guys, just reading everything, thoughts, opinions on judging, things like that. Really appreciate it. Feedback is great feedback. Love seeing different things like that. Into the silkies. Disclaimer before we start. We all know how hard silkies are to sex in person. They're even harder to sex from pictures, so we took our best guess. It may not be wholly accurate, but we're going to stick with what we've got for white males, white females. I don't need 25 messages saying that we've got a white female and a white male are in the wrong category. I appreciate it, but this is the one where they're going to stay where they are because we all know we all know how problematic silkies can be when it comes to sexing them. So they would compete. Like, we're going to do the same thing we do here. We get feedback here on each bird like we've been doing. And then that one right there was the one that was hard to tell. I was like, is it the start of a stream or brother growing in? We're going to go with it. But basically, if it didn't compete for male or female, it wouldn't have competed for best of variety. That's just how it's going to be for this one. And the white males are the only ones that are separated by sex, I believe. We just have a really, really big any other variety class with a whole bunch of hens. So, or what looks like hens. So.
All right, so looking at these silkies, for me, I really like the look of this one. I'm just going to make it really big so that way I can make sure. Overall, it's full. It's very full throughout those feet as well. I mean, you can tell here that it's got all that coverage that you're looking for. To me, that is going to be number one. Just because it's full. You want those to be as full as possible. Now for second, I can see a little bit of the male's comb. Ideally, I wouldn't want to see that, but I can kind of see just a tiny bit here. This one, I would also call this a male. It just really, it's speaking male to me. I really like the coverage here. I feel like it's got really good coverage overall. I do feel as though maybe it could be a little bit more white. I don't know if that's just coloring maybe on those feet. Just clean those up a tiny bit more for bringing it to the show. So it's really in between these two for second and third here. So just really trying to take a look here, seeing if there's any small things I notice as I'm going along. I do feel like I can see the comb a tiny bit more on that. So I am going to just do a quick double take here. Looking into those silkies here, this one is just clear cut top. I wish this tail wasn't so tied up high, but at the same time I wish this one was a tiny bit higher. So I'm going to go ahead and move this one into second. This is going to be my third place. Now looking at these two, this silky naked neck, the ABA does have them listed, so they are technically recognized through the ABA from 2014, unless that's changed. I just wish those tail feathers were a little neater, and I wish he had a little bit more coverage on top of his head. I also have a silky naked neck, but a buff color, and there's so much more coverage that we could get there if we were to just really breed that further down. So I'm going to put that one fourth and this one fifth here today.
Okay. Getting through silkies into the white females. There's a whole lot of them because, yeah. I also feel like the best way I've had silkies. I feel like honestly the best way to judge or to sex a silky is based solely on vibes. Does it act like a male? It's a male. Does it act like a female? It's probably a female. At least for a little bit.
Yeah, for a little bit. You almost start, spurring you suddenly or crowing. Yeah.
Yeah.
I've had my run-ins.
Yeah. There's the Japanese quail sexer theory where you just have someone sit there and they start sexing birds, and as they keep doing it, they don't know what they're looking for, but they'll eventually get more that's actually how they train hatchery sexers, is you sit in a room and you just start sexing birds, and someone tells you when you're wrong, and you just get better at it. You don't know what you're looking for, but you just get better.
Yeah.
Even like the master quail sexers that can do like hundreds of birds an hour, they can't tell you what they're looking for or how they do it, but they can sex them with that accurate.
That's hilarious. No, I don't know how to sex a bird whenever it's still a chick, so it's better than what I can do.
Yeah, I can't.
I can you know sometimes I still struggle with Dominiques, and they go by color. They are a sex link breed, so
See, I like my
sometimes those are still a
Wyandottes.
struggle.
At like 3 weeks, you can tell in a Wyandotte.
Yeah,
Usually. Usually.
yeah. Of course, our Sulky class is going to be very competitive class normally. So really just try and take the time to pull these out, really look at them. I want them to be full, I want them to be round, I want them to be just very strong um, in their body. See, I really like this one that I just pulled up right here, but that's not the one that I actually have up. But the angle is just a little bit harder for me to tell that tail, so I really wish the angle was just a tiny bit better. And I really love the shape on the head of this one. This one is so full and so just round that I'm going to keep that one up there actually, so that way I have that pulled out here. I'm also just going to pull this one up as well. Once again, no particular order. I'm just kind of narrowing down the best from the best. So looking at this one, once again, a very full head, very strong body, very full body at that as well. So I'm going to go ahead and keep this one up here too. Looking into this one's a little bit of a frizzle. It does look a little bit more on the grayish side, like as in maybe just use a little bit more blooming whenever you're washing it. Also a naked neck, so that like just really watch that coloring on there as well, and maybe just try and look for something a little bit fuller whenever you breed, if you breed. I should say if you breed, I guess not everyone breeds. This one, another really full one. I just really wish that angle is more off than the other one, so that's making it really hard for me to tell, but overall really good body on that one. It's just that angle that's really getting to me. Same thing here, it looks like it's going to be. That angle is just not quite where I want it to be. So I can't see how full that tail feather is on that one. Moving into this one is very full, got a nice tail. I'm going to go ahead and move it up as well. I do really like this one as well. Once again, no particular order up there, just going by the ones that I'm nitpicking apart from the rest. Another Turkin, very full actually. Not Turkin, I guess, no, part, whatever you want to say. Silky naked neck, there we go. Showgirl if you must. Just looking at this one, I just wish that color was a little bit nicer. It almost looks like it's got a little bit of a buff color to it, but like not quite buff, but just like off-white. So I do really like how full it is. I just wish that tail was a little bit rounder, but overall that head is immaculate. I do really love that head. That is really good for a naked neck silky. So I just want to move it kind of up a little bit just to honor it. I don't think it's going to be top 5 today, but it is overall a great bird. Looking at this one, it's just another one of those little angles. You got a little bit of that feathering coming off, so that one's just a little bit iffy there. But overall, still a really nice bird. I should add that too. I know I just kind of cut off there saying iffy. That is a really nice bird. It's just that angle in those tail feathers today. This is another really nice one. It almost looks to be. Are these two? Would these two happen to be the same photo? I don't know. You know what I'm saying? They look really similar.
That
I'm just gonna
is
these two next to each other.
I would say yes.
Okay, because they look like identical to me.
Yeah, I would say if not the exact same picture, because when you look at the bird in the backgrounds,
Yeah.
it looks like they're not moving.
Yeah.
The birds in the background, yeah, they're the same picture.
Okay.
So one of those is an extra.
Yeah.
We
Either way.
try and catch those when they come in, but
Yeah.
there's a lot of pictures.
Oh yeah, I bet.
And they tend to come in bursts.
Yeah. This one just looks really young. Just let that guy mature out, and then you're gonna have a great bird there. So looking at these birds, I really like the roundness on this one. I just wish it were a little bit nicer. And these three right here, these are really good birds. I could see these being top 5 today, but I'm just really not seeing that right angle that I want to see. I really just wish they were angled a little bit nicer. So I'm going to go ahead and place these as top 4, and I'm going to go ahead and put those into order. So I really just love the size and just overall fullness on this one. So this one's going to go ahead and be first for me here today. Moving into second. Just let me make these a tiny bit bigger. I do really like this one, so I'm going to go ahead and this one's just really full, really just a great bird. So I'm going to go ahead and put that one in second. And now once you get to this level of sulky, it's going to start having to be nitpicking. So of course, I can see how other people would swap pairs and such, but I'm just going by what I'm interpreting here today and what I can see from these photos as well. This one right here just feels a little bit fuller, a little bit rounder. So I'm going to go ahead and move her into third. I'm going to keep this one here at fourth. And then what I'm going to go ahead and do here is I'm going to just kind of look through some of these. These ones are really nice. I just can't see that angle very well. This one just, I feel like it could be a little fuller on that round end, but I can see the full body on this one. I just can't of these three. And so really, honestly, I could see these ones, where you would call these ones just pulling those up, but that angle is just not there. So I'm going to go ahead and I'm going to move this one up into fifth because overall a nice bird. Just want to see a little bit more roundness on that tail there. But I feel like these ones just get those angles right and you're set.
Going into our best white silkies.
All right. So looking right here, I like this hen. This hen for me is gonna go ahead and, oh, I might have just threw it off the thing. Whoops. I only have half a working hand, so like my hand just gives out.
Oh no.
I just like totally just tossed it. I didn't realize to do that. That was kind of funny. So anyway, that one's gonna be first for me today. This one, I'm gonna go ahead and I know that's first male, but I'm going to bump up this female to second here today because she is just overall really great. I'm gonna keep him at third. Moving onward, I'm gonna go ahead and bump up this other female here and then move this male back into his spot there. So that's how I'm gonna go ahead and place those here today. Just
Okay.
overall looking for that roundness. Some of those hens are a lot fuller, so that's really just what I'm looking for.
Going into any other variety silky.
All right. So this one right here, I'll zoom in to see if it makes it any clearer, but it looks to be pretty young. It's also really, yeah, this one just looks pretty young. That crest just isn't quite where I want it to be, so just really want to wait to see if that's a little bit fuller. This one right here looks like a very full bird. I do really like it and its shape. This one, once again, might be another one that looks just a little, not quite full enough for what I'm looking for. It just doesn't look like it's quite got that whole body. It looks young. This one, the tail just cuts off a little bit, but a very nice looking overall bird. Moving into this one, same sort of thing. This one looks more to be like hen feathering, so that's, or not hen feathering, but like regular feathering on its body. So just kind of keep in mind that I know some people breed for those, but I'm just kind of looking there as well. I am looking for my true silkies here today, so same thing with that one. Moving into this one, I just want it to be a little fuller, looks a little bit young. Moving down, same thing here, just a little fuller on that crest. This one right here looks wonderful. I'm going to go ahead and move this one up. I really like that shape. Maybe a little bit more round on that tail, but overall that crest is just wonderful, that feathering up there. So I'm going to pull that one up. I'm also going to pull this one up as well. So no particular order there. Just keep that in mind. This one, I just want to see it a little bit fuller, but I do like it. So I'm going to kind of keep it upward, but not quite, just in case there's something else here that I see that catches my eye. Looking at this one, I do really like it. It's very full, so I'm also going to pull this guy up as well. Moving into this one, just kind of pull that. Very nice, very full head crest, so I'm going to pull that one up as well. Just want to see, I wish I could see that tail, so that's why I'm not going to be able to place that one as high. This one, I can see it just needs a little bit more feathering on that face there, a little fuller. Same thing with this one, a little fuller. So what I'm going to go ahead and do is I'm going to look at these top ones here. So for me, my first place is going to go to this one. It's just fuller, it's rounder. I can see why my top pair is going to be possibly wanting something that some people might switch. It's just this one's fuller to me, it's more round, it's more cohesive. This one as well is very full and round. It's just not quite as cohesive as that other one is. That's kind of what I'm seeing there today. And then I'm going to go ahead and place this one third. I'm going to move this one into fourth here today, and then this one I'm going to go ahead and pull up into fifth. Maybe. There we go.
Alright, I can make this look pretty before we move into our best overall silkies. Let me make sure I've got, there we go, just the right ones. I'll make these a little smaller on the bottom. Again, especially when we get into some of these full classes, we'll only have time at the end to announce the top for each slide, but you are more than welcome to take credit. Please take credit for your placings. Second place silky, second place any other variety is pretty impressive when you start getting into some of these really, really deep classes with some really good birds in there. So comment on here. We've got a Facebook post about where you can share your wins. You can share the pictures of the birds. Watermarks on those pictures are totally okay. And then we'll have a thing on our website as well where you can upload pictures of yourself, you with your birds, your wins, how you placed. We get a lot of people contacting us during the year for like references. You know, I'm looking for Saramas, who's a good breeder, and we like to direct them to our show. Look at the people that have won and that are breeding in there. So take the credit. Share your birds. We're happy that you're here, and we're happy to have you on. Featherleg Best Silky. I'll pull the 3 any other variety, and then I'm going to go ahead and quickly throw up on that third place white. Someone commented, my silky isn't showing up. Please send me a message really quick, and I can double check and see where that's going. It's possible it was in the open bantam instead of youth. It's possible there's a size issue with the file, but we can get that fixed right away. And if it's something that, like, just an error on my end, I'm happy to throw it back up on the slides and we can get it judged for you. Go ahead and send me your name, the name on the entry form, and the pictures via Facebook would be great, or email, whichever is going to be easier for you.
All right, so looking into this, I really like this hen for first. She's just round, she's cohesive. Overall, a great bird. You can see she's just full throughout that whole face. Just really what I'm looking for. Then what I'm going to go ahead and do is I'm going to move this one up into second. I really like it. It's really full as well. You can see it's just really round. It's full. It's just right what I want to look for. So then for third, I'm going to keep this white silky here for third. She seems full. Just overall a great bird all through and through. So I'm going to move this one down. I'm going to go ahead, just because this one is a little bit harder to see that face, I'd like to see just a tiny bit more. So I'm going to go ahead and move this one into fourth. I do really like that coloration. I just think it's overall a very strong bird. It's very full. And then I'm going to go ahead and put him into fifth here.
I'm just checking up on that exhibitor. I didn't see any message come through yet. Hopefully they're still watching. Send me a message quick. There we go. Okay. Okay, I'm seeing 2 entries. We're gonna go ahead, keep moving through the feather-leg class. We've got Langshan. Before we get to champion featherleg, if we need to, we can take a quick break while I double check and make sure that we're not missing birds here or figure out why they didn't make the slide. For now, we'll move on to best Langshan, but I will come back to that and be double checking while you're judging the Langshans.
All right. So looking down at this one, I'm gonna pull up the standard as well just to double check. Never hurts to double check. I just want to make sure I'm gonna say the right things. Yeah, so I do wish this one had a little bit more feather covering throughout that leg. That would be really nice. Just kind of seeing that sort of thing as well. This hen, I wish that feather was just a little bit fuller. I wish he was a little bit fuller as well. But he is a cockerel, so that does make sense why he's not quite as full. Let me just kind of zoom in on those legs and see if I can see any difference here. So I think there's feathers along that. I can't tell fully, but it looks like they go up there. I think. In this hen, I can clearly see those featherings along there. I really just wish she were a little bit fuller through that tail, just like fully extended out, but overall a great shape. I feel like she might just, be growing back after a molt, possibly. Let me just zoom in on his legs. I almost question if he does have the same thing with that hen with not quite enough feather legs going through him. So that's my only thing with that. I wish he were a little bit fully feathered throughout those legs. I just can't quite tell. I can't quite see it in that photo there. So I do wish that were just a little bit better on him. So what I'm going to go ahead and have this class place today is, even though she is going through that just having not quite that full tail feather, I can clearly see all the feathers on her legs, whereas him, I question if he's having a little trouble with that. So I'm going to go ahead and go her first, him second, and this one third.
Okay, really quick, I'm checking the slide, just making sure. But it is looking like we are missing silkies. Let me double check and make sure we aren't missing more than just that. I didn't make sure I didn't forget to upload a file somewhere on here or a folder. There's for sure 2 of them we'll go back to. Checking silkies now. Yes, we are missing a slide of black silkies. That's where it's coming in. So I'm going to go ahead really quick and throw up a best black silky. We're getting pretty close to the end, so it'll be in, we'll jump ahead here, but we'll get back. And then before we do overall featherleg, we'll rejudge our best silkies, if any of those, but those blacks will place up there really quick. So thank you for catching that and making sure we've got everything accurate on my end. Oh. This is going to be, it's going to be finicky for a second, so give us just a quick second. Amanda, if your silky was a black silky, we're throwing it up on there now. So, yep, it'll be on there. We're missing a black silky slide, or with all of the black silkies. So I believe there is about 5 of them, 5 or 6 black silkies. So we will go ahead and pull up all of our black silkies and make sure they all get judged. So we'll do a best of, there should have been a slide for best of variety black. That's what we're doing now. Just be prepared. You might see some giant silkies pop up on the corner of your screen. There we go. There's the giant silkies getting uploaded. They have a really weird sizing thing that happens when you upload them. Sometimes it'll be like 3 slides worth of sizes. Okay, so we're going to jump really quick to our bottom slide. That's our Youth Bantam. Where did we put our silkies here? We can do it this way as well. Let me find where we were. Dukleys, Brahmas, going back a little bit. Getting back, there we go. Here's our silkies. So we are going to slide on down to here and judge our best black silkies. Hannah, are you still at the same spot I am? I know I was moving on
I think it's
around a little
moving
bit.
just very slowly.
Okay.
Okay, yeah. Now I'm at Best Black Silky. So,
Okay.
okay. Looking at these guys here. Am I good to go ahead and
Yep.
start?
You're
Okay.
good to go.
I really like the look of this one. It almost looks like it does have a little bit of a white feather through there. I wish that were a little bit neater. But overall, very nice, silky. I do like the shape. I wish it were angled a little bit more. Straight across. It does look like it was kind of mid-walk or something, so it is a little bit off there. This one I like. I feel like it's just not quite full. It's just a little bit younger. Same with this one here. Let me just zoom in and double check. This one looks like it might be a naked neck as well. It just doesn't look quite as mature as some of the others. I'd like to see it just mature out, grow a little bit bigger. Same here. Same sort of thing, really. Just seeing it a little bit smaller. I want to see it bigger and fuller. So, looking at this one also looks like a very nice one. I wish that angle was just a little bit. This one has a little bit of an advantage over here, with that angle because I can see the back end and I can see the front that it's full. But this one is angled away, so it makes it look a little bit smaller. So that's going to really just kind of go into how I judge. So I'm going to go ahead. Let me just see if I can zoom in. Um, I feel like even with that feather, overall it's got a nicer type just from the angle that it's at that I can see. So I'm going to go ahead and move this one to first. Um, then I'm going to go ahead and just double check on this one. Yeah, I'm going to go ahead and move this one to second here. And then this one's going to be my third. And now in between these two here, this one, another one just could be really a little bit fuller. Same with this one. Let me just double check. Um, I do like the overall body, and I feel like it's a little bit rounder, so I'm actually going to put the naked neck fourth and this one fifth.
Okay. Moving on to, oh, I will make that nice. We'll pull these top two, top three. I'll take top three onto our best silky slide. Slide back up. And go ahead, we'll replace, go ahead and just decide where they're going to fit in there.
Okay, so looking at these guys here, I do like that. There's just that little white feather that gets me, and then this one is just that body that's just a little bit too small for my liking. So, are we still just doing top 5 here?
Still top 5, correct.
Because of that white feather, this one does have a very nice body as well. So I'm going to go ahead and keep it as it is.
Okay. And then we will go with best Langshan. Let me double check that. And we would have a best any other, but there aren't. One, to begin with, there aren't really many any other feather leg breeds. And two, we didn't have any others that were entered. So makes it a little bit easier. We just have our Langshans out there. That's why there's also only 3 Langshans instead of typical 5 that we use on here. I did pull champion and reserve on here for each one. I just threw the reserves off to the side over here if you want. Otherwise, we can take them off the slide too to make it a little less cluttered. It's completely up to you. We just need a champion and reserve overall. We don't need 1 through 5.
Okay. Yeah, so looking at these guys here, for me, it's between just this one does have a phenomenal shape to it. I will say that. But this is such a hard class. Like the quality here has just been phenomenal. Just looking at that lacing, there's just a little bit we could do better with that lacing on there, but that body type on this one is just phenomenal. Like you look at your ABA, and you're gonna see this bird right here. And so that is just phenomenal. It's just that lacing is what kind of gets it for me. This guy here, I just want to see a little bit more just evenness throughout. I mean, that head, it's really white speckled up there, so I know we were kind of questioning that as well earlier. So that's kind of where that's at for me. The Langshan, the reserves and stuff over there were really good for the Langshan, but that feather leg just didn't look quite feathered enough. But that could just be the image, I'm not sure. So that's why this hen was up. But that tail feather is just not quite as long as I'd like there. So for me, it's really between the sulky here and this cochin. Um,
Ooh. Oh, there we go. Okay.
was there another sulky as well?
Yes, there was. I
I feel
wasn't
like
sure
that
if
might have
things
been
were
the
gonna
reserve one, but I'm
change.
not sure.
So that white should have been champion silky.
Yeah, I was gonna say, I thought something seemed a little off here.
There we go.
Okay, so looking
Put
at
that one
these
down
guys,
there. Ooh, sorry to move it around on you. There we go.
so when I look at this guy, he's just overall the fullest here. Um, I say guy, I know they're hens, but I just call them all that. I know. I really just like the look of this white cochin. I feel like it's full, it's nice. Looking at the cochin, I'm seeing that. Looking at the silky, I'm also seeing that as well. But that's just such a harder, coloration. And just looking at it, looking at the wing there, I wish it were a little bit more. I don't know, followed through that. I feel like it's a little bit open, more open than I'd like it to be. So because of that, overall, both are really phenomenal birds. This is a hard decision here, that's for certain. I'm gonna go ahead and zoom in and see if there's anything really that I wanna wish I could change. Looking at that, it's just fully feathered. It's feathered nicely. Um, I do see a little. I think that's just a shadow there. Um, Overall just a really nice bird, but looking at it, I'm gonna go ahead and place this cochin first and this silky second.
All right, I will go ahead, make these a little bit smaller for us, and then make all of these the same size. Oop. Someone asked, did the white cochin not get pulled over? We did move it over. Took me a little bit to catch it, but I'm glad we did. And then on to our games. Our games is one of our smaller ones this year.
All right.
Oh, I realized I moved to games and then didn't move to the actual slide you're supposed to judge. I'm sorry.
I was like, no, I'm not gonna- I was actually checking on the little recording there to see if it was just me. So looking at these guys here, they all look very nice. This one right here, this one's just a little bit young. I want to see that tail a little bit more upright. I want it to be horizontal. That's my only issue with this one here. Just a little bit young too. So that's just something we could improve on in future years. Looking at the male here, you can see very nice overall. I do really like him. I like that body. I like that width. Very upright, very good body on him. This Birchin, I believe. Yeah, looks nice as well. I like the body. I wish her head had a little bit more stretch to it. Same with the guy before, but this one especially. I wish it had a little bit more stretch, a little bit more age to it almost. It almost looks a little bit too youthful because it doesn't have that nice elongated head that I'm looking for here today. Continuing onward, I see here this one, same sort of thing. I just want to see that head really stretched upward on this bird as well. I can see its body, but it almost feels too tucked in to have that full length of body here. This one here looks very nice. I really like that length, that body on it. The coloring looks decent as well. So I do really like this one here. Moving into this one as well, another one that has that nice length on that neck. It's very full, it's very just strong to its body, and I do really like that about it as well. And just kind of seeing that that tail is very strong and upward. That horizontal would be nice there as well. And just seeing, you can tell it's a strong bird. Maybe not quite as upright as the other one, but still very nice. Moving into this next one here, Just trying to get a look at all of these so I can really see that full posture. I do feel like that tail is strong. I feel like the coloring could be a little bit stronger. I think I see a little bit of like a little spot there that I don't necessarily like. I wish that head were to be a little bit taller. Overall, a nice bird. I just feel like there are things that that one could improve on. This one here, I also like as well. It's very clean in its coloring compared to that other one up there. Very clean colored, very strong. I wish that head were to be a little bit higher up. Just could be posed a little better, but that coloration is very nice on that bird. I do really like it. Moving into this other birch in here, I also really like it as well. I wish, once again, it would be a little bit taller and upright. Overall, a very strong bird, but I do like it better than the one above it. It's another birchen above it, and I do like it a little bit better. It just shows more maturity throughout it. The other one just doesn't feel quite old or mature enough yet. So this one right here, I also like. I think the coloring looks very nice. I wish it were to be a little bit taller. Same thing here. This one's almost got the top half of a um, just more the top head-ish area of Old English, but then the back half is more modern. So I really wish we could just work on that and improve that a little bit in that bird as well. And this one, I don't believe this is a recognized. I could be wrong. I'll check in a second here. But overall, very nice posture here. Very nice tail. I do really like this one as well here. So I'm gonna go ahead and pull that one up in my APA just to double check on any of that stuff. Going to the games here. So I guess they do have a splash. I'm assuming that is a splash. Um, so this one is a nice bird as well. Now that I see that it's recognized, no more than 50% of it's blue, which is nice. The face are all very nice coloring. It's got that like brightish cherry red to it, like that kind of, whatever you want to call it, horn to black. So that's all right there. So I do really like this bird as well. So I'm going to kind of pull up my top ones here. So for me personally, I really like. So my dog's just going to bark now.
No worries.
So I really like these two hens here. Wish the coloring was a little bit nicer there. The coloring on this one as well is nice. I do just wish that one was a little bit more upright. And then seeing this one as well, that splash is really nice too. And then seeing this birchen as well. So those are going to be my top 5. It's just how I arrange them is what I'm going to kind of look for here. So looking on those, the coloring is really nice. I just wish that head was a tiny bit up higher. Those birchens are also really nice. I don't see any issues with that lacing for this one. It looks all good, all nice. I just wish her head was a little bit taller up there. This one is posed phenomenally. It's just a matter as to that coloration. Are the other colors going to be any better, and more so this one right here? So just kind of looking through this, just kind of seeing here. I honestly feel as though, let's just expand this one a little bit more. I really like the coloring on this one, but I really like the body on this splash. The splash one is just really looking wonderful to me. I'm gonna check the color in the large fowl and see if those have a little bit better colorations to give me, because some of them don't have colorations in the bantam because they are the same as the large fowl. So I'm gonna go ahead and take a peek into that and see if that's going to give me any more ideas to just what I'm looking for here today.
think. Nope. Okay, I wasn't sure if it was frozen or if it was
No,
just
I was
like.
just I'm trying to like read just to kind of get, there's just a couple things I want to just double check. So I guess that one should be good to go. So for me personally, I'm going to go ahead. I really like the body on this one, but I also like it on this one. So for me, this one feels a little bit fuller. It feels like it fits that body type just a tiny bit better. So I'm gonna go a route that I would say most judges don't. I'm gonna put this splash up first. I really like the body on it. I know the coloration looks good to me. From my understanding, my interpretation of the game birds, I like that one the best here today. Then I'm gonna go ahead and call it for this bird right here, another very nice bird, very strong throughout. You can tell that it's posed, it's very nice through that. Then what I'm going to go ahead and do is I'm going to go ahead and put this one next. Then I'm going to go for this one fourth, and then this guy, the last two just could be posed a tiny bit better. The third could have a little bit more horizontal tail, but overall, this is a great class of game birds here.
Congratulations to everyone. Like I said, very competitive class of moderns. I said this overall class is smaller, but these individual slides are no less competitive. Really get some good quality birds coming in through there. Moving on to Best Old English.
All right. So looking at the Old English here, I'll even turn it over here. So just kind of looking, just a general idea. This hen's tail is cut off, so there are other really good ones here. So I'm going to have to go ahead and move her down. I do really like the body and overall tail on this one right here. She looks really nice as well. Maybe get her head up a little bit higher, but she overall has a great body. This one could be a little bit more even in those tail feathers, but overall still really nice. This male right here, I do really like that body. I feel like the angle is almost too high on him. That's my only critique there. This one also really nice. I feel like that really encaptures what you're going to see in your APA. It's not too wide of a spread, but it's also a very nice amount of spread on that tail there. So I really do like him. This guy, I just feel like he's not quite feathered in yet. He just needs to come a little bit more. This hen, she's nice, but I do feel like she's just not quite what I'm looking for. Maybe a little bit too heavy set in that front area there. She is a little bit lower than I'd like her to be. This one here is just not quite as full as I want her to be here today. This one does look very nice as well. I just wish that tail wasn't so spread, wasn't so irregular. This one, another very nice one. I do really like that tail. I like that spread. I like everything about this bird. I just feel like, honestly, it's such a, there's just so competitive right up in here. So we're going to get into placing those in a second. And this guy, same sort of thing. That tail feather just cuts off a little bit. Overall, nice spread. I just think there's some things that he could have worked on him as well. So looking here, I really like this hen. I feel like she really accompanies what I'm looking for today. But looking at these males as well, I see some things. So I do wish that her tail feathers would be a little bit more regular. So these two actually make me think that they're both around the same age because of those tail feathers. Just seeing that there as well. So looking here, it's just kind of a figuring out which ones I think are a little bit better. I feel like this one kind of cuts off a tiny bit. So I think what I'm going to do is I'm going to kind of move these two up. And it's just kind of between these two for me and just kind of seeing what they look like. It's just really comparing those to the standard and kind of getting that perspective here. I do wish she were a little bit not so strong in that front. She is very coming forward. I wish she were up a little bit, whereas this guy really just covers that body that I'm looking for. So I'm going to go ahead and place him first. I'm going to have her second here today. I'm going to have this guy third because he is a little bit neater throughout. This guy, I'm going to go ahead and put him fifth, and this one fourth, and then this one fifth, just because that tail could just be evened out. And same thing here.
Okay, make these look really neat quick. On to our best Wheaton.
All right. So going into wheat in here, I'm really looking for that correct tail color as well here. Let me just get it pulled up so I can kind of get it right in front of me too. I've raised them a little bit. I don't raise them competitively or anything, but I do have a few. So I do kind of know a general idea of what I'm looking for here as I kind of go through some of my breeders. So this guy right here, off the bat, phenomenal. I do wish we could see a little bit more filling in some of those reds there. Overall, nothing seems out of place. Everything seems very nice on that tail as well. He is full through that tail. Overall, those the bows, the bars, those primaries are all the right color that I'm looking for. Maybe a little bit more red throughout those as well. But overall, a great bird. Looking into this one, just kind of checking to see how I'm feeling on what they look like. I wish you were a little bit more colored through that rear end there, through that tail. Overall, I just wish that wasn't a little, I wish that wasn't dark right there. That's kind of what's stalking her here today. She has probably the best hen tail spread today overall. So, what I'm going to go ahead and do is I'm going to definitely put him first overall. I don't think those hens can match that quality quite as well here today, but they are getting closer as I look at them. So then this one overall just has the better coloring, better shape to her, I would say personally. So I'm going to go ahead and put her second here. Moving down the line, I really just wish that coloring wasn't so um, just spotty through this one. A little less black would also be nice. This one also has just a general better tail feather here. I do wish that coloring did continue through that feather. But it looks like it did get a little bit torn there. But overall, she has the better shape out of these three. So I'm going to go ahead and move her into third. And then going for fourth and fifth here, just kind of looking at the general body type, general just coloration there. I do feel like this one has the potential to have the less mossy of the feathers and a little bit of the better spread here today. That one seems a little bit pinched in her tail, so I'm going to go ahead and place this one fourth and this one fifth.
Okay. On to any other males. We kind of took our best guess at what was BBR and what was Wheaton on here,
Yeah.
so
Yeah. So,
yeah, that's about the best I got for that.
yeah.
Two very similar colors,
Oh, yeah. It's
different genes, but yeah.
looking
If
at this.
anyone's
Oh, sorry.
if anyone's curious about the genes, I've got write-ups on them on the genetics page, along with references and scientific papers and studies and pictures. It's a work in progress. We're adding new genes on there, but Wheaton is on there. We're working on getting some of the things that go into black-breasted red as well. So, yeah.
Okay. So just kind of looking through here. Okay. So looking, I do like the overall shape of this guy. I just wish I could see that front half a little bit better. It's kind of spotty in that photo. So I'd like to see that just a little bit better on him. So it might just come down to something like that on this guy. Um, Looking at this one here, I'm seeing that nice spread of tail that I want to see here today. Overall, just a great bird. I do like that coloration on him. Just checking through the standard here, making sure I'm not going to miss anything.
Do you have a comment saying number 2 is a blue Wheaton? I did know number 2 is a blue Wheaton.
Yeah.
However, it's not a black-based Wheaton. Oh, it's black-based, but it's got the blue dilute on it. So that's why it's in the any other instead of in Wheaton, because it's a blue Wheaton, not straight Wheaton.
Yeah.
The biggest question came to that first one, and luckily that last one there was labeled. So
Yeah. Nah, yeah, so looking at that guy there anyway, it's just that head is so blurry on that first one that it's going to be hard to really determine. So this red pile here, I do wish that tail was just a little bit nicer. I feel like there are some things that I can critique here on him today. I just really wish, a little bit nicer on that guy. I would like to see just a little bit better of a tail. I feel like it's kind of falling short a little bit. Also through that coloration, it looks like it's kind of losing its pigment halfway through and then continuing onward. I'd like to see that a little bit darker. I'd like to see that white continue throughout there as well. So looking at these guys, this ginger red here, um, overall a nice body. It looks like that's just something in the background there. So you see those tail feathers, you see them, that nice spread on him. I do like that. I wish that tail were to be a little bit just fuller still yet. Overall a very nice bird, but just some little things to improve on. Maybe a little bit darker almost throughout those wings and those bows and the bars. Just maybe a tiny touch bit darker there would be nice. Also, just kind of looking at the color, I'm seeing what color they want those legs. It looks like those legs could also be a tad bit darker as well there. Going on to the BB red, um, looking at it, I really like the spread of the tail on it. I can see here it's a nice spread. I do like that. I do wish that there was a little bit more to that one saddle being more on this side. I feel like it's a little bit thrown over the side there. So just kind of looking at that. I do like that spanted tail though. Overall, I do wish that the fluff wasn't quite so noticeable, or that undercolor right there. And I do see a little tiny bit of coloration that I would like to see a little bit more in place right along this bow or bar. I guess that's the bow. It does look like there is a tiny bit of red that shouldn't be quite there. So I believe how I'm going to go ahead and place this class is I'm going to go ahead and go for Bluey in first. I really like the type on this one. Um, I feel like it's not too fanned, but it's perfectly fanned. The coloration's good. I don't see anything out of place on coloring. Next, I'm going to go ahead and go for the BB red. There was just one little spot where I noticed it looked like the red was a little bit too far down. The tail fan was nice, but almost overdoing it in some aspects of it. So I just really want to watch that on that bird as well. Next, I'm going to go ahead and place this guy here. Nice guy. It's just hard to see that front half is the only issue. Then I'm going to go for my ginger red, and then I'm going to go for my old English game red pile. Really just kind of looking at those tails, looking at that color throughout those as well.
So, really quick, getting a couple messages and questions coming through. Um, Starting with a bird that was missing. It wasn't uploaded, so we are not missing the bird. Someone's saying they missed out there on judging the black old English game. Facebook won't let you rewind if you head on over to YouTube. YouTube does let you replay. Otherwise, if you wait until the live is done, you are more than welcome to rewind after. Facebook just gets weird about it. And then the last question, did white old English games not get their own slide? They did not. We did not have enough white entries to make their own slide. If you're looking for white, I believe the only white we had entered was over here in the females. So, yeah, that's most of the questions I'm getting. I'm trying to answer some of them. So if you send me a message, I should be responding in a second or two.
All right, so looking through these, I like the tail there. Trying to speed it up a little bit here. Nice tail fan there. I do like the tail a little bit better on this one, I believe. Just a nicer span. Looking at this one, it looks like the coloration is a tiny bit off. I'd like to see a little bit better through that. This tail looks like there's a feather sticking up, and this one it's just so high up. It's almost at the wrong degree angle. Same with this one, a little bit higher than I'd like. This one would like to see a little bit of better fan. This one is looking very nice as well. Maybe even a little bit more of a spread on that wing tail there, but also at the same time, still very nice for what I'm seeing. Same with this one here. I'll zoom on this one so that I can see it a little bit better. Looking at that tail, looks very nice. I do really like the shape and overall qualities of this one as well. This white, another great one. I do really like that shape. I would say, just watch those end tail feathers, make sure those are staying nice. I do want to see this little white part tucked a tiny bit higher. That's my only critique, so I'd like to see that not sticking out if at all possible. Ginger red here. I do like overall. Could be a little bit more of a fan of tail and maybe a little bit high on that tail, but it's also perched, so that's very well part of it. So looking at this class today, I'm gonna go ahead. That white, that wing is just what's kind of getting me there. That could just be a little bit smoother through that transition of the wing there. Maybe even tucked a little higher as well, depending on who you're looking at and who you're asking. So my first place is going to go, I'm just going to double check here. So my first place, because this one feels just a little bit smoother throughout that transition as well. I don't know. Let's just kind of browsing here. So I'm just kind of getting that feel for these guys. I really like this one, but it almost feels a little too tall. Is the only issue. A little bit too hiked up there. So I think my first is gonna go to. Let me just double check everything here. So my first is gonna go here. I'm gonna go second with this one, third with this one. Then I'm gonna go ahead and place this one next. It's got a nice, it's just that wing that's what does it. Otherwise, this one could easily be up higher in this class. Looking at the rest of these guys, then I do like the look overall of this one here. So I'm gonna go ahead and place that one fifth.
Okay, going through. Let me grab this name really quick. Go ahead and move these down here. And make these all look pretty. And then we will go on to best any other.
All right. So looking at these guys here, I'm gonna go ahead and keep this guy first. Moving on, I'm gonna go ahead and place her up. I would just like to see that tail feather following that body a little bit nicer on that BB red. So I'm gonna go ahead and move her here. That guy's gonna go there, and this one's gonna go here. So that'll be my top 5 for these Old English.
Okay. I pulled top 2 from each variety. Is there any variety you want double of?
I don't believe so. We should be good with that.
Okay. I was gonna say there's only 3 on the slide. It makes it look a little empty, but
really just looking at these guys, looking at that shape, that maturity, what you're seeing here on this black one is exactly out of the ABA. So he is going to be a clear cut first here. And then looking at these guys, you can see we have that blue wheaten and that wheaten here from those other classes. And overall, the bird that just pulls off that look that I'm looking for today, really. So from this being the wheaten class and this one being the all other, I feel as if this one follows through those that wing pattern just a tiny bit more. So I'm gonna go ahead and place this one second.
all right. On to our champion game, class championship.
All right. So looking at these guys here, just really kind of seeing them. This one right here, this cockbird just looks phenomenal. He really does. So to me, he just fits the standard, the absolute best out of all these guys. Just really looking at the moderns, I really feel like this guy's going to go ahead and be my first, and this guy's going to go ahead and be my second. I do really like him as well.
Okay. And then for all of the slides, I just chose champion from each one.
Okay.
We'll go over some quick announcements before I get to before we get to champion row. Let me make sure I've got everyone and I'm not missing any. On champion row, I do want to give a big congratulations to every single person that made it onto champion row. This is over 500 birds, so it's a well-rounded class through and through. Every single class champion deserves to be up on that champion row. Very competitive show. We had some fantastic exhibitors, fantastic birds, and great photos coming in there. And really just want to give all of the exhibitors a big thanks and shout out for helping make this show as great as it has been the last couple of years. So, and with that, I think I've got all of the birds on here. Just double checking. I've got CC, SCCL, RCCL, AOCCL, games, and featherleg. Okay, and the way we do it for our champion row is we have one champion, one reserve, and then as many or as few honorable mentions as you would like. So if you'd like me to pull any other birds, they don't have to be birds that placed. They could be birds that you feel if there's a better picture could have done better. They could be birds you just liked. They caught your eye. You don't need it doesn't need to be one of the champions to place on champion row. So if there's any you'd like me to pull, just let me know.
All right. Okay, so looking at these guys here, this white leghorn is just phenomenal throughout the body. I'll even pull that up in the book too, just so that way I can really double check. But that body is just phenomenal on him. I love how well he carries his posture throughout that back. You can see he has that long extension that we're looking for, and you can really just see that he is a really nice bird overall, carrying that posture so nicely. His head is right up there with his tail feathers, just as it should be. So that is wonderful in its own. Um, this Americana right here carries her posture well, is like just so phenomenally. Um, and then really it's just something that, um, just holds the posture so well. That wing maybe could be a little bit tighter, honestly, looking at it now. But overall, such an amazing bird, really just holding that posture so well. This white Wyandotte here, another really nice bird. Um, she overall just has such an amazing factor to her. She's nice and round. That tail, maybe we could see a little bit more evenness out in that tail, but overall, such a great body. There's still room for improvement there, but such a great bird as well. Looking at this cochin here, you're seeing that this is just so round. You can see a little bit of that shadow there, which I'd like to see that go away. But overall, just an amazing bird. You can see the roundness. You can see she is even. She is nice and balanced throughout. She's just really holding that posture well, and she is a coach in what I'm looking for here today. This Old English game bird here is just phenomenal. You look in the standard, and this is going to be what you're seeing overall a nice balance throughout. That tail feathers are just so amazing. Just really holding that posture so well. And it's just something that, you won't see every day. You won't see something that just matches the standard that well. And so really just looking through it, these are all fantastic birds. But I think for top two, to just kind of draw those out, it's going to be between this Leghorn and this Old English game here. And all these birds up here today are fantastic, but these two just really hold it together nicely. I really want to say kudos to that Americana because that body is just amazing. But like just in that white Wyandotte as well, just maybe working on that tail just a tiny bit more, and that cochin too, just really um, getting that chest maybe a tiny bit more rounded. But overall, such amazing birds. And I'm going to pull up those standards here just because those two are so close today. And everyone here who's had birds should be proud of how good their birds are because you've made it tough for me. I've really had to go through my reasonings because I do reasons, especially whenever I want to talk it through. So I've really had to talk today. So all of you should be proud of all the birds that you've brought in today. So just pulling up that white leghorn here. Just looking at that body, it's just so phenomenal. It really just carries it so nicely. That's right what you're gonna see. Just seeing that, it's just so great to see the quality here today. And looking at that, it's right where you want it to be. Maybe having that wing just a tiny bit more tucked as well is my really only true critique on that bird. And so for that today, what I'm gonna do is I'm gonna have my champion overall be my black Old English game bird, and my reserve overall is going to go ahead and be my white leghorn. That tail on that bird is just fantastic. And so these three are all honorable mentions. If I were to go through them, that Cochin would probably be my third. And then these two are going to be so close for fourth. You know, we're just going to keep that at honorable mention. And I just want to say that these have been all wonderful birds here.
Absolutely. I will really quickly go through all the names. Some final announcements before we do. Don't forget, take credit for your wins. Go ahead, comment on here, comment on YouTube, comment on the Facebook post and the website. Get your name out there, especially if you won. You deserve the credit. Take it. Feel free to post the original photos. We're hoping to get awards will be out once all of the shows are done. And so our last show is confirmed. It's going to be, I believe, August 14th. So awards will be sent out immediately after that show. And then feel free to post pictures, share them, like this video, share it. That helps support the show and helps us be able to keep running it, keeping it free, keep going. Keep voting on our fun show. So if you go to our website, you can vote multiple times. Every couple of hours, apparently, your voting refreshes. That's what I've been told. I don't quite know how it works, but you can go ahead, go back on our website, revote. You've got a couple of days, 5 days left to do that. So get those votes in. And yeah, keep your eyes peeled for that open large fall. Hope to see you there. So starting from the beginning, I'm going to go through and I'm going to say names. And I think you'll find, Hannah, if there's one thing it was consistent all the way through. I think there was like a set of 3 or 4 names that kept popping up over and over and over and over. And a lot of them are names that if anyone's watched this show, that you've heard before. So starting in Rosecomb Clean Leg, our best black male is Jace Dudley. His brother took the best female with Luke Dudley. And so Luke Dudley took best overall black. Stayed in the family. I wouldn't be surprised if those two were paired up in real life. Our best white windout was Lauren Crosswaite. That name sounds familiar. It's because her brother judged the show last year. Did a fantastic job. He's helped me with this show quite a bit this year. Just fantastic overall breeder and showman. And his sister is exactly the same. Both of them are just great people. Going through, this is another family name you're going to hear a lot. Our best silver-laced Wyandotte is Tiffany Cusick. She just went through our showmanship today. Our silver-laced female is Lucas Cusick, her brother. Best of variety silver-laced, obviously, Lucas Cusick. And our best partridge goes to their other sister, Jessica Cusick. So stayed in the family there with the Wyandottes. When you get to the any other variety, it's again Tiffany Cusick taking over that slide there. That best overall Wyandotte, I'll make the slide a little bit nicer for anyone looking for it, is going to be Lauren Crosswaite with that white, Lucas in reserve there. Best quail D'Anvers, Lucas Cusick coming in again. Any other variety, Susanna Nation, that's the name you're going to hear. She was on here commenting and watching the video along with us. And she took our best overall D'Anvers with that blue quail pullet. Our best golden Seabright, if anyone watched the Open Bantam show, you'll know that this bird actually went all the way and took champion Bantam. So this was Savannah Freeman, number 260 here. It's a name you're also going to hear pop up quite a bit. She breeds some fantastic birds. And yeah, just a interesting thing. Different judges judge different birds differently. And again, we've got different entries in this show as well. So silver males, I'll make this slide pretty for anyone that wants to go through later. In first place, our best of variety silver is Tiffany Cusick. Our silver female is Michael Cusick, and Michael Cusick took best overall silver. Our best of breed Seabright was Savannah Freeman, again with that beautiful gold hen right there. Our best rose comb, again, name coming back up, Tiffany Cusick. Getting into our best any other breed, that Dominique was bred by Susanna Nation. With Nation's Bantams. When you get into that rose comb clean leg, our class champion, you'll see her again pop up on Champion Row, is that White Wyandotte by Lauren Crossway. And they have Champions Chickens. If you ever are walking through there or going through Facebook, you'll see them at quite a few of the shows down south. So best Plymouth Rock, again, Lauren Crossway right there with that white. Ooh, I think I skipped one in there. Oh, okay. Best New Hampshire, Savannah Freeman coming in again. Rhode Island Red Males, this is the Glacier Ridge Farm with the Melodic Boys, so I believe that's Grant and Gavin coming in there. They just did very well at their local fair. They're from Wisconsin. I've seen some of these birds in person, which is always kind of fun. They also took our Rhode Island Red female here from the same Melodic Boys, so it's no surprise when they took Best of Breed overall. Getting into that Best Leghorns, or Leghorns, depending on who you are and how you want to call it. But in first place here with that beautiful male is Lauren Crossway. And I believe they also took reserve on that as well. Phoenix here, another name popping up you may have heard in the past. Our best of breed is Valerie Rodriguez. She helped us in our open large fowl sort through all of the different Phoenix colors. So she's bred quite a few of those. Our best Sussex was Lily McIntosh, number 332. And our best checker Surama, takes a little bit to say that right, Kisa Moa Maholvia, I think is how you say her name. She actually sponsored some of our awards in large fowl. So Kisa's Rainbow Farm is the proud breeder of this checker. She also, any other males, she also took best here. Any other females was Sylvia Weber. So then Kisa again took best any other variety with that any other, and she took best Surama overall with that Exchequer Cockerel. Oh, make sure it's spelled right on here. Missing the A. There we go. Best breed, any other single comb clean legged with that Japanese is Wyatt Higgs. He was actually the very first one to fill out the form. This is one of the very first birds entered in the entire show. So he's got exhibitor number 2. Just a fun fact, those exhibitors' numbers go in the order of the person that submitted them, just in numerical order. So champion single comb clean legged. If you were following along earlier, you'll know that this was Lauren Crossway, and reserve was Glacier Ridge Farm with the Melodic Boys. Getting into the all other comb clean legged, they stacked this Cornish class. They also stacked it in the open show. This is Ellie Jo Taylor. Her dad, Brandon Taylor, was watching. They've gone to a couple shows. I've seen them in person too. They also had best dark female over here, so it's no surprise when they came in overall with best Cornish. They breed some fantastic Cornish down south. Our best black Americana, 185 here, Mr. Luke Dudley. That's another name you'll hear coming through a few times. His brother Jace Dudley also had some wins in there. Americana, any other variety, this one's number 112, Alea Morris. So she came in to win the any other Americanas here, or best Americanas overall here. So you'll see that name keep popping back up. Getting into the Polish, there was a lot of Polish, and there were some really, really good ones, as some people had commented. Our best black-capped white is Isaac Fliege, I believe is how you pronounce his name. I'm taking my best guess here, so if I'm mispronouncing it, please let me know. But Isaac took best black-capped. Best any other variety was Ben Hartig. And then best overall Polish was Isaac Fliege, again with that black-capped white. Coming back in with the Sumatra and any other comb clean-legged was the Glacier Ridge Farm with the Melodic Boys. There, again, another bird. If you've been to Cooley or some of the other shows in Wisconsin, you've probably seen that one coming in. And our champion, all other comb clean-legged, just coming in first there is Alea Morris. Believe she's new to our show. I didn't recognize the name. So very happy and excited to have some new people coming in and winning some classes. Getting into our huge feather leg class. Some names you'll see coming back up again. Starting with our Millie Fleur male is Harper Ann Hobbin. She works with Susan Buchanan, so you may have seen that bird in the open show as well. Going through Millie Fleur males, again, Harper Ann Hobbin took first, so it's no surprise when she took best overall Millie Fleur. Again, very competitive class overall. Getting into that any other variety and name that we said would come on back would be Valerie Rodriguez with that any other variety modeled Duclay. Best overall Duclay was Harper Ann Hobbin with the Millie Fleur male, and then she also took reserve with the female. Getting into the buff males, one family name, Tiffany Cusick, coming in first. She also took first for that buff female. There we go, that's loading through. And so then she obviously took best overall buff. Getting into that Brahma, that best light is Lauren Crosswaite. And then Tiffany comes back to take best overall feather leg. Into the coachins now. We had a lot of coachins. We always have a lot of coachins, and they're always a lot of fun to judge. So starting off with our first place blues, Kelly Christie, number 95. Going into best buff, Charlie Peck, 157. He's another one from Wisconsin, so I've seen that bird before. I think that picture was actually taken at Cooley. It was just kind of fun. Our white male here is Ethan Newberry. Our white female is Jocelyn Hefty. Jocelyn Hefty did very, very well in our youth large fowl as well, and she's done. That name's coming back again from last year. Again with coachins. I believe she had a black last year that she did very, very well with. So she took best overall white. Getting into black males in first place, we've got Lauren Crosswaite here with our best black male. Best black female was Riley Wonkett. Riley came back to take best overall black. Best any other variety, again from a Wisconsinite. We've got a lot of Wisconsin names in here, makes me kind of happy. We've got Hannah Elbert. If you've seen pictures of a barred cochin on the website or some under like the barring gene or things like that, possibly I think it's under feather leg as well, that's actually her bird right there that we're taking pictures of at Cooley. Going to best of breed cochin, Jocelyn Hefty took it with that white bantam hen there. Well, they're all bantams. So getting into the silkies, the white male here is Ethan Newberry. The white female is Jace Dudley. We did actually have, I believe, our reserve overall open. Right here was this silky down here that didn't place. Oh, the one here that didn't place. And again, it's just judge's perspective. Didn't like the angle on it. Or Mr. Bartz really was able to see some of the depth and liked the depth. So just kind of interesting going through there and watching that. Going over to best white overall, Jace Dudley. Getting into our any other variety, we've got Luke Dudley, and we can't miss what we missed before, which is our best black. Down here, they deserve just as much credit. Our best black is Addison Raditz. I believe also from Wisconsin. And then best overall silky is Jace Dudley with that white. Our best Langston is Lily McIntosh, I think is how you say that right. Getting into our champion feather leg, just really hard to beat overall in that class of cochins is Jocelyn Hefty, number 54, with that white cochin. There we go. Into the games. The games are always a really pretty class. I love the moderns. They're such a neat looking chicken and always very, very competitive in the shows. So in first place here with that splash hen is 256 Susanna Nation. I believe it's splash. I could be wrong. Coming in with that best black. Again, if you watched our open bantam, you've seen this bird before. This is number 168 Grace Trafford taking best black. Best Wheaton is Savannah Freeman, again, number 260. She also had that Seabright bred earlier. Our any other male is going to be 256 Susanna Nation coming back in with that blue Wheaton. Getting into any other female is number 96, a name we haven't heard yet tonight, Tyler Guidarno. I've heard the name before on different Facebook groups, and I believe he entered this show last year, but I could be wrong on that. Getting into best any other, Susanna Nation takes it with that blue Wheaton Cockbird. And then our best of breed overall is Grace Trafford with that black. Getting into our champion row. Again, huge congratulations to every single person that went through. Really appreciate all the birds, all the fantastic and quality birds. It was not easy to judge, as I'm sure, Hannah. It wasn't easy to watch all of the judging and be thinking through on my end what places, birds I would place where. There's just so many. So everyone that made it onto champion row should be extremely proud. I'm just going to name champion and reserve overall because I didn't grab all of the honorable mentions. But champion row here, our champion game comes down to Grace Trafford with that black Old English, and Lauren Crosswit takes reserve with that white Leghorn. So yeah, congratulations everyone. Thank you for a fantastic show, and I hope to see you for our open large fall coming up in August.